Hi, folks. We're just assembling. Give us a few minutes and we'll get started. Hi, all. Welcome. We're really excited that everybody came here today. Thank you for those who traveled from great distance. Thanks for coming. We have, I think, a great program and a good opportunity to have some discussion on a very important topic and one that's of great interest to me, which is the state of play of retrofits for ocean-going vessels, some of the programs that are out there for incentives for cleaner vessels, and other work that we can do to get cleaner vessels on our waters. My name is Sarah Reese. I'm an Assistant Deputy Executive Officer here at South Coast Air Quality Management District. I work in the planning department, and my focus is on mobile source emissions, so ships is an integral part of that. We're very interested here in the district in reducing emissions from ships. NOx is the pollutant of great concern for us in driving our ozone problems here in the district. And in the near future, ships will actually be the top contributor of NOx emissions for us. Again, I think we have a great program, and we're looking forward to some good discussion today. Just before we start, some housekeeping issues. If you're interested in where the restrooms are, as you exit the auditorium, turn to your left, and the restrooms will then be on your right. This is Southern California, so in the case of the event that we have an earthquake, please shelter in place and drop to the ground, cover your head. And then for those who might have brought food or drink into the auditorium, we usually don't allow that. We have, if you have water, that's fine. If it's a bottle with a cap, that's fine, but otherwise we don't have that here in the auditorium. And with that, I'd like to start and introduce Wayne Nastry. He's our Executive Director here at the district, and he'll have some opening remarks for us.
Thanks, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. You know, it's with mixed feelings that I'm here this morning, and it's because, as many of you know, today is the day of national mourning for the late President George H.W. Bush. And I want to take a moment of silence to remember a great president, a man who I think epitomizes public service, a man who epitomized integrity, collaboration, a man who worked on the 1990 Clean Air Act amendments. So someone who was very close to the environment, who saw the importance of so many things. And so if we could just take a moment of silence to remember President Bush. Thank you. You know, when I think about the president, I think about his so many accomplishments. He was an ambassador to China, and I talked about what he did with the Clean Air Act. But to me, the biggest example that he set was one of collaboration. And it's really why we're here today with all of you. It's to collaborate, it's to learn, it's to work collectively together so that as a whole, we're much stronger than we are individually and that we can benefit so many more people. As many of you know, we have unique challenges here in Southern California. Even though we're considered perhaps the 5th largest economy in the world, we have some of the worst air quality in the nation. And yet, our air quality has improved dramatically over the last several decades. But we still have a long way to go. And how are we going to do that? We have a number of challenges coming up. We have federal attainment, 8-hour ozone demonstration that we have to meet by 2023 and 2031. And we know that when you look at what's necessary in terms of the amount of reductions, and we're looking at NOx reductions, we know that we have to reduce it above and beyond what's currently in place by 45% and 55% respectively for 2023 and 2031. And I think we've had tremendous news here in the basin with the announcement that US EPA is going to be moving forward on a heavy-duty truck rule. And as you may or may not know, when we're looking at the NOx challenges here, nearly 80% of the challenge that we face is coming from those mobile sources, heavy-duty trucks. And yet we know that in time, the greatest amount of pollution is going to be coming from ocean-going vessels. And that's why it's so important that we're here today to talk about what are the opportunities that we see in some of the retrofit technologies, some of the opportunities that we see that we can work together to incentivize cleaner vessels. And so we have a plan. I know you're shocked, but our air quality management plan is the blueprint by which we believe we can come into attainment. And so how do we do that? How do we get those additional reductions that are necessary? And I believe that we do that through partnership, through collaboration. We have our partners with the ports of Long Beach, ports of Los Angeles. We know that freight goods movement, the transportation sector is integral to any of our efforts. And that's why we're so encouraged by US EPA's actions, and we'll be working closely with both the California Air Resources Board as well as US EPA to make sure that those standards are meaningful and provide great results for all of us. We know that we have to partner with our ports, but not just the ports here in the United States, but the ports in other areas throughout the world. So again, that collectively, through collaboration, we can leverage each of our individual resources and thereby gain greater benefit for a far greater number of people. So many of you know that we have a very extensive technology program here at the South Coast AQMD. We have Dr. Miyasato, who will be at the main table shortly, but he heads up our technology advancement group. And I think that we are second to none. Okay, well, maybe second to two other agencies, but second to none when it comes to local air agencies, and particularly when you look at technology development. And I think that when you look at the history of what we've done in terms of demonstration of new technology, whether it's a 0.02 gram per brake horsepower for NOx for natural gas engines, whether it's zero-emission vehicles, whether it's fuel cell vehicles, the district has really championed the use of technology. And it's through that technology that we see tremendous opportunity. Opportunity for not only the environmental benefits, but opportunity for economic growth and for economic benefit to all. So we are working with OEM manufacturers throughout the world, whether it be Volvo, whether it be Daimler, on additional projects. And I think it's these type of projects that will provide us with the basis for us to look forward. And as I recently said at a technology forum in Washington, D.C., when we're looking at the state of technology, we know what is possible. We know that zero-emission technology is possible. When we're looking at 0.2 standards for diesel engines, we have to think big. And we know that everybody's thinking big. And the challenge that we have is how do we accelerate the development and the deployment of those technologies so that we can all, again, realize those benefits, so that we can provide clean air and that everybody then has the benefit of healthy lives. So we know that that's going to be a tremendous challenge the world over. We know that with NOx, with air pollution, we suffer here in the Southland in California from a number of premature deaths, and we know that we can address that. We know that we have challenges, whether it's what we're dealing with criteria pollutants or whether we're dealing with climate change. The solutions that we're working on will help both. And the closer that we can get towards sustained use of renewable energy with zero emissions, the closer we will be to achieving our collective goals. And we can do it again with strong economic growth. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about those opportunities that we see today. But more importantly, we have to really look at those opportunities to collaborate. We're very fortunate to have representatives from all across the world, from China, that we see as a tremendous trading partner. And today you're going to hear from my colleagues, from my friends, in terms of the issues that we're working on and the opportunities that we see. And I hope that you look and that you listen to those opportunities and where you see the ability to partner with us to help expand what it is that we're trying to do, which is cleaner air for everyone, that you take advantage of those opportunities and participate with us. I know that there'll be many opportunities for that, and again, I look forward to seeing you all throughout the day and hearing about your many accomplishments and contributions to come. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Reese. Thank you.
So I'm going to introduce Dr. Philip Fine. He's a Deputy Executive Officer here at the District in Planning, my boss. And he's going to talk about some of the air quality challenges specifically that we're facing here in the district and the role that ocean-going vessel incentive programs could play in helping us meet our goals.
Thank you, Sarah, and welcome everyone, especially those of you who have come very long distances to be here today. I'll do this myself. We'll bring up the slides. I want to do a little bit of a deeper dive about what our air quality challenges are here locally and why a small little air district that's a little sliver of California is engaging in this issue that it really has global implications. So first of all, as Wayne mentioned, we're this small little air district, but we're not that small. As Wayne mentioned, California is the 5th largest economy in the world, but our area alone would be the 17th largest country in the world. By population, would be the 5th largest state. So, although we might look small on a map, we do have a lot of activity here and a lot of global influence. But we are a local air pollution control agency, but we're the largest of all the local air quality agencies in the country. We have about 17 million residents and over 10 million gasoline vehicles and over 300,000 on-road diesel trucks, which is another one of our biggest challenges. Our responsibilities are quite wide. We regulate emissions from stationary sources primarily, but when it comes to mobile sources, we have to be a little more creative because our authority isn't as great there. As Wayne mentioned, we develop plans to meet the US EPA national standards. We permit over 28,000 businesses. And we administer quite a bit of incentive funding, over between 100 and 200 million in recent years in incentive funding to accelerate the deployment of the cleanest technology. Sorry about that animation. So our challenge is, for a long time, we have suffered some of the worst air quality in the country and the world. And while we're no longer the worst in the world, we still have some of the worst air quality in the entire country. We have the worst ground level ozone problem in Southern California in the country, and the second worst when it comes to fine particulate matter. But we do have a history of very successful air quality programs and air quality improvements. When it comes to, at the EPA or CARB level, tighter standards on vehicles, on-road and off-road, cleaner fuels, lots of programs for existing vehicles and equipment, not just new sales, as well as incentive programs, as we mentioned. When it comes to stationary sources, we have by far the strictest controls and limits on our largest stationary sources, refineries, power plants, et cetera. When it comes to NOx emissions, SOx emissions, PM emissions, a lot of the volatile organic compound controls on consumer products and paints and other types of solvents were all developed here in Southern California. And we have very robust air toxic programs. And despite drastic population growth over the last several decades, and this can go back in time even further, and it's even more striking, we have been able to reduce emissions through these regulatory actions, through incentives, only because technology has advanced enough to allow us to deploy those cleaner technologies and take huge steps in reducing emissions through technology. You can also see here that things are starting to flatten out. A lot of the low-hanging fruit has already been picked. So as we've had these drastic NOx emissions and VOC emissions going back several decades, it's harder and harder to get additional reductions without those leapfrogs in technology that we're going to need. So I mentioned we have some of the worst air quality in the nation. We still are in non-attainment for 5 different federal standards, and this is what drives a lot of the work here we do at South Coast, is trying to meet these standards. I've just listed them here, but there's various ozone standards and PM 2.5 standards, various deadlines, various levels that we have to meet over the next decade or two. And the trends, as I mentioned, are positive. We are actually pretty close to meeting our PM 2.5 standards, as you can see in this chart. Last couple years have been a little bit tough with some of the potential changes in weather patterns that we've seen. Hopefully they're not permanent, but we were very close to meeting our PM 2.5 standards. But a lot of what's driving our planning efforts and a lot of our efforts is ozone, because we're much further away from meeting our ozone standards, as I'll mention in a moment. We are only one of 2 extreme non-attainment ozone areas in the country. This shows all the non-attainment areas, but only the blue are the extreme areas, and there's obviously stricter requirements for us because we're in those extreme non-attainment areas. This shows where our PM 2.5 problems are. We have a couple high levels in the downtown area, as well as inland, where we get a lot of the secondary particulate matter from the precursor gas emissions. As we project forward in the future, we're the only area that's going to have a problem meeting the PM 2.5 standard is that inland area as things clean up a little bit. But just with a few more measures, we think we can get there on PM 2.5. So as Wayne mentioned, the Air Quality Management Plan is our blueprint, required by federal and state law of how we're going to meet those standards. This is our 11th plan we have put together, and we know that this plan is necessary to meet the standards, but we don't want to lose sight of the benefits of improving air quality, which include avoiding over 1,600 premature deaths a year, fewer asthma-related emergency room visits, fewer hospital admissions, less lost days of work, lost days of school. We can monetize all these health benefits, and cumulatively over the lifetime of this plan through 2031, it's about $173 billion in cumulative benefits to our area, and the cost of the plan was estimated to be on the range of $15 billion. So obviously the benefits outweigh the costs, as is the case with most air quality efforts. The challenge is really highlighted in this slide. I showed reduced NOx emissions, and in the blue here you see kind of our business as usual, continuing to implement all our already adopted rules and regulations into the future through 2031. As you can see, we get significant reductions through programs that are already in place and regulations that are already in place, but it's not enough. We have to meet those orange bars in order to meet the ozone standards by 2023 and 2031, and it represents a 45% additional reduction below baseline in 2023 and then 55% in 2031. This is our dire need for NOx reductions, and we're only 4 or 5 years away from that 2023 deadline. Also know NOx does not just contribute to ozone, ground level ozone, it also contributes to PM 2.5, and when you look at where our PM 2.5 problem comes from, there's a lot of different sources. We can look at the chemical makeup of our particulate matter, and you can see here that about 23.7% of that is nitrate, and that all comes from NOx emissions. You add in the ammonia, about 30% is ammonium nitrate, and this is on an annual average basis, but when you look at our highest days and when you look at our 24-hour PM 2.5 standard, the ammonium nitrate can be over 50% of the makeup of that particulate. So when we get NOx reductions, we're also taking great strides towards meeting our PM 2.5 standards. So again, reducing NOx is the key to reducing those standards, but about 80% of our NOx emissions come from mobile sources. And as I mentioned before, as a local air district, we have very limited authority over those mobile sources. Most of that authority lies at the state and federal level. But what we do is we advance technology, but we also implement incentive programs to try to accelerate fleet turnover to the cleanest available technology that we have. So again, in 2023, we project about 271 tons a day of NOx emissions, but about 80% of that is from mobile sources. About 14% of that is from ocean-going vessels, and we'll dig into that in a little more detail. I mentioned incentive programs have been very successful and are actually the cornerstone of our plan to meet the standards in the coming years. Since 1998, we've spent about $1.5 billion in incentives, changed out over 22,000 pieces of equipment, reduced 17,000 tons of NOx, and 500 tons of direct PM, which doesn't count the other benefits of reducing NOx and other pollutants to PM. But again, as I mentioned, the 2016 AQMP anticipates the need for about $1 billion a year over the next 14 years in order to have enough incentive money to get enough NOx reductions to meet those standards. So diving into the ship emissions, when you look at the 2012, which was the base year for our last plan, ships and commercial boats were our third largest source of NOx. But when you look forward to 2023, they're actually going to be the number one source, the number one single source of NOx emissions. That's because for off-road equipment and heavy-duty diesel trucks, there are regulations already in place that through fleet turnover will be reducing emissions drastically in that time period. But ocean-going vessels, it's much, much slower before some of the newer IMO regulations and other activities are gonna yield fruit. So again, this is the role for incentives to bring forward some of those gains in technology, to deploy that technology early to meet some of our shorter-term deadlines. When we look at the ports as a whole, and all the emissions from the ports, including the trains and the trucks and the cargo handling equipment, about 50% of their NOx emissions are coming from ocean-going vessels. And because of the global nature of ocean-going vessels, it's one of those sources that's a little bit difficult to regulate your way out of, which is why we think incentives are the best short-term way to bring about some of these reductions. So there's a lot of existing control programs for ships. Obviously, IMO and US EPA has the Tier 3 standards for ECA areas for new ships. Air Resources Board has and will be working on amendments to at-berth regulations as well as low sulfur fuel regulation. And obviously the ports of LA and Long Beach, which handle about 40% of this nation's incoming container cargo, have their own incentive programs, their own clean air action plans, and we work very closely with them on those. There are other programs at our local ports and other ports, including vessel speed reduction programs, and other ports have incentive programs and different discounts based on the environmental state of the particular equipment or ships visiting. So there's a lot of programs out there, and one of the things we're going to talk about is how we might want to coordinate across the different ports a little better so we get more bang for the local dollar if we can coordinate some of these different types of programs. But there are challenges in controlling ship emissions. As I mentioned, it's a significant source of NOx. The IMO regulations on NOx will not provide the short-term benefits we need here in Southern California. We're not expecting a whole new wave of Tier 3 vessels anytime soon. Part of that is because a lot of keels were laid prior to that deadline in 2016. So those keels that were already laid are still eligible to be built to Tier 2 standards and still enter the environmental control areas. And so we still see those ships being built to Tier 2 standards rather than Tier 3 standards. That's one of the things we want to try to address. But again, those existing programs are longer term and don't address our immediate needs. So we need these new innovative incentive programs that can help bring about that change. So we're looking at incentives in three areas, and there could be overlap here. One is when there are Tier 3 vessels out there, how can we incentivize either rerouting or deployment to our area so we could see those benefits? Right now, there's very few, if any, Tier 3 vessels here are scheduled to come to the Southern California ports, but there are a few in existence. They tend to go to the European routes. How could we incentivize perhaps some rerouting and getting some of those vessels here? Again, those pre-2016 keels, when decisions are made to build those ships off those keels, how can we incentivize the decision and say, well, let's just build them to Tier 3, even though it wouldn't be required if these were planned to go to ecozones. But maybe incentives, financial incentives, can help that decision. And then more the subject of today's forum is retrofits, is how can we retrofit existing ships to be cleaner than Tier 2, maybe not all the way to Tier 3, but get some cost-effective benefits. And for most of what we see in terms of the magnitude of the ship emissions and the per dollar it would take to bring about some of these changes, this is one of the most cost-effective things we can do as a local air agency to reduce emissions in our basin. In order for these things to work, there's a lot of critical elements that have to come into play, and we're working on all these things. We need to identify that funding across not just our agency, but other agencies, other ports around the world and the Pacific Rim. And the more ports that participate in some of these programs, the further each of our individual dollars will go. We need participation of shipping lines, especially the ones that are frequent callers to the ports that share the ships that come to our ports. And whether we could get vessels to commit to that, and I know that's sometimes difficult, certain routing, or whether we need to, depending how the incentives are structured, that's something that needs to be worked out. And then again, we need a little bit more technology demonstration and verification of the retrofit technologies we're going to talk about today. So with that, it concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to Sarah to introduce the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Phil. I just want to have a note for folks in the audience as well as those following us on the webcast that our presentations, the majority of them are posted on our website under our Technology Forums tab. So if you want to take a look at those presentations, they're available for your review. And with that, I'd like to introduce Penny McDaniel. She's the director of the U.S.-China Green Ports and Vessels Initiative at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and she's going to talk more on international clean vessels, different incentives and programs and collaborations that are out there.
That's quite a distance up here. Good morning and welcome, and thank you to the South Coast AQMD for hosting this event. It's good to see a lot of very familiar faces in the audience and a lot of old friends. I am really honored to be here. I think the efforts underway at this forum are very much in need, and you heard from the speakers so far this morning that there is probably not going to be a lot of these cleaner Tier 3 vessels coming into our ports anytime in the near future. So anything we can do to help in a collaborative way to reduce the emissions from the vessels that are coming into the ports here and coming into ports around the Pacific Rim is greatly needed. And I think just to echo the past speakers, it is really going to take a collaborative and cooperative approach, I think, to do that. So what I wanted to do today is not talk about our US EPA regulations. What I really do want to talk about is just to provide a broad overview of the variety of incentives that are actually available globally in different countries, just as some examples, and of course at some ports, just to give a sense of different rating systems that help advance the introduction of cleaner vessels around the world. Because there are a lot of tools, a lot of programs that are already out there, that are already in existence, that we can all draw from to create something that is more robust in terms of incentive programs around the world, so that we can get more cleaner vessels here. So this is just a quick outline of the topics that I'll be covering here. Some coverage of industry-initiated green shipping incentive schemes around the world, some third-party schemes. Some examples of country-specific green shipping incentive schemes. Very brief overview of some port-specific clean vessel incentive programs, because you're going to, I think, hear a bit about that today later on. And then I would like to focus a little bit of my time at the end on some collaborative efforts that are ongoing. And you'll hear from South Coast on the Clean Vessel Incentive Program more specifically, so I'm not going to do much coverage on that topic. So this is quite small, and I'm glad these presentations are on the website so you can actually expand it and look at it and actually click on the links to find out more information. But this is really just to provide you with a sense of the various types of industry-initiated third-party green shipping incentive rating schemes that are available now. And some are in broader use than others, but suffice it to say, a lot of thought has gone into developing these incentive rating schemes for cleaner vessels. And many ports around the world and many vessel operators and cargo owners are actually adopting some of these rating schemes to get financial incentives and preferential treatment and things like that when they go into ports. So there's a lot to draw from, and that's the main purpose of me going over this today. The first one I just wanted to touch on is the Environmental Ship Index. That is a very widely adopted rating scheme. It essentially provides a reduction in port dues or tonnage charges for registered vessels, registered ocean-going vessels. And it focuses on the reduction of NOx, SOx, PM, and greenhouse gases, and is something that is really striving for below average emission reductions relative or compared to the standards set by IMO. And there are a number of ports around the world that have adopted the ESI and that offer that up to attract cleaner vessels and give incentives of a variety of sorts to attract those cleaner vessels. And you can see here that many countries around the world have actually adopted this incentive program, and our own ports here in Los Angeles also use this Environmental Shipping Index. Currently, maybe a bit dated on this data, about a year old, but about over 7,000 ocean-going vessels, that's about 8% of the world's commercial fleet, have adopted the ESI or have an ESI rating. The total number of ports, as you can see here, the total is about 47. That may have increased, but that's approximate. And many of these ports are actually in Western Europe, where this sort of incentive scheme was born. But we do have some, as I mentioned, representation here, just in our own ports here in the South Coast. The second scheme is the Clean Shipping Index, CSI. Focuses a little bit broader on all of the usual suspects, the criteria pollutants, the greenhouse gases, but also on chemicals and water and ballast. It's a vessel scoring system, and vessels can choose to register. All of these are voluntary, by the way. Vessels can choose to register. It's an online tool provided for ship and cargo owners and forwarders that are seeking capacity on vessels. They can look at the CSI score and say, hey, I want to ship my goods on this cleaner vessel, and I want to use that in my marketing, for example. So it's another option. The CSI has about 30 affiliate cargo owners, 74 affiliate shipping companies, and more than 2,200 ships have the CSI rating thus far. The Green Award Program, or rating scheme, is quite broad. Focuses on the usual suspects, and water ballast, anti-fouling, ship breaking practices. So it's much broader, looking at a lot of other environmental impacts, if you will, of vessels. Shipping in sensitive areas, water and safety as well. This is designed as an incentive to encourage these large ocean-going vessels to improve environmental protection overall, safety, by certifying that ships are clean and safe to certain levels using their own scheme. Let's see. It is basically can be used by ports for financial or non-financial benefits. Many ports are offering a discount on port dues for vessels that have a green award recognition associated with their vessels. About 900 ships so far, maybe a little more now, have been certified as green award ships, with about 1/3 of those actually are ocean-going vessels, and about 2/3 are these inland vessels around the world. About 34 ports offer reduced port dues for vessels that carry the Green Award certificate. RightShip is another one. They're focused primarily on greenhouse gases. And it is it's a system that actually automatically provides a rating for any ocean-going vessel that has their information is registered in the IHS Fair Play database, and it is automatically calculated a rating. And so about 76,000 vessels thus far have been captured by this rating scheme. And that represents about 82% of the total number of ocean-going vessels worldwide, but mixed in with that are some a variety of types: tankers, bulk carriers, cargo ships, obviously container ships, cruise ships, and actually some ferries as well. And so the interesting part about this scheme is that it doesn't really wait for a vessel or a company to come to it to register. It's automatically done based on the data that's provided in IHS Fair Play. Clean Cargo Working Group. I think many of you are probably familiar with this group. It's basically it's a industry industry or business-to-business sort of leadership initiative. It involves, some pretty major brands, some major cargo carriers and freight forwarders, and their, goal is really dedicated to reducing environmental impacts of the global goods movement. They are focusing mostly on greenhouse gases. There are about 50 members of the Clean Cargo Working Group, representing about 85% of the global container cargo capacity, and they are focused on the greenhouse gas reductions as their primary target. This last one is not necessarily a global rating scheme, but it's all focused on North America thus far. It's the Green Marine Incentive Scheme, and it's focused, as you can see here, on a variety of environmental outcomes. And it's a certification program, again, at this point for North American marine industry participants, ship owners, ports, seaway corporations, terminals, shipyards, and the like. Okay, just moving on briefly here, we have some countries have taken it upon themselves to advance emission reductions by offering incentives or by, imposing taxes and things like that to incentivize cleaner vessels that come into their countries. Norway, a very famous incentive program offered by the country of Norway. It's called the NOx Fund. It's a reduction focused on NOx reductions, and it's paid forward with a tax or fee on all sectors emitting NOx. There's about 106 ships. The NOx Fund has actually been the main driver for use of LNG vessels in Norway, but also for the installation of NOx aftertreatment technologies on vessels in Norway that come into Norway. About 106 ships were powered with LNG worldwide as of end of 2017, and there were about 115 ships on order at that point. 57 of those 106 ships were actually in Norway, so it was a big driver for the LNG vessel production, if you will, in the country of Norway. In Sweden, they have had an environmental differentiated fairways due sort of an incentive scheme. It initially focused on NOx and SOx, when the emission control areas in the European ECAs, or SECAs at the time, kicked in, went into effect. They removed the SOx incentive and just focused on NOx. This, again, is just a differentiation in fairway dues that are charged by vessels that come into ports in Sweden. They have a formula that looks at, what is basically the harm caused by the emissions from the vessel as they calculate it, and then there's an assessment or a fairway due assessed based on that. And then they, as of 2017, the end of 2017, the NOx portion of this was also sort of ceased. But the program overall was replaced with the CSI program that I mentioned on the previous slide. Singapore also has, they have quite a bit going on there. Pretty robust program called the Maritime Green Initiative. It's a sort of a 3-program incentive scheme focusing on green ships, green ports, and a green technology. And under the green ship program, they offer a reduction in fees and port fees. They offer rebates on their annual tonnage tax for cleaner ships that come and operate within Singapore. The Green Port Program, again, offers a reduction in port dues based on the cleanliness, if you will, of the vessel. And then they also have a technology advancement sort of program, similar to what South Coast here offers. It's only for Singapore registered vessels, however, but there is a commitment by the government there of about 100 million Singaporean dollars over 5 years to advance greener vessel technologies within the country of Singapore. So I'm not going to go into any detail really on these. I just wanted to give you just a sense of the variety of incentive schemes that are adopted by different ports, and this is not comprehensive at all, just to give you a flavor. And I think we'll hear from Heather from Port of Long Beach about what's happening at Port of Long Beach for their incentive program there. But suffice it to say, there are a number that recognize incentive schemes. I think a lot of this has to do with how we all coordinate around how these incentive schemes are taken advantage of, or knowledge of the incentive schemes by the shipping industry. And that leads me to my second half of my presentation, which is what's happening, what are we doing in a collaborative way to try to advance these different schemes, these different knowledge about how different incentive programs have been rolled out around the world, what worked, what hasn't worked, and trying to tailor that to different parts of the world. I do want to mention the U.S.-China Green Ports and Vessels Initiative. It is a bilateral U.S. and China collaboration to advance green ports and vessels. We look at everything from the shore side to the ship side, knowledge exchange, expertise exchanges, and we have a delegation actually here today that's here with us to participate in this forum today. So it's been a very fruitful bilateral collaboration between the U.S. and China to advance emission reductions in a very significant way so far, in ways that helps both countries. So I wanted to just highlight that a little bit. I am going to spend most of my time on this second one, and then you're going to hear more about the third one, I think, later on here from South Coast. The second one is an international collaboration on ship emission reductions. This is something that is really being spearheaded by our partners up in Canada at the Port of Vancouver. So we have a quite good leadership up there that's been, I'm sure you all can imagine, wrangling ports from around the world and stakeholders and transportation authorities and environmental authorities and NGOs, and getting them all together to the table to try to come up with some way to advance the availability of information in a way that is accessible to the vessel industry, the cargo industry, the port industry, so that all those various incentive schemes and information about them, and the various incentive programs that are being offered by ports around the world, and various environmental infrastructure, shore power, LNG bunkering, emissions capture systems, things like that. What sort of technologies, what sort of a green infrastructure is actually available at ports, and bringing that all together into one portal, if you will. That is the ultimate idea, and we hope to be able to do that together in a collaborative way. That is more or less what I just talked about. We do think that if vessels and the industry has access to information, it's easily accessible. It's not on one web page and then another web page and all over the place. It can really facilitate the adoption of incentives, the adoption of clean vessel incentive rating schemes, or the participation in those, so that we can maximize the clean vessels that go to the areas that have these incentives offered. So that is the ultimate goal, so that we can get more cleaner ships to the ports that offer the incentives, and just overall cleaner ships in the global fleet. Oh, thanks. Thank you. So, as I'd mentioned, this is a collaboration that has really been spearheaded by our partners up in the Vancouver port. This is just a brief kind of status of what we have pulled together as a group thus far. We have quarterly teleconference calls. I think probably many of you, or some of you, have actually been on some of those calls. And if you're interested in participating on those calls, I'm going to give you Christine Rigby's contact information at the Port of Vancouver, and you can contact her directly. You can also talk to me, but she is the main coordinator on this. And that's really just about information sharing, what's going on, what's the state of technology, what's the state of regulatory play, what are the incentives, what sort of engagements are coming up where we can advance this idea and get the word out, and also get more participation. We have pulled together a project team whose role is to provide guidance we have a consultant on board now, and who's helping sort of provide support in terms of what this phase one product will actually look like, and whether or not we actually go on to a phase two. Some of those phase one activities are listed here. We have formed an advisory group. It's a very a large cross-section of the stakeholder groups. South Coast, AQMD, and ARB are all on that advisory group. We have done some sort of stakeholder mapping. We've finished that process thus far. Who are the people and the entities and the organizations that are needed to feed into the development of this project? We are currently working on developing some survey questions for the industry, and probably will be doing some interviews as part of that survey process, to get a better sense of what is needed from the industry. That's critical. We cannot do this without the input of the folks who are actually using or would take advantage of incentives. So we're in the process of getting some surveys completed, and then we plan to put those out in the near future and do some follow-up interviews on that front. We're also developing a landing page, a website basically about this effort, so that we can, not just have us come out here and talk about it, you can actually go and see what it looks like on the website. So that's coming soon. And then we hope to be able to finalize a proposal for what this may look like in phase two. which if we are successful here in phase 1, which we hope to be, we will launch a phase 2 in probably later 2019 timeframe, depending on funding and things like that. And that will hopefully result in the real product, the actual web face or database, whatever it's going to be, that would be made available to provide this information in a consolidated area for use by the stakeholders. This is Christine Rigby's contact information. She's extremely wonderful to work with and would love to hear from you. So if you're interested in this effort and joining us and participating in the calls, just learning, please do contact her. She would love to hear from you. And on that, I would like to cede my time and turn it over to the next speaker. So thank you.
Okay. Great, thanks, Penny. I would just like to introduce now Bonnie Soriano. She's from the California Air Resources Board, so that's the agency, the state agency responsible for air quality in the state of California, and she's a branch chief with the Freight Activity Branch. She's going to talk about California-specific regulations on ocean-going vessels and incentive programs.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the South Coast Air Quality Management District for inviting us and also for developing this forum and bringing a lot of really engaged and smart people out there, I see. And so we're just happy to be here and be able to talk about the programs that we have. So these are the things that I'll talk about today. I'm going to talk just real briefly about some of our freight strategies. I'm really going to focus on ocean-going vessels because we're not here just to talk about broad freight strategies. We have existing programs for ocean-going vessels that I'll talk about real briefly. Talk about vessel control technology, which is really the reason that we're here today, and then incentive programs and projects. And finally, kind of as a theme that we see running through this this meeting today is how can we collaborate? And so how can we push these measures forward and collaborate so we can leverage all of our efforts? So first I'll talk about our just broad freight strategies. And so the Air Resources Board has been involved in developing measures for freight strategies for a long time. We have developed strategies for just all the sectors of freight, including trucks at the ports, trucks, on road, ships. As I mentioned, we have a number of programs for ocean-going vessels or ships. I call them kind of interchangeably, locomotives, other equipment at the ports. Under our branch, we do cargo handling equipment also. And then we also, under our branch, we do hovercraft. And in fact, yesterday we just had our kickoff workshop for amendments to our hovercraft regulation. And so this slide shows that the work that we have done over the last, how many years is that? 13, 15 years have been very effective in reducing the potential cancer risk at the ports. We have reduced cancer risk, and that's essentially from diesel PM, by 80 to 85% at the largest seaports. There have been really many players involved in this achievement. The state government, the federal government, ports, air districts, the communities, and I'd also really like to recognize the achievements by industry, because without industry that implements these regulations and sees that they are successful, we would have not, have made these gains. So I just want to take an opportunity to do that. So at our 2017, at a March 2017 board meeting, our board directed us to achieve additional reductions from the freight sector, including marine. And so as a result of that, we came back to the board in March of 2018, and we had done a scoping evaluation so that we could basically prioritize our efforts for the next maybe 5 years. And so within that scoping evaluation, we looked at the contributions of different sectors to risk at the ports. And this was for the Port of LA and Port of Long Beach. And so what we saw in 2016, that really ships, kind of the same thing I think you saw earlier, that ships and hovercraft and locomotives, those were the 3 largest sources for diesel PM. And we have made a lot of strides in the trucks and the on-port equipment, and those have reduced significantly. And so now it just shows that even in 2023, with activity held constant and no growth, but it does represent all fleet turnover and the regulations in place, that we are still getting reductions, but those reductions are starting to level out. And that, again, this hovercraft and the ships and the locomotives are the 3 largest sources at the ports. And so what that shows to us is that there is additional room for reductions, additional opportunity. And so we use this information really to develop a plan that we presented to our board. And so I think this is kind of a common theme that we've been talking about today, is that, in order to get reductions from ocean-going vessels, ships, use the term interchangeably, it's really going to take a suite of approaches. We're looking at, reductions from all the pollutants, NOx, PM, diesel PM, SOx, and greenhouse gases. We believe that more shore power is important here in the states to get additional reductions, or here in our state, but we also think that more shore power in the nation and more shore power internationally is really going to increase the momentum. It's going to make that shore power equipment more cost effective so that vessels can use it along the whole route. And so we believe that that's an important factor. We are also really, I think this is an area for collaboration, believe that there could be tighter standards at IMO, both for NOx, and there is no PM standard currently at IMO, so we believe that there could be more work and advocacy done there. We, of course, would like to bring the cleaner vessels to California, Tier 3, as they come into the fleet. Onboard technologies and engine technology is important. It can be used wherever that vessel goes, so it's not just used in California, it could be used everywhere. And finally, and I think this is something that you'll see throughout my presentation, is we believe that to best leverage these control technologies, or whatever technology is using, that if we can use sort of uniform and rigorous test standards, we can get the best leverage between, so if we test a piece of a control technology over here, we have a rigorous and demonstrated emission reduction, that then it could be also used over here. So we think that that's important. Okay, so now just real briefly, I'm going to talk about 2 of our existing programs. And so we have a ocean-going vessel clean fuel regulation, and then we have the at-berth regulation. And so the at-berth, some of you call it cold ironing, some of you call it shore power. I'll probably call all of those as we go through the presentation. Just kind of depends on, which slide I'm at. And so first I'm going to talk about the clean fuel regulation. And so this rule has been in existence since 2009 was our first implementation date. And it requires cleaner distillate fuel on ocean-going vessels as they come into the 24 nautical mile zone off of the California coast. It applies to both U.S. flagged vessels and foreign flagged vessels. And it was phased in I believe, three series of increasingly reduced sulfur levels, and now we're at 1% sulfur distillate fuel. And the difference between our regulation and the ECA is that our regulation requires a distillate fuel, where with the ECA you can use a 0.1 sulfur fuel. It doesn't have to be distillate. So there's a little bit of difference there. We believe that the experience that we gained in implementing our clean fuel rule was really essential in helping the ECA and the implementation issues that go with, changing fuel for a fleet of equipment. So this rule has been effective. We enforce it with our enforcement division, our California Enforcement Division, and from their records, we've shown that the compliance rate has been very good. It's been 97% compliant, which is really excellent. We believe that being able to enforce it using our enforcement staff, where we actually we can go out on the vessels and pull samples and then analyze the samples. We believe that that's been really important in the compliance for this regulation. And in terms of emission reductions, we have gotten really excellent reductions. So this is kind of an average over the course of between 2009 and 2015, but we've had reductions in 16 tons per day of diesel PM, 12 tons per day of NOx, and 148 tons per day of SOx. And so really the SOx, which also influences particulate, it's been quite a huge reduction in SOx, and that's from going from the really heavy sulfur fuels to this cleaner distillate. So now I'll talk about the at-birth regulation. And so you'll hear me talk about an existing regulation and a new regulation. And so what we're in the process of doing at this point is we are developing a new regulation which will take the place when we adopt the new regulation, bring it to the board and adopt it, will take the place of the existing regulation. And so, you'll hear me talk about both existing and new. But for the existing regulation, vessels, when they are at berth, either have to plug in or they have to use what we call a CARB-approved technology. So it's either, it could be, for example, a shore-based shore power, it can be shore power system, or it can be actually any control that is shown to be 80%, achieve 80% reductions. And so this requirement is at these 6 ports. It also was phased in over the years at 50% at 2014, 70% at 2017, and it goes to 80% in 2020. It applies currently to container vessels, refrigerated cargo vessels, and cruise vessels. So under this regulation, there are requirements for NOx and for diesel PM. However, when the vessel's shore power, there is a significant reduction in greenhouse gases. So it's also a very effective greenhouse gas reduction measure. So the achievements of this regulation: there have to date been about 10,000 shore power visits. 23 terminals and 63 berths are shore power ready, and over 200 vessels have been retrofitted with shore power. 2 alternatives, which are the barge-based capture and control systems, have been approved and are in operation. And based on, again, our enforcement division and compliance estimates, we believe that we have achieved 3.5 tons per day of NOx on average and 21.5 tons per year of diesel. So as I had mentioned, in 2017, our board did direct us to achieve additional reductions so that we could provide additional public health benefits. And this is also in line with the Assembly Bill 617, which requires or encourages and requires additional reductions in toxics for communities that are disadvantaged and heavily burdened by pollution. And so based on that, we are bringing a new regulation to our board in 2019. We've had at least, I'm looking at Angela, at least 2 rounds of workshops for this regulation, and so you'll see ongoing work. It's an iterative process to develop a regulation, and so as we go through this process, we continue to work with industry. But what the proposal at this point, and it's a draft, is that we are going to, again, include the vessel types that are already included, but then bring in smaller fleets that weren't included in the existing rule. We are going to include ro-ros and auto carriers, which we are proposing to bring into the regulation in 2025. And we're going to bring in tankers, which have not been subject to the rules we're going to phase them in. We're still working on this implementation, but currently we're talking about phasing them in 2025 and 2031. And so the question I think I get asked is, how do we involve these alternative control technologies? This regulation is developed in such a way that you can either use shore power or you can use a CARB-approved control strategy that gets at least 80% reductions. And so there's definitely a place here for alternative controls, and so the regulation has provisions for that. And we have had, for this regulation, we've had a lot of stakeholder engagement. We've had, as I said, a number of workshops. We have online currently, we posted our draft health risk assessment for the Port of Richmond and the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach. It's currently on our website so folks can look at it, they can comment. We plan to release our inventory, our draft inventory, in a week or so, and so it will be available also. Okay, so here's really, I think, what we came here to talk about is vessel control technology. And so earlier in 2018, the Air Resources Board published a draft technology assessment, and this is a picture of what the draft looks like. I believe that Angela may have brought a few copies of it, and so it's also posted on our web, and I'll give you at the end, I think, our web page for that. And so, of course, what I think most of you already know, we saw that there are challenges for ocean-going control technology. First, these technologies require significant investment. Sometimes, because of the fleet that visits California, we don't always have as much momentum as we would hope to have because it's a small portion of the global fleet. Ocean-going vessels have a long lifespan, which means they have a really low turnover. So if you're looking for turnover to cleaner engines, it's a difficult challenge here because these vessels are in service for so long. They have high energy requirements, especially on their propulsion engines. They have complex equipment, complex standards, and complex requirements, which you've seen here. They have international requirements, we have state requirements, there are federal requirements. And of course, the equipment operates in a marine environment, which is a challenging environment. So in this report, we looked at these different items for each of the control technologies. We looked at suitability and the operational infrastructure needs, the economics and the readiness for commercial deployment, emissions reductions, and the next steps to deployment. And the findings include that, again, we need additional reductions from at berth, and that there are technologies, shore power, and these capture and control systems that we can meet those zero and near zero targets. We need stricter IMO standards. significant reductions are possible as technology is advancing, including both engine technology and control technology, and that we need additional research and demonstrations to identify and develop the most promising technologies. Oop, went too far. Okay, here we go. So this is kind of a practical slide. This is a practical concern, is that we really believe at the Air Resources Board that, that it's important how these technologies are demonstrated and evaluated. We believe that uniform methods of evaluation are important, because those will provide an opportunity to use these control technologies for different programs and having established the reductions instead of having to establish them for every program. We believe that we need to use robust and uniform test protocols, and we have developed one ourselves. I'm not saying that this one is the one that has to be used, but we saw that in early development and working with the Port TAP program and working with UC Riverside to do emissions testing, that we needed a uniform protocol. And so we developed this in 2012. I think it could probably be updated, but we use it generally for most of our testing, and it's also the foundational protocol that we use to for the at-birth alternative control testing. We also believe that we need additional testing programs. We need additional emissions data. We need to establish what the reductions are for this various equipment. We are planning to test Tier 2 and hopefully Tier 3 vessel. And then we're also planning to test some additional boilers. And I just did want to point out here that boilers are an additional opportunity to achieve NOx reductions. We don't have a lot of information about their emission factors, and so I think the more information we get about boilers is important. Okay, so incentive programs. As you saw from Penny's presentation, there are a number of incentive programs. The state has some additional incentive programs, and often these programs are run in partnership with air districts and ports, and they generally have a cost-sharing element from industry and from control technology manufacturers. I'm going to just show you a few examples. This is not exhaustive, but just as an idea of the types of programs. There we go. The types of programs that have been funded. So incentives are really critical to either achieve additional reductions beyond the regulatory requirements, which I think is what we've been discussing here today, and also provide investments for new technology to be developed and demonstrated. And so, for example, the California Low Carbon Transportation Funding, which is funded by the Cap and Trade Proceeds Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. These are a couple of projects that have received funding. One is the ShoreCat system, which is a shore-based capture and control for at-berth vessels. And then there's, I don't know if you've heard the term ZANZEF, but there's a ZANZEF project, which is an SCR for vessels so that they can meet the Tier 3 emission standards. Prop 1B Goods Movement is a program that has replaced a significant number of pieces of equipment and developed technologies. It's in its pretty much final stages. Most of the funds have been committed to this point, but it was really helpful in providing funding for 37 shore power installations. And also it has helped, for example, fund a Bay Area project, which is a barge-based capture and control system. And so that's being developed for auto carriers or roll-on, roll-off vessels. And so we'll demonstrate that technology that's been used for container vessels for a different class of vessels. So here are 4 of our incentive programs that have funding available. And so I have given you the websites for these 4. The low carbon transportation, as I mentioned, that's a greenhouse gas reduction fund money. Carl Moyer is an ongoing program that a lot of hovercraft vessels have used for retrofit, so it's available for certain ocean-going vessel projects. We have AB 617 funding, which is going to be delivered primarily through Carl Moyer type programs, and so it's also available. And then we have the Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Fund. And so one thing I'd like to point out here is that all of these programs have their own set of requirements. So what I'd like to say is that I'm not going to give you a list of all those requirements, but for interest, we can definitely point you to the program manager for those incentive funds, and so that you can get basically the information in its robust and complete form. So, how can we collaborate? Or this is really a summary of what I've said throughout this whole presentation. And so really, we believe that we can collaborate by bringing shore power to California, to the national stage, to the international stage, and that really requires standardization of equipment, standardization of connections. We believe that we need additional work on onboard vessel emission control technology and testing, as I mentioned, tighter IMO standards, incentives for vessels on this, as we're talking about these incentives that can be used at different points in the route so that vessels can use equipment and make it be more cost effective. Funding for technology demonstration, development, deployment, and also engagement with engine makers so that we can introduce more of this engine technology, and that would then enhance what's available for the international standards. So with that, I'd again like to thank South Coast for inviting us to participate. I'd like to thank all of you for being here so that we can put our heads together and figure out, what the best path is for collaboration. Here is my contact, and also Angela Chandes, who's the manager of the section that is handling both the new at-birth regulation, and she oversees also the California Clean Fuel regulation. So with that, thank you, and I guess we'll take questions later.
Great, thanks very much, Bonnie. So you've heard a bunch from different governmental entities this morning. We're now going to turn this over to have some discussion from our local ports. Heather Tomley from the Port of Long Beach, and then Tim DeMoss from the Port of Los Angeles. They're going to give us an overview of OGV emission reduction strategies that are ongoing at the ports.
Good morning. I'm Heather Tomley with the Port of Long Beach, and Chris Cannon, I think, is listed on the agenda. I'll be putting on my best Chris Cannon disguise about halfway through the presentation, so you'll get a chance to see him too. He's actually, I want to point out, we do have our Port of Long Beach and Port of Los Angeles staff here, and Tim DeMoss is with me to help handle all of the hard questions during the roundtable later. But Chris is actually in London, I believe, talking with IMO about the Environmental Shipping Index program right now. So he's actually out doing the good work relevant to the things that we're talking about today. So this is work that both ports take very seriously and are very engaged in a lot of these efforts to reduce emissions across the board from all of the sources. Vessels are, in particular, a major challenge for us, and working with the international organizations, working with the shipping lines and the industry is a big part of what we do. This is a partnership between the two ports that we've both been engaged in for many years, for over a dozen years now. The two ports have worked very collaboratively in sharing best practices, working together on developing programs and establishing goals. And it's work that we are continuing on under the Clean Air Action Plan update that our boards recently adopted about a year ago now, where we've outlined additional strategies going forward. So the two ports, while we're landlords, we are not the operators, we are not the owners of the equipment. We lease out property to the operators. While we are not the ones actively engaged in the day-to-day operations, we still embrace our responsibility to work with the industry and to facilitate the emission reductions that are needed to improve community health and improve air quality. And so this is work that we're continuing on. So a lot of what I'll be talking about this morning are some of the specific strategies and technology demonstrations that we're involved with to help meet those goals. Each year, the ports do annual emissions inventories so that we can have good information about the emissions that are being produced by the different operations, so that we can have an understanding over time about different trends that are involved with the operations and the sources that are operating, so that we can evaluate where our programs are being most effective and where we have continued challenges that we need to continue to focus our efforts going forward. So we do have good information that we have been tracking since the early 2000s, and really on an annual basis since 2005. We've been producing these inventories. One of the things that is an interesting trend with ocean-going vessels is the move to larger ships. So what we've seen in our inventory since 2005 is that while container throughput is up 19%, we actually have a significant reduction in the number of container ship calls that are bringing that cargo. The container ship calls are down 25%, while the amount of cargo has gone up. So the amount of containers per call has increased 58%. So this is an effort within the industry that shows some opportunities that the industry has captured with looking for opportunities to improve efficiencies and move more containers with less ship moves. Also, comparing back to 2005, we've seen significant emission reductions from all of the port sources across the board. And this is a reflection of, Bonnie talked about it very well, that this really is a partnership of a lot of different organizations coming together and looking for ways that we can improve our practices and reduce the emissions across the board. So the ports have been involved with our Clean Air Action Plan activities and working with the industry since 2006 on a formal basis. But the industry has been involved with looking at ways that they can continue to improve their operations. The regulatory agencies have been developing regulations focused on ways that they can cost-effectively reduce emissions. So as a result, we've had really significant improvements across the board in emission reductions from all of the port sources. And all of this is while cargo throughput has increased. Since 2005, we've seen TEUs up at both ports 19%. So while we had one of our busiest years last year, we were still able to maintain these really significant levels of emission reductions compared back to 2005. But we also recognize that this is not enough, that we need to do more, and so we do have a lot of focused attention going forward for how we can continue to build and maintain these reductions that we've seen. Another important thing to look at within the data is the source of those emissions and what are the contributions, where are those emissions coming from. And this chart really clearly shows the significant contribution from ocean-going vessels across all of the pollutants. So you'll see that for diesel particulate matter and NOx, about half of the emissions are coming from the ships. For sulfur oxides, it's even with the low sulfur fuel, we're seeing almost all of the sulfur emissions are coming from the vessels. CO2, one thing I want to mention about this, because this may look a little bit odd on the chart, that vessels are not the largest contributor to greenhouse gases as well, but the emissions inventory that we do is for emissions that occur within the South Coast Air Basin. So we're tracking activity 200 nautical miles off of the coast. We're tracking within the 4-county region to the edge of the South Coast Air Basin, and so it's tracking the trucks and the trains to the first point of rest or to the basin boundary. So within that 200 nautical mile range over the ocean, we're looking at the vessel emissions in that range. If you were to track the entire voyage, you would be looking at a different pie chart or a different bar graph with the breakdown. But within that domain, vessels are about a third of the carbon dioxide equivalents, but still a significant contributor. So what I wanted to touch on today are some of the different activities that the ports specifically are involved with. And we're looking at a variety of different strategies and working with the different partners to address emissions from vessels. Vessels are challenging, and again, for some of the reasons that the panelists brought up, that they have very long lives, they operate globally, they're very expensive assets, and there's not a lot of technology options that have been able to be practically implemented. And so we need a variety of different strategies to try to address emissions from vessels. The ports, because we aren't regulators, because we aren't operators, we've been able to focus a lot on incentive programs and ways that we can work with the industry on a voluntary basis to try to influence the adoption of technologies or operations to reduce emissions. We've also been involved with our technology advancement program and helping to work with technology manufacturers on developing and testing new technologies, and then partnering with the regulatory agencies, seeking grant funding opportunities, and working with the agencies on the development of regulations targeted at these sources. One of the areas that the ports were involved in early on in development of an incentive program was for the adoption of low sulfur fuel for vessels. Prior to the state regulation that Bonnie mentioned in 2009, I think you mentioned is when it came into effect. Prior to that, the ports were interested in working with the shipping lines on ways that we could help them to work through the processes of the fuel switching procedures and to take away at least one part of the risk, which was the financial risk associated with doing that fuel switch. So the ports provided incentive funding to cover that cost differential for the fuel switch prior to when the regulation came into effect. There were a lot of concerns by the industry. Ships engineers were very concerned about incompatibility with lube oils and with engines stalling out. There wasn't a lot of standard practice that had been done with doing fuel switches. So the ports provided funding early on and increased the incentives that we offered up to 150% of the cost differential prior to when the regulation came into effect, to really try to get the industry to work on that fuel switch before it became a requirement. Once the state regulation came into effect, our incentive program sunset, and now we have the ECA, the Emission Control Area, which is a requirement within North America that requires the use of low sulfur fuel out to 200 nautical miles off of the coast. But this is an example of a partnership or an area where the ports provided facilitation to move towards the emission reductions that we wanted to see in advance of the regulations, working cooperatively with the industry. And it's these types of incentive programs that have been helpful and effective for the industry and for the ports. Another great example of this is our vessel speed reduction program, which started initially as a voluntary program back in 2001 as a collaborative effort between multiple different parties, including the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association, the California Air Resources Board, AQMD, the Ports, Marine Exchange. Lots of different parties came together and looked at ways, evaluating different opportunities for emission reductions, and slowing the ships down really rose to the top as a near-term, cost-effective opportunity to reduce emissions from vessels. So this started as a voluntary program in 2001, starting in 2005 at the Port of Long Beach, and I believe in 2007 at the Port of LA. We adopted incentive programs to encourage greater participation in these programs. And these programs have been incredibly successful. On a purely voluntary basis, we're now seeing more than 95% of all calls slowing down to 12 knots within 20 nautical miles of the ports, and over 90% participating out to 40 nautical miles. This is an extremely cost-effective program in reducing nitrogen oxide emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and so this has been a really successful program that again highlights a real partnership between all of the different parties in finding cost-effective, practical solutions for reducing emissions. One other area that the ports have been providing incentive programs is for the encouraging calls by the cleanest ships with the cleanest engine technologies to call at these ports. And the ports have taken slightly different approaches to implementing these programs, but our goals are consistent in what we're aiming to achieve. On the Port of Long Beach side, we have our Green Ship program, which provides incentives for calls by vessels that meet Tier 2 engine standards or Tier 3 engine standards. For vessels with Tier 2 equivalent emissions, we provide $2,500 per call, and for ships that meet the Tier 3 engine standards, they can receive $6,000 per call. Similarly, on the LA side, they have adopted a partnership in the Environmental Ship Index program, which Penny mentioned. This is an international program that provides scores for vessels based off of their emission performance, and they have an incentive program structured around providing incentives based off of the score for those ships. They've seen really significant increases in participation in this program, and again, providing these incentives is a way to try to encourage calls by these cleanest ships. That said, this is a real opportunity for international collaboration and partnership because the amount of funding that we can provide on an incentive basis just by our individual ports is not really enough to drive alternative ship deployments within this service. And so what we really need to do is take advantage of the partnerships like Penny mentioned with the Port of Vancouver and all of the international ports that are involved with looking at ways that we can partner and collaborate on incentives that can a ship that operates in a certain service could pick up incentives at multiple different stops along that service route. And so that might be enough to tip the deployment of different ships in that service if they can gain incentives at multiple locations. There have been a lot of discussions, and I think AQMD will be providing more information later today about the partnerships that they're hoping to establish with ports over in China to help build on the incentive programs that we have here. This really will be an international challenge and something that we all need to come together to try to route these cleanest ships into this service. And so we're looking forward to working with the partnerships on developing that going forward. The challenge that we have is that Tier 3 vessels really aren't expected to be deployed into this service. The forecasts that we've done for the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles show that Tier 3 vessels really won't be deployed in this service in any significant number until the 2040s. And that's a long way off, and there's a lot of emission reductions that we would like to see before then. So that's really the aim of these programs that we're trying to move forward with. I will say we have had one call by a Tier 3 vessel at the Port of Long Beach earlier this summer. We've actually, I think that ship has now arrived 3 times, I believe, and I'm looking at Morgan, who's nodding. So we That's an exciting development for us, and we're really glad that it's coming, and we want it to keep coming, and we want it to bring friends. And we're working also through, Bonnie mentioned our ZANZEF application that includes working with Matson and bringing Tier 3 vessels as a part of that project as well, and those would be container ships. So we're looking for where there's opportunities to encourage this and to build on where we're seeing successes, but we need to do more. Shore power has also been mentioned. This has been an effort that both ports have been involved in for many years, working initially through lease agreements with the operators. We have the regulation in place. We have at both ports shore power infrastructure built out at all of our container and cruise facilities. And we're working right now with the agencies or with California Air Resources Board on the amendments that they're developing for their at-birth rule, which will expand the use of at-birth controls at other terminals and also potentially increase the amount of infrastructure that we'll need to install at the existing terminals. This has been a good emission reduction program for many years, but it's also incredibly expensive, and the amount of infrastructure that we've built out in support of this regulation so far has been about $200 million per port, and we're looking at really significant investments going forward as the amendments to the rule develop. We're also looking at shore power alternatives, and both ports have been involved with testing and supporting the development of different technologies that can be used on the existing regulated fleet, the container ships. There are currently 2 systems that have been certified for the use on container ships, but we're also hoping to test these technologies on the other vessel types where it's not currently certified, and to address the at-berth emissions from those vessels as well. The ports released a request for proposals earlier this year to seek technology developers that have emission reduction technologies that can reduce emissions from the other vessel types like tankers and bulk ships and auto carriers and others. And so we're working through the evaluation of those proposals, and we're hoping to make an announcement after the beginning of the new year on moving forward with a demonstration of these technologies. And also under our Technology Advancement Program, this is an effort that we've had in place since 2007, and we've worked on a lot of different demonstration projects through this program, looking at all of the different sources, but we have had some demonstration projects that have moved forward on ocean-going vessels. And vessels are, because of their contribution to emissions and because of the limited number of technologies that are available, vessels really are one of the top priorities of areas that we want to seek more demonstration, more technology demonstration projects through this program. And so we have placed a significant emphasis on this program. That said, finding demonstration projects for vessels is also a challenge. Finding willing demonstration partners that are eager and excited to put up their $200 million asset and have us tinker with their engine, that can be a challenge. The technologies themselves are also incredibly expensive, and our TAP program typically operates at a budget of a couple million, $3 million between the 2 ports a year, and these technologies can be much more expensive than that. So there are some limitations on this, but we are continuing to look for opportunities to test these types of technologies. One project that we have underway right now is with Maersk, looking at their radical retrofit program is what they call it. And Maersk has invested $125 million to make significant modifications to 12 of their 9,000 TEU plus vessels. And these types of modifications include changing out the bulbous bows, looking for more efficient propeller systems, increasing the capacity on the ship, and other types of modifications to the ships themselves so that they can operate more efficiently. The ports through our TAP have provided $1 million, and that's primarily been focused on data gathering, data collection, really understanding the emission benefits that can be gained by doing this type of really intense work to the ships and making those modifications. An example of the work that they've done is the Lee Kimberg with Maersk calls it the nose job, and providing changes to the bulbous bow modification where as the ships, Maersk has adopted a program of slow steaming, and operating at those different speeds means that they need to make some modifications to the vessel itself so that it can more optimize, so that the operation could be more optimized at those different speeds from what it was originally designed for. So the change to the bulbous bow allows for the aerodynamic, I don't know what the water version of aerodynamic is, operation through water so that they can improve fuel economy and buoyancy, and so that they have better reduced pitching for operation at the lower speeds. They've also modified the propellers or replaced the propellers, and these, again, operate more efficiently with the derated propulsion engines. The boss end caps, which are pictured on the right, operate more efficiently than the propeller without the boss end cap, which is pictured here on the left. They've also increased the carrying capacity of the ships, and so they have modified the ships so that they can include an additional 838 TEUs per vessel, so that they can move more cargo using the same size asset and reduce, again, the number of calls that are necessary to move that cargo. But as a result of that, they had to raise the bridge height so that they could see over the increased amount of cargo that was on the vessel. And then also derating of the engine, that they typically take 1 or 2 turbochargers offline to improve the engine efficiency while operating at the slower speeds. So the combination of all of these different modifications to the ships have resulted in really significant fuel economy. They've been able to improve their fuel economy significantly, and the amount of energy that's required to move individual containers, if you look at it on that basis, really has improved significantly. I also want to point out Maersk announced today that they have a goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. Maersk is a really progressive shipping line that has really put themselves out there and looking at ways that they can be good partners, take responsibility for the emission reductions that they want to be able to achieve. And so they've released a press release today to be carbon neutral by 2050. This is dependent, obviously, on development of significant improvements in technologies to be able to get there. They're looking for carbon neutral vessels to be available by 2030 so that they can adopt those into their fleet. But this type of opportunity and looking for ways to improve environmental performance is something that I know many in the shipping industry do take seriously. IMO has also adopted a goal of 50% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050, so Maersk announcement fits in with helping for achievement of the goal at the international level as well. I won't go through all of these in significant detail, but I did want to mention that the ports have been involved with other technology demonstrations for vessels over the years, looking at slide valves, looking at water and fuel emulsion, looking at scrubber technologies to try to reduce emissions from vessels. And all of the information on these demonstration projects is available on the Ports Cleaner Action Plan website. We've identified strategies going forward in our Clean Air Action Plan, some of which I've mentioned already in the presentation: participation with CARB in the development of the amendments to their existing at-birth regulation, issuing the request for proposals for at-birth technologies. We will be looking at ways that we can improve the performance of our incentive programs and looking at modifications to our programs. If we're able to develop partnerships internationally on those programs, there may be ways that we want to adjust our programs to better sync up with those other international programs. So we'll be looking at all of these types of modifications going forward and looking for ways that we can best improve emission reductions that we can be gained through these programs. Another effort that we've identified in the Clean Air Action Plan is development of a differentiated rate program for vessels, looking at vessels that have higher polluting engines potentially would pay more calling at the ports, and vessels with lower polluting engines would potentially pay less, similar to the types of programs that Penny mentioned that are happening in Scandinavia. And we will be doing an economic assessment associated with that coming up in the next couple of years to really understand how a rate structure could be developed to move forward with that type of a program. And the other things that I just wanted to mention briefly, again, is the collaboration, working with the other ports, the shipping industry, the agencies along the West Coast, and looking for ways that we can partner on the types of programs that we're doing, both sharing information about the demonstrations that we're doing, sharing information about our incentive programs, and looking for ways that we can partner and increase the effectiveness of those programs. And so that will be a continuing effort that both ports are engaged in going forward. And with that, this is information if you'd like to send us any comments, and we'll be here for questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Heather. So we have one more speaker before we get to our roundtable discussion, and then we'll also have an opportunity to field questions from the audience at that time. So I'd like to introduce Thomas Jelinek. He's the Vice President from the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association, and continue to give us some comments more on the industry perspective.
Thank you, Sarah. My name is Thomas Jelinek. I'm a Vice President with the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association, PMSA. PMSA represents ocean carriers and marine terminal operators on the U.S. West Coast. First, I'd like to start by thanking the South Coast Air Quality Management District for hosting this forum, inviting me to participate, and bringing us all together to discuss retrofit technologies and incentives to get us to cleaner vessels. One of the things, I'm going to take us a little off topic to start with and talk about the state of the industry. For a long time, the ocean carrier industry had been remarkably stable, but in the past few years, we've seen an incredible consolidation. There were 20 global carriers, and we've seen how they've shrunk down to 12. Some of you who follow this in the industry might be aware of this. Hanjin famously collapsed a couple years ago, stranding billions of dollars of cargo at sea in the process. Maersk acquired Hamburg Sud, CMA CGM acquired APL, Hapag-Lloyd acquired UASC. COSCO and China Shipping merged. Something that would have been unheard of a while ago, the three Japanese carriers with long histories merged to create K-Line, MOL, and NYK came together to form Ocean Network Express with the name One. And, you know, we may not be done with this consolidation. Many observers believe that we may end up with 5 or 6 ocean carriers in the next few years. And this is a result of how this industry is changing, how it has been plagued by overcapacity, how there has been what we would describe as non-compensatory freight rates, where it often costs more to attend a local conference on the shipping industry than it does to move a container from Asia to LA Long Beach. And the depressed freight rates have driven a lot of this consolidation. That's coupled with another phenomenon that's occurring at the exact same time. And that phenomenon has been a declining market share of the US West Coast. Other ports, the ports that compete with LA Long Beach, have frankly been outcompeting LA Long Beach and Oakland, Seattle, Tacoma. Generally, we've seen, as you can see from this slide, market share is declining on the West Coast. That means other ports have been doing a fantastic job in marketing their ports as gateways to the US. And this is important because obviously where the cargo flows is where the vessels flow. And so when carriers are thinking about how they're going to plan their routes, obviously they're going to be tracking market share. And so why am I telling you, why is market share, why is industry consolidation important to this discussion today on vessel retrofits and incentives? And I'd summarize that in a single word, and that's uncertainty. One of the things, if you take the time to speak with ocean carriers about what will it take to participate in something like an incentive, it's, well, I don't know what the future is going to hold. I don't know what vessels are going to be deployed. I don't know how to make the commitments that you are envisioning for cleaner air in order for us to all be successful. Uncertainty is probably the one thing we need to keep in mind if we're going to develop a successful program to further reduce emissions on a voluntary basis, because we can choose to acknowledge the state of the industry today and craft something that reflects that state, or we can ignore it and try and continue the programs that we have done in the past that has been particularly difficult to see success when we're talking about, and Heather pointed out well, when you have an asset that's in the hundreds of millions, over $100 million asset, and you're talking about financial commitments regarding that asset, that is different than previous incentive programs that have focused on operational changes. So what does the right incentive program look like? And there are a couple of things that an incentive program needs to include. Before I get to those, the first thing want to say though is incentive programs can be successful. Again, Heather showed this wonderfully in her presentation. The properly constructed incentive can modify behavior. I've had my members, PMSA's members, come to me and tell them how programs like the vessel speed reduction, how Port of Long Beach's free parking program have modified their behavior, and that has resulted in incentives flowing to the ocean carriers in exchange for environmental benefits locally. So the properly constructed incentive program can be achieved, and it can modify behavior. The challenge that we're facing now is we're targeting something that is so costly that individual ports or agencies acting alone will be challenged in getting there by themselves. So a couple of things that an incentive program I think needs to have. Let's start with these three. First, flexibility, and this is probably the single most important, and it relates to what I mentioned a few moments ago about uncertainty. One of the ways that ocean carriers need to operate their businesses is they need to be able to deploy their vessels in a way that responds to market conditions. If we look back to the Great Recession instantly transformed the mix of vessels calling here, because the Great Recession resulted in a precipitous drop in cargo flowing through LA Long Beach. And the ocean carriers needed to match those new trade flows with the vessels, with the right vessels, because no business can stay in business if they're sailing with ships that are half full. And the comparison I like to make, because I think more people are familiar with the airline industry, about a while ago, I think we all remember when U.S. airlines were all bankrupt, and we received messages like, I remember flying United, at the end of the flight, they said, we know you have many airlines to choose from, many bankrupt airlines to choose from. Thank you for choosing this bankrupt airline. And that industry resulted in consolidation, and we're unfortunately all experience it. Now when we get on a plane, instead of that plane being half empty and having a row to ourselves, we have to share it with a plane full of other people, some of them as big as me, where I'm flowing over into the seats next to me. It's sort of the same thing with the shipping industry. The ships need to match the cargo flows. If these businesses are going to be successful, those ships need to be full. So flexibility to deploy the vessels in order for the trade volumes to match the ship size and those vessels be full is key to success in this industry. Simplicity. Simplicity is an important part of the program because one of the things that I've heard over and over from our members is that there are lots of incentive programs out there. You've heard some of them today, but some of them are overly burdensome. I had one member come to me and tell me about how ESI great program, lots of things, can be tailor-made to different ports, overwhelmingly complicated to deal with. And the more complex an incentive program is, because ocean carriers are lean staffed and they need to make sure that the value they're getting out of that incentive is worth the staff time they're putting into it, the simplicity in applying for and receiving the benefit is paramount. And then the short payback period. As I mentioned, all of these things that roil our industry in terms of moving containers, we don't know how long a vessel will remain in any given service. The next recession could be around the corner. The need to redeploy vessels could hit us soon. We never know what the future will hold, and that means that the longer the risk period is, which is what the payback period essentially is, the period you're at risk, the shorter that is, the more likely that we will be able to construct an incentive that will be appealing. So, some additional aspects of how this program will, I think, needs to work, is first it needs to rely on proven technology, and this is going to be a challenge because proven technology, obviously it's essential for the ocean carrier. They need to know if they're going to put something on their $100, $200 million vessel that they're not going to destroy their engines, because obviously this is the way they do business. But it's also going to be important, I'm sure, from the regulatory side. What is the agency partner going to need in terms of knowing they're getting the emission reductions? Verification of those emission reductions will be critical from the agency side, but verification is a time-consuming process, and how will we accomplish that within the time frames we need? We heard at the very beginning of the morning that we're looking at 2023 and 2031 for attainment dates, and a lot of this effort here needs to be focused on reducing emissions to achieve attainment in those time frames. The 2023 is, as far as I'm concerned, tomorrow, and 2031 is not much further. When I was back at the port, I remember working on verification with the state California Air Resources Board on things like DOCs, diesel oxidation catalysts, and diesel particulate filters for cargo handling equipment. It took forever. And in those cases, we had retrofit technology that was simple, easily installed, couple $1,000s per unit, and available, a huge fleet that was available to test it on. Now we're talking about individual equipment designed for a specific vessel almost in every instance, even if the technology is known, and how are we going to get the verification process laid out so a way that we can move the retrofit technology forward quickly, be assured of the emission reductions, and apply the incentive in a way that'll happen within these 2023 and 2031 timeframes. So having a plan of action, we've spent a lot of time planning rulemaking and things like that. I have not seen the equivalent for retrofit incentive programs. We need to have some sort of game plan on the process that will go to show that this is proven technology, and then allow that to be implemented with speed, because nothing we're talking about in this aspect of retrofit technology will happen quickly. It is complex, it is expensive, it is going to be challenging. And the last thing I want to focus on, what I think a program like this needs to have, is multi-port coordination. And that needs to also be tied back with the simplicity. No port on its own can incentivize, no port, no agency, no one on their own can incentivize the sort of emission reductions we're looking for from the vessels we're talking about. It is simply too expensive. However, I do firmly believe we can modify behavior if we have a multi-port incentive that targets the same emission reduction parameters, maybe throughout the Pacific Rim. One of the challenges of existing programs like ESI is, one of its strengths is it can be tailored. One of its weaknesses is it can be tailored. And we need, if NOx is our concern, we need to convince our partners throughout the Pacific Rim that it is a shared concern and we should all target it in the same way. Otherwise, any sort of incentive, if it's tailored throughout the Pacific Rim, I think would weaken its approach. And one of the hardest challenges I think we face is we are focused on NOx and PM here. Not every jurisdiction has those same concerns. It was pointed out that IMO does not have a PM standard. I think that's not an oversight. I think that's reflective that different jurisdictions have different concerns about pollutants that come from ships and what they want to target. So there needs to be an effort to make sure that we are on the same page in terms of the pollutants we want to target, and that a multi-port coordinated program that is simple and easy for a carrier to participate in is created. Ideally, one with a single point of contact. For those old enough that remember blue chips, remember something like a blue chip program where you go and you get your blue chips and you turn them back in and I got my prize. Collect your ocean carrier should be able to visit each port and go to a single multi-jurisdictional agency, I'm not sure what I would call it, or a nonprofit, and the ports could subscribe to that nonprofit and have them act as an agent through which incentives could be paid. Having a single point of contact, I think, will be important for something like this to be successful. Otherwise, collecting $1,000 from port after port after port will create an enormous workload on ocean carriers who, I've mentioned, are lean staffed and need to be able to act efficiently and quickly. And the more hurdles we put in front of them, the less likely we are to be successful. So one of the things I also wanted to talk about briefly is some of the things we need to consider in constructing, what the value of the incentive. And we need to take into things like the total cost of ownership, the need for redeployment. Will retrofitting a vessel require dry docking, or is it something that can be done while a vessel is in service? Is there an energy penalty associated with that vessel? I mean, that's potentially a big thing. You've heard earlier about the program Maersk is engaged in with a radical retrofit. That will have emission reductions, but it will also have enormous fuel savings. And probably the single largest cost in this industry is fuel. So if there is a fuel penalty associated with any retrofit technology, that is potentially a permanent, ongoing cost that they will experience when either all the time or whenever that retrofit technology is in use. Other issues need to consider staff time, engineering costs, lost cargo space, depending on the size of the retrofit technology. And and I just want to touch one more time on, and I'm going to come back to this more and more because I can't tell you how important it is to our members, the need to redeploy vessels and what happens when a vessel gets redeployed, when it's participating in an incentive program. Without that sort of flexibility, these programs are frankly, I think, doomed from the get-go. And that's why I think it's instructive that operational programs have been, operational incentives have been so successful. There is no redeployment risk with an operational incentive. So some of the other things we need to keep in our mind as we move forward on developing an incentive program for vessels. One is the existing regulatory context, and there is no bigger regulatory context right now than shore power in California. The at-berth regulation drives a lot of behavior by ocean carriers, and it is clear talking to them, one of their drivers is compliance. Regulatory compliance comes first. First and foremost, remain in compliance with the law. Everything else is secondary. And even with that as a primary motivator, compliance with the at-berth regulation has been challenging. It is a difficult regulation. It's been a costly regulation. Our estimates is when you take the, you heard $200 million by LA, $200 million by Long Beach, add a couple more ports, and then add the industry total. We're well over $1 billion we've spent on implementing this regulation. And so one of the things is if remaining in compliance is important, one of the things that does is it creates an incentive for ocean carriers to keep the existing vessels here to remain in compliance. If they're going to retrofit a vessel, will they be able to retrofit it for a vessel that's already serving California and outfitted for shore power, or will it require dry docking of a vessel? And that means rotating a vessel, one vessel out and the retrofitted vessel in. And if that were to occur, hopefully not, hopefully these are retrofits that can be done while in use, but if dry docking is required, you're potentially then also talking not only about the retrofit cost, you're talking about now potentially outfitting a vessel that was previously not capable of shore power and making it shore power capable in order to get the incentive. That may be a non-starter for some carriers. So the existing at-berth regulation will drive a lot of consideration in terms of the deployment of vessels. But I think we have an opportunity here. One of the things that's going on right now, you've already heard, is that CARB is in the process of amending the at-berth regulation. And within their current proposal, they have what I'm calling a clean ship concept. Basically, if you meet certain parameters, you don't necessarily have to plug in you're clean enough. If there's a potential way to coordinate what a clean ship looks like with an incentive that would bring additional benefits while a vessel is sailing, because there are a lot of emissions at berth, but when we're talking about NOx emissions, one of the primary targets here, a lot of those emissions are transiting in within the 200 boundary, the 200-mile overwater boundary of the South Coast Air Basin. So if we can target those with an incentive that somehow is coordinated with the at-berth regulation, that may be a win-win, where we create an incentive, both financial and through a regulatory sense, to move people in the same direction. One of the concerns I have about the current proposal is I love this concept of defining what a clean ship is. It provides something that carriers can move toward. My initial concern is, based on a preliminary review, is it's just out of reach. And how do we make sure that what's contained in that clean ship standard is achievable and then also consistent with the goals the South Coast has here for reducing NOx emissions? If we can somehow tailor those two together, that might be a powerful way to both financially incentivize and regulatorily incentivize vessels to move in a certain direction. And the last thing I want to touch on is I think we need to change our approach on how we do incentive programs. And I think what we're going to hear from AQMD today is moving in this direction. You know, the traditional approach for incentives is I'm going to give you a cash payment. You're going to make a commitment to operate within our area and provide environmental benefits locally for some period of time. Well, as I mentioned, with the need for things like redeployment, that's probably a non-starter for most ocean carriers. Most ocean carriers, you tell them, I need you to commit that vessel here for 5 years, 3 years, even 1 year. You can almost begin to hear the panic in their voice about, I can't do that because I don't know what my business needs will be tomorrow. And so maybe the approach, and you know, I'm not sure this is the right approach, but I'm tossing this out there for the hell of it. Maybe the right approach is sort of turning it around. Instead of requiring the carrier to commit to serving here, maybe contractually the agency or the port commits to making the incentive available for a minimum period of time. Because right now, one of the risks with an incentive program, even one that is on a per visit basis, is that program can disappear tomorrow. We don't know if there will be funding next year for it. But if there's a guarantee for funding and we have that short payback period, then maybe on a per visit basis where a carrier can make a decision to say, well, I'm going to retrofit this vessel. It will begin serving these ports, and my pro forma plan is for it to be there for 2 years, 3 years, what have you. Then the carrier gets to manage the risk for redeployment. He can begin recouping his cost on a per visit basis, and he can potentially exceed the cost of that retrofit the longer he keeps it here. And he has certainty knowing that the incentive will be in place for the duration necessary for him to recoup those costs. Maybe this is an approach in a better direction than we have been doing, because right now the current approach where we give folks money or an open-ended incentive where there isn't a guaranteed funding for the long term, those potentially pose unacceptable risk for a carrier who needs to redeploy. Maybe something like this, and maybe this is just the outline of a concept, but this is something we need to be working on together to change the way the incentive concept works here and share the risk in a different way, one that ensures that flexibility will be at the forefront, because at least from what I've heard from our members, flexibility must be first and foremost in constructing an incentive that will serve their needs. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I imagine we're going to be going to Q&A right now. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Thomas. Definitely giving us some food for thought as we think through how we handle our approach. We're going to pivot now to have a panel discussion with the panelists up here. It's myself, some other staff from AQMD, as well as our presenters. And Mr. Wayne Nastry will lead us through some questions, and then we'll have a short Q&A period so that folks will have an opportunity to ask us questions as well.
Thanks, Sarah. So this morning I thought was a really good opportunity for us to hear the challenge from an air quality perspective, from a public health perspective, and then also to hear about what our government, what are local, state, and federal government doing about addressing that challenge? And as government, we look at regulatory authorities, but we also look at what are the incentives, packages, and programs that are available. And then we also heard directly from the ports, both from Heather and Heather's impersonation of Chris, which was amazing. And so I think from that perspective, you know, we hear that the challenge is recognized and that there are a number of different programs that are being implemented. But we also heard that some of the programs that we're implementing aren't really providing enough incentive to bring about some of those cleaner vessels. And I think Thomas really kind of closed it when he talked about, you know, the shipping industry perspective in terms of uncertainty and flexibility requirements and the overall concepts. And I think it's important to recognize that this really is a collaboration amongst all of us, and how we collaborate with, for instance, ARB and US EPA as they address both the international and what can be done from a state perspective, but at that local level. And I think, Thomas, you really hit on the key that, you know, we're sort of considering is how can we make this more than about the Port of LA Long Beach, or more about California, or more about the West Coast, and in fact, more about the United States. And we heard, Penny, from you about a number of these initiatives that are going through. And I think a lot of the challenge that we hear is that there are a lot of different programs, and I think when you have so many programs, are we having the effectiveness that we want to see? And I think the question maybe that I can start to kick it off to whoever would like to answer is, how can we better consolidate a lot of these disparate efforts into an effort that really sort of yields us the results? And so how can we better coordinate to address the uncertainty by providing more certainty in terms of what is acceptable to all of us, both as shippers, as the ports, and as the regulatory agencies across the level? So I don't know who wants to take it off. Penny, maybe you want to kick it off?
Well, thanks, Wayne, and thanks to all the other presenters. It was a lot of really good information, and I certainly learned a lot. You know, in answer to your question, I think it's a lot of factors. One is what I talked about, which is access to information, because there are so many programs that are out there, some more successful than others, and that is what exists now. So how can we make that existing information, existing incentive information available in a very clear, consolidated, accessible, low effort way? So that's one, is access to information, making it easy for the industry to be able to understand what the programs are, where are they, what are they, who do they call? Is it one person? Is it, you know, do we actually have one central point of contact, or just a point of contact at each port or each incentive provider? So that's one thing. Access to information, I think, is really critical in an easy way, because we do keep hearing that administrative burden is that's a big deal. If you don't have the access to the information, it's not going to happen. And then when you do have access to it, how burdensome is it to actually advance participation in any incentive program? So I think that's one. And I think, Thomas, you talked about, if we're going to coordinate, we do need to coordinate. If we're going to look at some sort of coordinated incentive program, and I know we're going to hear a lot more about that in the next half here, but if we are going to be talking about multi-port coordination, not just in West Coast or United States, but around the world, around the Pacific Rim with our partners in other countries, we do need to have some semblance of consistency, or at least some focus pollutants that we can agree on, right? So I think that's another point that we all need to sort of come together to have at least some areas of focus that are in common.
Bonnie, you want to take a crack at that?
Sure, I'll take a crack at it. I mean, in terms of incentives, I agree with a number of comments that have been made today. There are a lot of incentives. There's funding available, But when you look at the sheer number of incentives, it is a challenge to navigate. And as I was sitting here thinking, wouldn't it be wonderful to have a single point of, of contact that you could navigate all of these. I also did for a few years work on the incentive side, and incentives themselves are extremely challenging on each incentive funding as it is either appropriated by the legislature or however it is established comes with its own set of requirements. And whether it's has to have greenhouse gas reductions, or it has to have toxic components or disadvantaged community benefits. I mean, it's incentives are complex on both sides. And so I wish I had a really good answer for you that we could, streamline them. But I do definitely see that with the amount of incentives out there, that any efforts that we could make to clarify and consolidate and just make the requirements easier to access, I think would be a really, really beneficial exercise. And I also I want to go back and kind of hit on this concept that I talked about sort of uniform evaluation methods. I think that as a lot of these incentives require, some sort of approval process, and I think it would be very interesting, and I think also maybe Thomas, you kind of hit on that too, is that, getting these approved or verified or certified can be its own set of challenges. And so I think if we could also, while we're kind of consolidating or gaining better access to the funds themselves, introduce some sort of streamlined or consolidated approach to how these technologies are evaluated, so that we could, so that you're not having to evaluate them or get them approved for every incentive program, that if you had an approval, you could use it across the board, and I think leverage some of the work that's done there. So I think that those are kind of our thoughts on the incentive side.
So I agree with all those comments, and I think a lot of work would have to be done to make the different incentive programs in different ports or countries consistent. I don't think they'd ever be the same. There's always going to be different needs at different ports, different countries. There's going to be different restrictions on what incentive funding can go for. For instance, in the US, it's hard for us to use incentives to fund pure compliance. But a lot of work could be done on the consistency side to make sure we're using the same certifications and the same metrics and the same types of testing and verification. So shippers don't have to, have different tools to show that they're eligible for the incentives in different places. I kind of like Thomas's idea of like a one-stop shop. Maybe it's an international NGO. But a model that came to mind is emerging, actually. So if you're a resident, say in California, you can, and there's all these incentives available for more efficient appliances, solar power, electric vehicles. There are contractors out there that will put that package together for the homeowner. The homeowner doesn't have to do anything. They just get that discount on that final invoice. But it could be the sum total, that discount could be the sum total of incentives from 5 different agencies for doing 7 different things. Maybe there's even on the industry side, there could be an organization, whether it's an NGO or not, that handles that. So if a shipper is on this route, they know exactly the makeup of their ship, they enter all that information, and it's either a computer or a consultant or another organization that spits out the answer of how much money they're going to get back on that route, or even that same agency would be writing that check after they're collecting it from all the other sources. So I think there's some middlemen opportunities here to handle kind of the complexity in a way that wouldn't be an administrative burden on either the industry or even on the agencies providing the incentives, because again, we'd be working with this intermediary that we trust and work with all the time. So I think there's opportunities there.
I'll add a little bit just to echo some of those comments. I think for the incentive programs that we've offered at the ports, I think that we've tried to take the approach of making it simple when we were structuring and developing the incentive programs that we've offered, like for vessel speed reduction, the low sulfur fuel, the green ship program. We did have numerous conversations with the shipping lines and PMSA and others about how we could structure it to be most effective. I mean, ideally, we would love to see the most effective program with the most streamlined approach. That would be the ideal goal. And so, that's what we would aim for. We do have experience now of running some different programs in some different ways. Vessel speed reduction is clearly by far and away the most effective incentive program that we've done, and it's about as simple as it can get. The ship just has to show up and slow down, and they don't have to register for anything. They automatically get applied the discount on their dockage, at least on our side. I'm not sure if your program is structured a little bit differently.
It's similar.
So it's from an administrative standpoint for the participants, it's extremely simple to participate, and I think that that's reflected in the numbers that we're seeing. For the green ship program, because the incentive is based off of a particular vessel, and we need to have information about the engine in that vessel to be able to participate, and we cut them a check. So lawyers, we have to have a contract in place that we can transfer the check from the port to the shipping lines. There is more administrative burden with that, and we have seen that vessels that actually would qualify for the incentive have not registered for the incentive, probably because there's administrative burden associated with it. They're not exactly sure who has the authority to sign up a particular vessel. They're not sure if that ship's going to come back and if it's worth it to go through the effort. So there are challenges with this, but I think that what would be helpful is to look at the different ways that we've run our incentive programs, look at the different ways that other ports have administered incentive programs, and share best practices, have these types of discussions, see where we can build off of each other's best practices, what's worked well, what hasn't worked well. And I like Thomas's idea about centralizing it. I think that each funding agency would want to make sure that the funds that we put into it are going to the ships that we're getting benefit from at our location. But as long as there's good record keeping and control of that kind of information, as much as it could be streamlined to the benefit of enhancing participation and improving emission reductions, I think that it's worth the conversation.
So I'll just add a little bit. One of the conversations we've been having at the ports is that we have developed all these strategies, and we developed them to kind of fall in line with complying with the wants and the needs of the different agencies. And so we're going forward with a few of our strategies right now, and we're finding that they are going to be very expensive. The low-hanging fruit that we got in the first 10 years of our program seems to be kind of dwindling, and now it's everything that we're going for is extremely expensive. So the conversation that we've been having lately is really, it's all about cost effectiveness. Where do we put our money going forward? And we know that that whatever we do is going to be very expensive, and we want to be able to comply or help the basin get its NOx reductions by 2023. We also want to focus on reducing greenhouse gases, but as a result of that, sometimes competing strategies kind of fall into place, and so forums like this, where everybody gets together and we start talking about what everybody really wants, we can figure out, I think, where we really need to put our money first, because it's a timing. In my opinion, it's a timing thing. What do we put our money towards today, and what do we put our money towards tomorrow? And so that's I'd like to say that. I would also like to say that 60% of the ships that have been that are enrolled in ESI, that 60% of the ships that come to the port of LA are enrolled in ESI and have been receiving some type of funding. So that program, although a little complicated, as Thomas mentioned, has been successful in attracting some of the cleaner ships to come to our port.
Let me ask the audience if we have any questions. I know we have a lot more questions here that we can ask, but I know that we have limited time before we break for lunch. So if anybody has a question, please feel free to either come down to the podium and ask a question. And while you're thinking about a question to ask, oh, looks like we might have somebody that's coming down.
And get people started, right?
There you go.
All right. My name's Matt Grigori. I manage the Research Development and Demonstration Program at SoCalGas. Very interesting discussion today. I'm sort of new to this area, so it was very helpful to learn a lot more about ocean-going vessels. A couple of comments that I wanted to make. It was interesting. I did learn today that we actually have 4 ports in our service territory. We concentrate usually on LA and Long Beach, but also Port Hueneme and the Port of San Diego. So that's interesting, and that we do have an interest in improving air quality in our service territory. Talking about incentives, I think AQMD has a really good history of focusing on cost effectiveness. And so I think there could be an opportunity for AQMD to perhaps coordinate research around all of the different incentive programs that are out there and determine sort of scientifically or in an unbiased way which ones are the most cost effective as far as dollars per reducing emissions. We do a lot of work with the Low Carbon Fuel Standard and Air Resources Board, and one component of that I think is very valuable is the technology neutrality and the very scientific way in which that's approached. And as much as we're just talking about reducing CO2 emissions, and you can look at a lot of different pathways for doing that. So creating an incentive program where you're really goal-oriented as opposed to technology-focused could be really valuable. Question for Penny and Bonnie in particular, from a research and development perspective. We talked a lot about incentives for, that seems to be a little bit later in the game than where my group usually participates. Are there components of your programs that we can cooperate with as far as doing research and development on new technologies to deploy at the ports to reduce emissions? Thanks.
Sure, I'll start with that. I mean, I think many of the incentives have development components to them. I mean, some of them require commercial availability, some of them are looking to demonstrate new technologies, so I think there are definitely opportunities. I did also want to sort of hit on this low carbon fuel standard. I think that's one of the things that I didn't include, and now I'm kind of thinking that was an oversight. But I mean, I think there are opportunities also for, in fact, I believe electrification or using electricity as a fuel is going to fall into the low carbon fuel standard for certain categories. So I'm glad that you brought that up. So absolutely there are places to partner with. We as part of the incentives, we do demonstrations. We also, in our branch and our division, do test programs all the time. I mean, we've, over the course of the 17 years that I've worked at ARB, we've done at least 9 or 10 different emission testing programs where we look at new technologies or fuels or all sorts of things. And so definitely the answer would be yes, that there are places to coordinate. And I'd be happy to work with you, you know, afterwards so we can see where those places are.
And from EPA, thanks for your question. We do have limited sort of demonstration programs. We do have a verification program for technologies, new technologies to get verified through EPA. But we do have some smaller programs just here within our Region 9 office that's housed up there in San Francisco that does actually put some funding towards new technology development demonstrations. So there are some opportunities. I would say they're probably a lot smaller than what California offers, but there are opportunities. And as Bonnie said, I'd be happy to talk with you afterwards about potential collaboration on demonstrations and research.
Are there any other questions? And yeah, that's great.
Hi, I'm Jim Corbett. I'm with Energy and Environmental Research Associates and also with the University of Delaware. With regard to the ESI index, there's about somewhere around 8,000 ships that participate in that index. And I think it's important that ships participate in that index and that they be encouraged to participate in that index. But I also have a question about which way the statistics are going. It's possible that the vessels that are participating in the index, out of those 8,000 vessels, are naturally calling on the kinds of ports that are participating in record keeping for that ESI. And so it could be that you're naturally receiving the newest and the most advanced or the most willing to disclose their performance. And if that's the case, I guess my question is, are you paying them for what they would do anyway with an incentive, or are you getting something with your incentive that they would be doing slower or with less participation if you hadn't been using that? Thank you.
I can get started. So Port of Long Beach actually doesn't participate in the ESI, but I think the parallel is similar to the program that we have. So our Green Ship program provides incentives for the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 engines. And we structured our program that way because we wanted to be very explicit about what we were trying to achieve. We want clean engines, and we want those ships with the clean engines deployed here. We recognized when we were developing that program, because the limited amount of funding that was available, that we weren't naive that we were going to be completely modifying the way everybody deploys their vessels. We wanted to use it as an opportunity to provide outreach and education and be very clear that this is an important priority for us. We also wanted to make sure that, or we understood that this was a long-term gain. We weren't going to be adopting the program in 2012 and seeing a complete transformation of the ships that we're calling in 2013. It's all part of the long-term outreach campaign. So is there a risk that we're paying for ships that are calling here already? Probably, but there are other bigger goals that we're also trying to achieve as a part of this as well. And I think that what we've started is something to build on, and in the interest of the types of things that we're talking about today, using what we're doing in LA and Long Beach and the priority for deploying those vessels in the fleet, and then building that with other partners globally really is where we intend to go with this. But it really, for us, was part direct emission benefits and part long-term outreach and education and hopefully bigger changes over time.
Yeah, I would say that certainly the fact that we have an ESI program doesn't mean that the fleet of ships that are coming are getting much cleaner. But I think it's an attraction. We give out some money. I think, well, we have a scoring system, and we follow that scoring system with what is developed through ESI. And so some of the cleaner ships receive $750 for a score in between 40 and 50 points. The cleanest ships receive $2,500, and then if we get Tier 3 ships, we add $5,000 to those incentives. So a Tier 3 ship would get $7,500. That's not a lot of money. That's per visit. But if you have other ports that are doing the same thing, that are close, and those ships are stopping at those different ports, well, it adds up over time, and that's the scheme that we've got going there. We've been, I think, fortunate in the way that the shipping industry has been sending us containers lately. Heather put up a slide that showed that while container throughput is going way up, ship visits is going down, and that's a result of the larger ships coming here. And those larger ships do tend to be newer and cleaner and amp capable and using the cleaner fuels. And as a result of that, they are getting the bulk of the money. But I think in order to really, really bring in the cleanest ships, those Tier 3 ships, we would have to put out a lot of money, so much money that I don't think we would be able to fund that program currently with the monies that the ports are, at least the Port of LA is willing to put up. But hopefully we will start to see Tier 3 ships coming. We won't see them for many years, but in some instances, we will. There's some of the smaller shipping companies, the ones that are doing the trips from here to Hawaii and the triangle, Hawaii, Oakland, and to here, are considering purchasing the LNG ships, and those LNG ships will be Tier 3. So there's opportunities to get some of those ships here, but not a lot at the current time.
So while the next person that's going to ask a question is walking down, I want to acknowledge that, you know, we're hearing about a lot of partnership from the perspective of it can't just be the individual ports here or California. And we've heard allusions and references to the multi-port, the frequent flyers, and how we can actually multiply and leverage what one port is doing, and now perhaps turn that, instead of $7,500 per vessel, turn that into $40,000 per vessel as it's doing a various route. And that's really the intent here. And what's important to acknowledge is that we have people that are engaged with us right now in trying to determine how we can approach that. And I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Jack Broadbent, who's the executive officer for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, who's also working very closely with the ports of Oakland up north. So, you know, we're looking at expanding this program to capture all of those. But I see we have a gentleman with a question, so please come to the microphone.
Well, my name is Hui Minggong from Energy Foundation China. It's a great chance to be here. And this morning I have discussed the incentives policies as well as how to tighten the emission standards from maybe EPA or IMO. But I do see some challenges behind that. First, we discussed that the incentives may be not enough. Second is maybe the emission standard may be not stringent enough. So is there any chance to link these together as a one system? For emission standards, we know that maybe the industry will just, most industry will just stay a little bit better than the emission standards. There won't be a very good or a lot of top runners. But we do want to see a lot of top runners. For incentives, because the incentive is very limited, so there is a very limited incentives to those industries to move much faster, much better. But can we consider kind of fee-based system? I heard something about Heather in terms of changing the fee system to be staggered based on the emission performance of different industries. But if you could increase significantly higher fees, and together with a kind of significant incentives, first we could build more funding pool to collect more funding to incentivize different industry groups. Second is give a kind of strong signals to those kind of industry groups who cannot or don't have the willingness to be the top runners, although they could meet the emission standards. So those kind of two policies, maybe there is a chance to link them together as a one system. So I don't know, or maybe we could hear more about the future plans to link this together as a one system from any of our participants. Thank you.
You want to take first response, Heather?
Sure, I can talk at a high level about the strategy that we included in our recent update to the Clean Air Action Plan. And it's an area that's going to require a lot of analysis, understanding, and development as we move forward with it. I think the concept has been one that's been out there for a while, that if you have a higher polluting engine, you should pay more for having to operate that. If you have a cleaner, you should get a benefit for operating that. There are other, as Penny mentioned, other ports around the world that have adopted those types of strategies specifically for ships, but there's other examples outside of ships where that type of strategy and mechanism has moved forward and has been effective. We have some experience here in LA Long Beach related to our Clean Truck program of adopting a structure where we had a fee on older polluting trucks, and we saw pretty rapid change out of those older trucks to trucks that were newer that didn't have to pay the fee. So I think that there's definitely opportunity there, but the global shipping industry is a challenging system to make sure that we really understand how that works and how you would want to structure a program like that to make sure that you're not resulting in significant cargo diversion, but you are getting the emission benefits that you want to see. So we've not started that analysis yet. I mentioned in my slide that we're looking to start work on that probably in around 2023 for a differentiated rate structure that would come into effect in 2025. We need some additional time to be able to work that out, but I think the concept is exactly what you stated, is that through the economics you could try to drive that change, and other ports have adopted similar programs and have seen through those programs some significant adoption of vessels that operate on LNG fuel for their domestic fleets in Scandinavia. So we want to try to take a look at what other ports have done and where there might be opportunities here. But like I said, there's a lot of development work that would need to be done, and a lot of working with the industry that would need to be, a lot of outreach and education and coordination that would have to be done before we could develop that.
Yeah, there's a lot of challenges, obviously, that you can hear from the incentive aspect. And I think the point that you had raised is that there's issues other than financial incentives that also have a potential role in trying to provide some of those cleaner vessels. And I know those are some of the issues that the ports are working on. But I do want to talk about some of the incentive programs themselves, because California and the U.S. does have various incentive programs, and as we saw, I think it was in Bonnie's slides, where she talked about some of the funding that's available under Carl Moyer, under Prop 1B, under AB 617 programs. These are all state programs that, in essence, provide funding that have very strict conditions associated with those performance requirements and documentation requirements. And I think we see various challenges in identifying what additional sources of funding may be. As Dr. Fine noted, when we look at implementing our air quality management plan, we're looking here in the South Coast alone of over $1 billion a year in order to reach compliance by 2031 in implementing our AQMP. And that far exceeds the amount of funding that we're actually obtaining right now, whether it be through AB 617, through Carl Moyer, or other programs. So one of the things that we at the South Coast are looking at is, are there possible mechanisms that we can look to ensure funding? And we've actually had these discussions in China and with other entities and governments about various mechanisms. So one of the things that we will be looking at, for instance, will be authorization to have a sales tax. We know that within the South Coast region that could generate anywhere from $700 million to $1.5 billion a year for a 1/4 cent to 1/2 cent sales tax. That's something that we're working on as we continue to move forward, but we see that as an opportunity. But we understand that we do have to have the certainty, as we've heard from Thomas with regards to the longevity of these programs. But I think when we look at this again from a leveraging perspective with other ports, particularly for those frequent flyers, that takes some of the pressure off, especially if you're looking at a per call basis. And if we can make either annual or perhaps 2-3 year type commitments, I think those kind of funding levels are reasonable for us to go after and have a firm commitment, and then demonstrate the actual effectiveness. The one area, though, that I think was raised in the previous question was, how do we ensure, in essence, compliance and enforcement? And we obviously, none of us want to be putting resources and dollars into what's necessary, but to accelerate that. And I think that's going to be one of the challenges. How do we actually ensure the compliance aspect? Because I think as regulators, we've all seen commitments that have been made, but the promises necessarily weren't kept. And so that's going to be a big issue that we're going to have to look at as we implement this program, is ensuring that we're actually getting those reductions as we move forward. And I think there's no question, at least from our perspective, and I know we're going to hear from Dr. Peng later this afternoon about the importance of the challenge that we face. On our side, it's NOx. We know that there's some concerns in other parts of the world on VOCs, but I know that we sort of share our concerns as we move forward, and we think that by addressing NOx, we're addressing some of the domestic ECA issues that China's faced with, as well as some of the broader issues that they're faced with. So we're looking at a whole slew of options to secure commitments for funding, and we're also considering, in terms of leveraging, how do we ensure the compliance so that we're actually getting those results. And as I was droning on, I was hoping somebody would come down and ask another question. So here we have somebody that's got another question for us.
Good morning. I'm John Copel from Eastern Research Group. We're actually working with Jim and Ed with the ERA together to support some of the incentive coordination that Penny was talking about earlier through the Port of Vancouver. And so this is really a very excellent opportunity. And Thomas, actually, my question is specifically for you, because one of the things we're trying to look at is understanding maybe what some of the barriers are in participating in incentive programs. And you had mentioned, your members had mentioned some concerns with awareness or administration or sort of uncertainty about who can sign off. And so I was just wondering if you could talk a little more about what you or your members maybe see as barriers to participating in incentive programs. Is it, and it may be multiple things, but is there, the payback isn't quite big enough to make the investment, or the administrative burden is too much to try to follow through, or there isn't enough tracking of cumulative benefits? I'm just wondering if you could talk a bit more about that.
I think first and foremost, I'm going to start with what I mentioned the most number of times, is flexibility is probably the biggest hurdle. Ocean carriers need the opportunity to redeploy vessels. So having an incentive construct that preserves carrier vessel deployment flexibility is paramount. Without that, they will not have the confidence they need to operate their business. Once you get past that, I think there's still a number of other things. The value of incentive is important. One of the things that, if I wasn't clear on when I was talking about industry consolidation, one of the things that's is part and parcel of that is there have been a number of years of financial losses in this industry. So if the incentive, it has to cover all of the costs associated with the retrofit. It can't simply be, we're going to give you 50% of something that may increase your fuel consumption. It needs to cover the total cost of ownership, including things like engineering, staff time, any fuel penalty, if there's lost cargo space. Those sorts of things to ensure that they're kept whole needs to be part of the incentive. Right now, for the scope of the incentives or the retrofits we're talking about here today, there isn't really an incentive program that can accomplish that, given the cost. And, I would also agree with the administrative burden. You heard from Heather about, they have an incentive at the Port of Long Beach that people qualify for and they haven't signed up for, and that's because deploying that staff time, there are some of the biggest ocean carriers in the world might have a single person for all of the Western Hemisphere or North America dedicated to like issues like environmental issues. Some have even less. So they're very leanly staffed, and so the program needs to be easy to access, a single point of contact, simple rules, not typing in bunker notes from different ports of call to create a history of fuel usage. I mean, it gets really complex for the ocean carriers, and that represents a real meaningful hurdle to participation. I'd say those three issues are probably at the top of what I've heard from PMSA members.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add a little to what Thomas said, is I think that as we talk about incentive programs, we often think about financial incentives. And while it's true that nothing says I love you like cold hard cash, I think we should keep in mind that there could be potential non-monetary incentives out there. And I think as in our program, as we learn or work to better understand different business models and different drivers within the shipping industry, that's something that we keep in mind, that we could pair financial incentives with other incentives that perhaps are not monetary but provide great value to the industry and could work to again help change behavior in that industry. So I think we had some great discussion today, so let's give a round of applause for all of our panelists and all of the great information that we heard. At this point, we'd like to break for lunch. We have an hour for lunch, and folks are on their own, but are welcome to go to the cafeteria that we have here on site, as well as a number of restaurants in the vicinity. We will be providing lunch for our panelists and for our guests from the Chinese delegation. So let's reconvene here at 1 o'clock. We have some more great material to present, including, of course, my presentation, which will be the best. So we'll get back together at that point. Thank you.
stuff that I probably won't understand when they explain it to me.
Oh, good, good.
That's the way it goes. More responsibility, more work.
That's right, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit, oddly enough, how I ended up in this regulatory world.
Hey, folks, we'll just give folks a couple more minutes as we're all assembling so that we get back together and start our afternoon session.
As loud as
Hi, welcome back. So we're going to be starting our afternoon session, and I think this is where we're going to get into the meat of our discussion, where we'll have a lot more of a technical focus and better understanding of what types of technologies might be available to help us reduce emissions. I'm going to kick things off by having a discussion about our incentive concept that we're still working on and trying to see where that goes. Then we'll go into some discussions by Man Energy Systems and Wärtsilä on some of the technologies available. We'll hear from CMA CGM, one of the shipping lines, and then Chevron Shipping Systems. And then we'll have a short break and then go back into another panel discussion and then have opportunity for questions and answers. So I think it's going to be very productive and very excited to hear more from our panelists and have some good discussion. So with that, I'm going to kick off my discussion on our concept for a collaboration on an incentive program for ocean-going vessels. I think as we heard this morning, there's both the need for it, certainly the need for it here in Southern California to achieve emission reductions from vessels, particularly on NOx. We think there's also a similar need in areas in Asia, and we think there's a great opportunity to be able to work together. There's a lot of challenges, of course, but we think that they're surmountable. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the concepts we have in place, some of the work we've done to better understand this, and what next steps might look like from here. Oops. Got it. Okay. Step one, figure out how the prompter works. So in terms of a new concept on an incentive program, we're looking at primarily three different areas. The first is obvious. We know there's a Tier 3 standard out there for NOx on vessels. Being able to figure out ways in which we could deploy those Tier 3 vessels to come call on our ports. You heard a little bit from the ports this morning that for a variety of reasons, we're not expecting Tier 3 vessels to call at our ports anytime in the near future, although I guess we did have one show up, and we hope that he brings his friends. But even if we were to redeploy those vessels and have them calling at our ports, we also know there's not very many of these Tier 3 vessels out there right now. So, we have to focus on other areas as well. One area we could focus on is on keels that were constructed before the cutoff of January 1, 2016, having Tier 3 vessels or Tier 3 engines built on those keels. In one of my later slides, I'll show you sort of the spike that we experienced right before that cutoff deadline, where many keels were laid and they're being constructed with Tier 2 engines. If we can figure out a way to incentivize folks so that the incremental cost in developing a Tier 3 engine on that platform makes it worthwhile, that's something for us to investigate. But again, there's probably limited opportunities in that area as well. One area I'm very excited about is this opportunity of retrofits. And it's because the fleet, we know it takes a long time for the fleet to turn over. These vessels, these engines, they'll last for 30, 40, maybe 50 years. Being able to retrofit those older engines, we can get some substantial emission reductions. And as I'll show you in one of my upcoming slides, when you look at the different tier standards for engines, there's a lot of opportunity for NOx emissions between a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 engine. So that if we can look at something, perhaps not focus on retrofits to get up to the Tier 3 level, that can be very expensive and very hard to do, but if we can get to something that looks like a Tier 2 plus, that's still going to get us significant emission reductions, probably at a cheaper price, probably with maybe a less sophisticated technology. We think there's some really good opportunities for investigation there. In implementing an incentive program, obviously, we hope if we're successful, we'll get some benefits here, at our ports and regions. And we're doing this because we have fairly dire air quality in our area. Reducing these emissions will help us meet our federal air quality goals, and which are also health goals, and so will help our population breathe easier. We also see that there's benefits to shipping lines here. Providing incentive programs helps these shipping lines make investments in upgrading their engines. We hope that we can design this in a way where there's a significant return on investment. But there's also other benefits that could come in play too. Environmental recognition is always nice. Folks like to be good environmental and corporate stewards. And then there's potentially other non-monetary benefits that could accrue, and we're looking to better understand those and be able to use those. So some general principles as we move ahead. This is a voluntary approach that we're looking at, probably sounding a little weird coming from a regulatory agency, and I've been a regulator for many, many years, so that's usually my first instinct. But we think we can get a lot better and more reductions by following a voluntary approach. These would be incentives that would be offered by our local entities or local, state, and federal entities and offered through participating ports. We have here kind of the incentives to be offered for shipping lines to commit to frequent callers to ports. So these are vessels that would come to our ports most often and be able to partake of this incentive program. I think really if we design the incentive program in a way where we lay the amounts out, what options are available, and guarantee that those are in place for a certain amount of time, I think the industry will figure out a way to take advantage of that, to use that to their benefit, and to, if it's designed right, really get a way to attract those cleaner vessels. And then, I think return on investment is definitely one of those areas that we're focused on. For this to all make sense, we understand the expense and, the other issues that can come up with retrofitting vessels, like dry docking, for example. Being able to design this right and making sure that the shipping lines get their return on investment is one of the keys to success. This slide just outlines what the different tier for the emission standards are for the different tier levels at IMO for NOx. The take-home message I want you to get here is what I said before, where you look at the differential between Tier 2 and Tier 3 vessels, there's a big difference in NOx emissions. So that, while it would be great to get up to Tier 3 standards and have those vessels all up to that standard and throughout our area, it's not a bad goal to try to go somewhere in between. And certainly if it's a lot less expensive, if there's a lot less barriers to get to that place, that's a good place for us to be. The other thing to note on Tier 3 is you're probably already aware that it's only applicable within IMO-designated emission control areas. And my next slide, I think, talks a little bit about where those are. We are in the North American emission control area here in Los Angeles area. There's a couple of other areas throughout the world that are also subject to this. We know that China developing their own domestic emission control areas right now on sulfur. NOx standards are also being added, but it's still a fairly limited area. It's not that there's a Tier 3 requirement for all these new vessels that go anywhere. You can still have older vessels showing up and contributing to emissions. And as you've heard from the ports this morning, we're not expecting to have a lot of Tier 3 vessels calling anytime soon. There's a limited number of these that are sailing on the waters of the world right now. To the extent they are out there, it appears that they're being used in Europe and the North Atlantic area. We know also that vessels that were built before 2016, that cutoff that IMO had for Tier 3 vessels, they're not restricted from entering ECAs, so a Tier 0 vessel could still come into ECA as long as it's old enough to do that, of which there are quite a many. We know that there's a surplus of pre-2016 keels, so that's a concern as well, and that the newer vessels that are built on those keels, they're not meeting Tier 3 standards. And then our own forecasts, even though we had, it appears to be one tanker, I believe, visiting us that was Tier 3, we're really not expecting to get a lot of these calls in the near term going out, 2030, 2040s, which is way too far out for our needs. So this is the spike that I was referring to in terms of the number of keels that were laid prior to the January 2016 deadline for Tier 3. You can see it's pretty noticeable. Many of these keels, they've already have engines are being constructed for them, or they're already spoken for, but we still think that there's some opportunity within this spike of keels that are hanging out there that perhaps we could have some incentives in place to encourage folks to build cleaner engines on them. So in terms of potential deployment of new Tier 3 vessels, we know that that there's some opportunities here. Again, I mentioned before that we have a narrow opportunity to look at some of these keels that are hanging out there and seeing if there's ways that we can encourage that behavior. But we know we need to come up with a bunch of incentive funding if people are going to construct up to a Tier 3 standard. We know those vessels are expensive, and we know that would take a lot. So some considerations as we look at these retrofits. We know that the technology needs to be feasible, it needs to be practical, which is a very important consideration in the shipping industry, and then economically viable. I've heard a little bit about how tight the margins are in the shipping industry. I'm relatively new to this field, so I'm learning a lot, and something that might seem like a very small incremental cost in my mind may be very significant within the shipping industry. That said, I will say that in the world that I'm more familiar with, when we look at cost effectiveness of emission controls for NOx, they tend to be very high dollar per ton, cost a lot of money usually to reduce NOx emissions. And so far what we've found out is that retrofits could be one of the most cost-effective things we can do to get NOx emission reductions. We know we need to put a lot of work into demonstrating technology and to verifying that the technology can continue to work. It's one of the fields in which we push forward at our district is by funding demonstration projects so that we can access newer technology or emerging technology, put it in practice, test it out, and then encourage folks to be able to adopt this. I mentioned the concept of going to Tier 2 plus. I'm all in on that. I think there's tremendous potential on some lower tech, not as sophisticated technologies that might be able to help us get there. We do need to be cognizant of greenhouse gas emissions. We know that there's been a big push at IMO to reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with the shipping industry. Some technologies might have the potential to have a greenhouse gas emission penalty. We know we need to reduce emissions across the board. It's not just all about NOx, and we think that that's possible, but it is something that we're cognizant about. Customizing retrofits for different engine types and different applications is also important. There may be different retrofits that I consider for a large two-stroke engine that I would for the smaller auxiliary engines, the four-stroke engines. And so understanding where the emissions are coming from those different operational modes, from the different engine types, and really dialing in what's most effective for those different engine types. Minimizing impact on vessels is important as well. If a retrofit technology is going to require that the vessel is dry docked for months and months and months, that might be problematic, and that's certainly going to have a significant economic impact. So we have to keep that in consideration as well. Again, looking at how long is it going to take to order a retrofit, how long will it take to install it, those are other considerations. And then one thing we were looking at is kind of perhaps an operation of retrofit technologies, that maybe a switch is turned on. It only necessarily has to be within 100 nautical miles of the ports. The reason we have that there is that that's the limit to which we do our emission inventory. So, maybe you don't have to run the system that might add incremental expense to your routes if you're not within an area where your emissions count for our purposes. So some opportunities for retrofits, we are looking at both the main and auxiliary engines. There's, I think, certainly a lot of opportunity on those Tier 0 engines that are very dirty, but there's things that we can do for the Tier 1 and 2 as well. And then looking at the different operational modes as to what makes sense. We think there's some really promising retrofit technologies that are available today, but we also know there's some emerging. One of the things that we think is sort of an issue is that NOx emission reduction technology isn't necessarily rocket science, and it's certainly been used a lot stationary source side, but there perhaps hasn't been quite the push in the markets to have to install these applications on vessels because we haven't necessarily had the regulations in place. Tier 3 requirement by IMO is great, but it's just for those newly built vessels and only within particular areas. So perhaps if there were broader incentive programs that really push the markets to try to develop these technologies, that would help. We know that there's a lot of ocean-going vessels calls that are made by frequent caller vessels. When I talk about a frequent caller vessel, I'm defining that as a vessel that calls at a port more than 5 times in a year. We've done some work looking at satellite tracking data to really evaluate the vessel strings. Where are these vessels going? They do follow certain circuits, particularly between the West Coast ports and ports in China and other places in Asia. if these vessels are calling our ports repeatedly, they're calling specific ports in Asia repeatedly, we can, if we all offer incentives on that, all of a sudden we might be able to really have something significant in place that could influence and change behavior in the shipping industry. Let's see, next slide. So here's some information just then. This is just for the year 2016, and I understand that the shipping industry is dynamic, and so this information could change from year to year. But this is a snapshot of what we looked at from satellite data in 2016. This is for the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, looking at our frequent callers, so greater than 5 calls per year by vessel type. And it shows by far we have the container vessels are the ones that call the most. We do have a little blip on our tankers, which shows up with the dark blue at the end of the chart there. But this helps us understand that perhaps focusing on containerized traffic is the way to go, because these are the guys that are really calling more frequently at our ports and that we can see our repeat customers. So we broadened this out to then look at the frequent callers that they call at our ports more than 5 times a year, but they're also making a call more than 5 times a year in key Asian ports. And so this is the chart that we came up with that illustrates what those guys look like. So it's no surprise here that the top port that we share frequent caller vessels with is Shanghai. It's the largest port in the world, so that makes all kinds of sense. But we also have very significant numbers in some other Chinese ports as well. The port down in Shenzhen is also very significant, Hong Kong. We also have, some others in further up north, as well as we have some ports in Korea and in Japan. And so this just gives you a breakdown of where emissions are coming from in terms of coming from our ocean-going vessels at the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Again, you can see that our emissions profile is dominated by the container vessels, another bump on the tankers as well. But it, again, gives you an idea if you have to prioritize and find a place to focus and to pilot, focusing on containerized traffic is probably the place we want to be. And then this just gives you the breakdown of OGV emissions by operational mode. This was kind of an interesting chart to me when I first saw it, because I'm thinking, wow, these main engines are massive, so it's all going to be from the main engines, right? But we do get significant contribution from the other categories as well, because the auxiliary engines, they're operating at all these different modes. And then we also get some NOx contribution from the boilers as well. And this just kind of illustrates that breakdown, that when you add it all up, our main engine is about half of the total NOx emissions, but we do get significant contribution from the auxiliaries. And so this is one of the reasons why we can't ignore the auxiliary engines when we're looking at retrofit programs, and there could be some great benefit there. Sorry, skip that slide. So looking at some potential technologies for retrofits, again, a lot of these have been around for a long time. Perhaps applying them for shipping is new or on the cutting edge, but they are proven and we understand the science behind them. So selective catalytic reduction is something that's been used many, many years from stationary source side. You use urea solution as a reducing agent to reduce the NOx and get rid of that oxygen. There are some complications in using SCR as a retrofit. Namely, it's usually pretty big, so you have footprint issues within the engine room that make it difficult to install. But for a new build, maybe this makes some sense. SCR probably has more applicability for 4-stroke engines, so the auxiliary engines, there could be some potential for using SCR and getting those emission reductions. Exhaust gas recirculation, that's also a very tried and true NOx reduction technology. That's where you recirculate exhaust air to lower peak combustion temperature and therefore lower NOx emissions that are generated. But I'm pretty excited about some of these other technologies that I have down here, which I might categorize as lower tech. So fuel water emulsification, humid air motor, direct water injection. We know that those technologies can get us some fairly significant emission reductions, and we're really interested in developing those. They seem to be less technology intensive maybe than some of the other technologies I talked about. So we're very interested in seeing what we can do in that space. And then finally, in terms of emerging technology, battery electric hybrid systems will offer great promise. And certainly with folks that are very concerned about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, that's a developing area that we need to look at. In terms of the types of emission reductions we can get from these technologies, SCR is the gold standard, but that's what you use when you want to get up to Tier 3. But again, you can get some, as you look down the list, some fairly significant reductions from these other technologies. And so that's why we're looking at all of them to see what makes sense, what's going to be effective, what's cost effective in this space. So we're continuing to do some analysis on this incentive concept. One of the keys that we have to look at is to make sure that we, both better understand the business, but also figure out, when do these vessels return? Are they going to continue to operate on these circuits? It may be that there's a circuit in place, but the vessel doesn't stay the same, that different vessels come and go, they're changed out. We want to design the incentive program in a way that the business is able to kind of reap the benefits of capturing an incentive at our ports, at other ports who collaborate with us, and then be able to really have some motivation for installing these retrofits. So we're looking at building an emissions model to try to track that, and then ultimately working to try to better understand what is the amount of incentive that we have to have in place. We need to be able to right-size this amount. An incentive program that is too big and offers too much money is great for the shipping industry, but we need to find that sweet spot where we are able to put just enough in place to change behavior, but still be at the same time where it's enough to be attractive to the shipping industry. So we have some next steps that we're proposing from coming out from here. This meeting today is great convening to talk about, what the current state of play is, what ideas are that are out there to maybe better understand some of these technologies. We'd like to continue this work with you and other stakeholders to develop more information, looking at establishing a couple of working groups where we can have more discussion on kind of Tier 3, the concept of further Tier 3 deployments, but then also look at what we really need to do on retrofits, what technologies are there, and what we can push. Continuing to look at our analysis to basically be a proof of concept of this incentive program idea, and to make sure that we understand how things are falling into place. We are working to have a technology demonstration project on a main engine, and working on that in 2019. And we've been working with the folks at MAN on that project, and we think that's pretty exciting and will give us some good results. And then, continue to work on developing incentive program through various working groups through the next several years. Hopefully with the launch of some incentive programs in the near future. I think my Dr. Fine this morning mentioned that we have a very pressing need to get significant emission reductions in NOx in the near term. I think Thomas mentioned that 2023 is tomorrow, and it really is tomorrow, in terms of NOx emission reductions. So perhaps it won't be enough to help us there, but it might help us meet our 2031 deadline. And we're committed to continue to work on that and to get those reductions. So for the Tier 3 vessel deployments working group, again, you kind of identify potential participants, people who would be interested for shipping lines and ports in working with us to attract more Tier 3 vessels. It's really important to understand what drives deployment of those vessels, what decisions are being made, such that those vessels right now are being deployed mostly in Europe, for example, versus the lines that we're concerned about. Figure out what those costs are. Figure out the types of incentives. I think during the panel discussion, I mentioned that while we focus on financial incentives, I do think there's probably some space for non-monetary incentives that could be very attractive in the shipping industry. And so, listening to the shippers, listening to the folks in the business, and figuring out what those are and how we can make them work within an incentive program. And then, again, right-sizing what that amount of incentive is, making sure it's sufficient to change behavior, but not too much because we don't want to overpay for stuff. And in terms of our OGV Retrofit working group, continuing our work on our technology demonstration project. So the project that we have right now is a water fuel injection project. We're looking at a targeted 40% reduction in NOx for that engine. Identifying other potential demonstration projects for both main and auxiliary engines. Again, figuring out who our partners are in this, which shipping lines would want to let us install these technologies on their vessels and figure out how that works. And much like the other points I made for the other working group, just figuring out what is that incentive amount, what's enough to influence behavior and to get a change. So one example of what this incentive program could look like, so say we've identified there's a particular vessel that's making the circuits between us and key ports in China. We identify them on that string. If there's commitment for the ports on that string to work together and offer incentives, as these guys come through and they collect their incentive at each port, if we've figured this out all right, they'll put cleaner vessels on those routes because it'll be enough for them to recoup their investment and to make it worth their while. So as with many things, collaboration is the key to success. We're a local air agency. Although we represent approximately 17 million people, just under half the population of the state of California in our jurisdiction, we're still small in the scope of things, and so we really need to work with our partners, in China, in other countries, and also through different parties in the business to figure out how this will all work together and to be a success. So with that, thank you for your time, and we'll proceed with the rest of the program. So next up, we're going to have a presentation from the folks from MAN Energy Solutions. We have Gajail Obo, who's the Director of New Technologies, Michael Witt, the Head of Retrofit Development, and Andre Vaj, who's the Head of PrimeServe Retrofit and Upgrades.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gajail Obo, and I'm working at MAN Energy Solutions, formerly known as MAN Diesel and Turbo. First of all, we from MAN would like to thank SCAQMD for inviting us to this forum and for having the opportunity to being part of the program, which for us started already 6 months ago. Here today, we are represented by Michael Witt, who is taking care of offshore two-stroke from Copenhagen, Andre Foges, who is taking care of four-stroke from Augsburg, but most importantly, we have our manager for this project, Makbul, who is actually located in Houston. And according to my memory, it doesn't go that much back, but still, we actually worked with EPA first time in 1984. We did that in connection with a project for emission control on Puerto Rico under the jurisdiction of United States. Later on, in '89, we made a project with CARB. It was for 4 vessels reducing NOx with a SCR solution for USS POSCO, the company, and actually reducing NOx to about, and actually a little bit lower than Tier 3. The vessels was operating in and out from Bay of San Francisco. Since then, we have worked in a number of projects together with Port of Los Angeles, Californian Air Resources Board and EPA, and with ship operators as APL, and CMA, TGM, as we also see here represented today. Being the engine developer of far the highest amount of large engines for ocean-going vessels, calling ports inclusive for California, we have together worked with those organizations here in the United States to find technical solutions to reduce emission and to create better understanding about the application of engines at sea. Listening from this morning, I have to say that I'm very impressed about the number of organizations and this commitment that there are here for these organizations for the reduction of the emission. When this is said, in my 35 years in the marine industry, it tells me that even though we all want to be green, the vessels are operating in a challenging and competing environment. It's therefore important that incentives need to be convincing and strong, monetary or non-monetary. Programs need to be transparent, and technical solutions need to be flexible and as simple as possible. We are working forward to work with SCAQMD and other partners and bodies in this project. And in our presentation today, I will talk a little bit about who we are, what market we are looking into, and later it will be Michael and Michael on the retrofit on two-stroke, and then we will listen to the four-stroke engine retrofit. So my presentation, I have to push here, I think. Not to go too much into detail, we have very limited time, but as Sarah also mentioned, this is not number one, I think. Okay. No, okay, but something is wrong on that part. Doesn't matter. I just want to show the engine program. With these monsters of engines, we are talking about engine going up to about 80 megawatt and down to 3 megawatt. From the biggest one, and this is the corner Sarah talked about, this is where the engines are burning 200 plus tons of heavy fuel oil or fuel oil per day. And this is, of course, where most effect is taking place if we do something about it on those. And this is what we are looking at now. We will hear a little bit more about it later on. If we look at this one, it's just to show you how the market has gone since 2000 up to 2018. It will, of course, continue, but it also tells us that about 15 gigawatt corresponds to about 1,500 of our two-stroke engine, if that's the market. So that is, you can say, what we are aiming at, and of course it depends on the market, but 12 to 1,500 two-stroke engines per year is coming out in new projects. If we look into this one and look a little bit in our crystal ball, we also expect there will be a growth, of course, and some expectations from ExxonMobil and others are that in 2040, 2050, we will have a doubling of the vessels we will see at sea for transport. Sorry for being a little bit fast, but time flies. If we look in 2020, this is the three categories we are going to see. First, on the left, we have compliant fuel oil. And please remember, 2020, 97% of what you see of the engines in 2020 will actually be operating on compliant fuel oil, maximum 0.5% sulfur. In the middle, you see there will also be some on alternative fuels. We have sold 244 engines on alternative fuels, but that's over 4 years. That's quite a small percentage of what we're talking about. And then, of course, on the right side, there is the one with scrubbers. The last 6 months, 1,000 scrubbers have been ordered for existing and for new vessels. So also in this area, something is happening. This is the expectation on the fuel for the future. We will see in 2020, this is a crystal ball from BP, but it's very much alike what we would guess. The green, light green area you see there is what we will call very low sulfur fuel oil, a mixture of what fuel oil we see today. We will see an increase at the purple one in the bottom on use of scrubbers, and there will, of course, also be alternative to fuels and gas and so on. The expectation from the fuel suppliers is that about 2030, there will be 10 to 15% of the fuel used in the marine will be 10 to 15 will be gas, LNG. Let's see if this is correct. Today, we have the opportunity to operate on residual fuel. That is, of course, 99.9% until 2020. Distillate, ultra-low sulfur fuel oil 0.1, methane, methanol, LPG, ethane, And biofuel, we can operate on the all. And the next step we have on our engines is actually ammonia. But let's see how that will go or how many years it will take before that is part of our program. So it was, thank you for me, and Michael, it's you.
Thanks, Gerald, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to give you in a few minutes here just a brief overview, if you like to say so, about our two-stroke retrofit technologies and developments we had in the past years, and what also is on focus in the coming years. And just to start with, I've here just on one single slide just summarized a little bit where we came from. You know, in the past, let's say 5 to 8 years, a lot of retrofits have been already performed for some of our owners and vessels, basically derived into 3 sections. And we heard this in some presentation already this morning, but it's all about cooperation, and here many partners have been involved. On the left-hand side, you see, if we talk about engine derating. Engine derating was in former years the focus, looking into improved fuel economy during this period where the vessels have the so-called slow steaming. So it was basically deratings on an existing engine for maintaining a better part load efficiency, if you like to say so. To a large extent, the large engines, two-stroke engines, which Kjell just talked about, they have turbochargers in the process, and so-called turbocharger cutouts was obtained in order also to improve part load behavior. So that was a large portion of retrofitting. On the right-hand side, we also maintained, actually delivered solutions for so-called propeller retrofits, means the hull propulsion system interaction was optimized for better total efficiency of a vessel, including what we heard earlier this morning, that vessels have been received a different bulbous bow, different hull lines, and then also from the engine and from the whole propulsion system, we adapted this accordingly. So one thing from this picture is in common. All those measures which have been performed through several cases, dozens of cases, had one thing in mind, the motivation. The business case was the owner was asking for improved fuel oil efficiency. That means commercially driven projects for a better economy. In terms of NOx, it is not gaining any NOx reduction, because as I said, the focus was on a different perspective. So that means here, just the applicable IMO NOx limits has been applied. Having said that, here you see the overview, as most of you will know. We have here just this schematic view, what is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 level. And if we talk about two-stroke engines, we are on the very left end, where we have actually these numbers. And just to highlight again, a tier 3 level is about 80% reduction of a tier 1 engine. If you look now what is currently in our portfolio, talking about NOx reduction technologies, basically with our two-stroke engines, we have basically 3 principles. The left-hand side is the so-called exhaust gas recirculation, a so-called pre-combustion measure, where actually a certain amount of exhaust gas is recirculated to the intake, and thereby the NOx reduction takes place in the combustion chamber as such. So a pre-process measure, very efficient and without problems reaching tier 3 level. The second one in the middle is the so-called high-pressure SCR solution, which is a high SCR reactor integrated on the engine in between the exhaust system and the turbocharging process. Quite complex, quite big, and it needs to have a very good planning from the first day, basically applicable for new buildings. And on the right-hand side, you see proven technology, many cases, so-called low-pressure SCR, a post-engine process technology, where an SCR technology is just added at towards the chimney of a main engine, also very well known from stationary power plants. LPSCRs are common practice there. We have adapted this insight of the latest, let's say, applicable new technologies, basically for our engine program on tier 3 level, also to some retrofit levels. And so, for example, we have integrated in our engine program a so-called prepared, EGR prepared engine, which is for owners who are not certain if they need a NOx reduction technology one or the other day. And that means instead of having the full EGR installed, the engine is just prepared in terms of frame sizes, interfaces, etc., so that a retrofit on such engine can be done. But it requires actually that an engine is prepared, because the interaction on a given and designed in-service engine to add an EGR is quite difficult. A proper solution for a retrofit is a low-pressure SCR add-on, which can be added to basically any engine, and this is just subject to little space in the chimney, in the deck house, and to add this, what is colored here in blue, this LPSCR reactor, and add some pipes. But also keep in mind, such retrofit would require that the vessel has to go for some time into a dock to adapt this, let's say, shipyard scope of supply. For a HPSCR solution, we actually cannot recommend to consider this for a retrofit, because the complexity of adding it to a given engine room on a given footprint of an engine is simply very, very complicated, and it would have high cost effect, and it's not really feasible to consider high pressure SCR solution for retrofitting. But we have also, as Kjeld mentioned, 2020 is just ahead of us, and here the low sulfur fuel cap is a kind of a game changer. And this game changer have led also to a lot of considerations with a lot of owners to think about gas conversions. That means a given two-stroke engine, main engine, operating on distillate, on heavy fuel oil, could be subject to transfer to a gas engine, to whatever gas. I come to that in a minute, what it means. And we have currently already up to date already performed a few gas conversion retrofits on tankers, on production tankers, and also we are about to do this also for a container vessel. And if we talk about gas, this has as the baseline already also some potential to give a contribution to a NOx reduction, considering that we base it on the same engine performance. For example, as here given in the table, LNG would have minus 25% of NOx just by using the LNG, say at given same performance. Methanol is certainly not a gas, but it has also 30%. So there is, with multi-fuels and the upcoming multi-fuel engine, which is currently in full progress, there's also opportunities to reduce NOx. If we talk about now here this initiatives, which is raised by SCAQMD and looking into this specific area of California port calls and the area of, let's say, around about 100 nautical miles, as shown here in the diagram, you see that we have here also to keep in mind whatever technology we consider for being applicable for NOx reduction, it needs to be reflected that this would be in use for a very limited time compared to a long voyage, let's say from, assume the vessel, container vessel is coming from Shanghai to LA, then it would usually take about 2 weeks or a little bit more. And here we talk about the last, let's say, 10 to 12 hours of operation, where we want to achieve the NOx reduction. Of course, with the aim to reduce it up to this, let's say, 40% gain, But the solution for such a case needs to be also kept in mind that it needs to have a good cost efficiency. And yeah, as said here, the bottom line, of course, everybody would commit to get a better NOx profile, to get to a more green technology is, of course, a goal. But we have also to keep in mind whatever these owners we need to work with and cooperate with, this is, of course, very essential, need to be on a level playing field. That means if such an incentive is rolled out to a numbers of vessels and owners, then it's more safe that we can be in the same typical competition. What could be a solution, and Sarah highlighted that in her presentation, for this aim here of NOx reduction, which could achieve a kind of intermediate state between the tier 1 and the tier 3 level. We just have named it artificially tier 2.5, if you like to say so. Is a kind of water in fuel injection. The technology is basically in principle developed some years ago, but it would take some adaptation development in order to make it work for whatever engine type we have in mind. Of course, it varies a bit from engine type to engine type, how to implement it. And by adding up to approximately 40% of water into the fuel, we can also estimate that we could achieve a level of about 40% NOx reduction on a low load operation, not at high load operation, but here is also the question of low load operation. Oops. Yes. In order to support a little bit that approach, we have analyzed what has been the number of port calls of typical container vessels here in this area in California over the last 12 months. And we had in focus, of course, container vessels, as they are the largest pattern. And here also we looked into a specific engine type, a large engine of our two-stroke program, which is mostly the largest population, if you like to say so. And just to emphasize what is recorded here, we have counted more than 430 vessels operating in 12 months in these waters, and they accumulated about 1,350 port calls. So that means a technical solution developed, provided, demonstrated on such a vessel in close cooperation with SCAQMD, with the owners, with the operators, could prove that here is really a kind of low-hanging fruit in a given reasonable time frame to achieve a 40% NOx reduction. And what was already said very often this morning, which we can only repeat, it requires a close cooperation between the partners involved. Looking a little bit into quite simple schematic, the NOx reduction I mentioned already, 40% approximately with water and fuel, 80% with primary NOx reduction technologies such as EGRs and SCRs, and gas conversion, let's say, 25%, if you like to say so. Compared to a gas conversion, I just put it here in this diagram as a 100% baseline, and compared it a little bit with first cost, the CapEx. LPSCR would be about 25% compared to an LNG conversion, an EGR retrofit around 70%, and water and fuel is a relatively low-hanging fruit with just maybe 5% of a CapEx investment compared to a LNG conversion. And the operational cost is minor on water and fuel because the water is not that difficult to generate on board the vessel. And here you see also the other numbers of comparison. Of course, it's quite interesting for those who have access to gas. Of course, the fuel gas prices varies from different places in the world, and here is some operational cost advantage if gas is coming into the picture of operation. Just to finalize here, just for those who are not so familiar with what these engines look like, here in front you see a smaller two-stroke engine, 35 bore, and in the back typical K98, which is usually one of these types we talk about if we talk about container vessels, and this is the subject where we have to do something in order to achieve some NOx reduction. Yes, and thereby I would like to hand over to Andre, talking about four-strokes. Thank you.
So hello all together. I also like to thank you for participating today. I had a very good news side on my business. From our point, we are usually focusing on our customers, ship owners, and they are mainly focusing on the cost as they are in a global competitive situation. For that reason, this is to the right. For that reason, we have to tailor for every case our own solution. I see we have the long presentation. We have, let's say, small investment solutions for customers. For example, recently sold Tier 1 engines upgrade to Tier 2. So it is interchanging of some engine components, the combustion components. And this brings already a benefit of minus 20% in the NOx emissions. And then, of course, one of the hot topics today is power management or hybrid systems, where we combine auxiliaries which generate electricity with a battery and then optimize the load profile and also optimize the consumption of fuel and also NOx. Then the next one is the water in fuel emulsion. This system has been developed in our house already 15 years ago. There was an approach from cruise liners for this technology, and we have this technology, let's say, in one of our cupboards, and we can take that out and tailor it to the requirements of the commercial fleet. And not last but not least, it's also upgrade of particular components. Some components have a major impact on NOx level, and often they are designed in regards to simplicity for the crews to handle it. That means usually we have a 2-point position 1, position 2, and then it's easy to identify that the part is working, and it is easy to handle and to repair for the crews. That's why we usually have only those simple apparatus on our engines. If we go much more into the regulation of these adjusting devices, this will bring another improvement of about 20%. So it is a small impact on the engine or on the engine room arrangement, but has a significant impact on the NOx emissions, but also has some impact on the consumption. Then the next step is the SCR. The catalyst has the highest potential to reduce NOx. You can assure almost every level, so we can reduce down to 90% the NOx emissions. But, and this is the but, it also has some cost involved, and therefore it is the ship owner has to have a particular motivation, and usually commercial vessels, especially container vessels, are not interested in this add-on in costs. but nevertheless, we can offer that. As you can see here from the picture below, this is a bigger impact on the vessels arrangement. Usually you have to open up the funnel and replace the pipes with a SCR catalyst. And the consequence of that is that you have a very long docking time for that. The last one is the retrofit to gas, to dual fuel. This is showing let's say the best, in my opinion, one of the best trade-offs for our ship owners or customers. As on the one hand, they have a higher flexibility of which fuel they are bunkering when they go to harbor. They can have LNG, they can have heavy fuel, especially when we look at 2020, then it becomes much more interesting as the synthetic fuels, they have some, let's say, management problems. As we can see at present in the Baltic Sea, that many ship owners, they are struggling with the new composite fuels and their fuel system, fuel treatment, and so on. And there it becomes very interesting, this alternative, especially as the new fuels from 2020 are expected to rise in price significantly. And then the LNG seems to be a major positive impact for the ship owners, as fuel is one of the main cost drivers, is then, let's say, making a competitiveness possible, or let's say giving then competitiveness. So we have summarized that also in these charts. We have called them the optimization of the engine itself, internal measures. There we have a potential of 20 to 40%. The water in the fuel in water emulsion has also potential between 20 and 40% of reduction. You can combine, of course, those measures, then you get a more complex engine room. The SCR catalyst shows the highest potential, and of course the dual fuel with the gas, and this is different to the two-stroke engine, combust the gas much more cleaner. That means you have a reduction of 80 to 90% already when you utilize a dual fuel engine. This is just a matter of how you tune your engine. That means, and in NOx regards, there is the highest potential. When you look at the costs, then of course the dual fuel conversion has the highest cost impact, because it's not only the engine, it is also the fuel bunkering, which or fuel storage on the vessel, which is very expensive. You need special cryogenic tanks. You need to upgrade your engine room for gas safety. And then, of course, we convert the engine. And for the SCR, you have the impact of modifying your vessel. You have to also install some storage for the urea and the pump systems. So also pretty complicated compared to that. And the other two measures, or let's say the internal measures and the combined measures, are rather low in effort. They can be handled by about 20% of the effort you need to convert to DF. But of course, and that is, in our opinion, the main driver, if ship owners do not, or operators, do not have a benefit of this new technology, they will not utilize it. Maybe they will use it as incentive to go in a harbor, but I think all our aim should be that they are utilizing this NOx omitting technology all the time for 10,000 kilometers, not only for 100. That means it should give them a benefit. And of course, the dual fuel conversion is the most beneficial, or let's say this what will be the driver, in my opinion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Very interesting stuff. I'd like to introduce now Kevin Humphreys from Wärtsilä Retrofit Technology Advancements. He is going to give us some discussion from Wärtsilä's perspective.
Great. Thank you. You know, I don't know. We got our slides? Oh, here we go. I don't know if you've heard this story. There was a very wealthy ship owner who passed away, and he passed his fortune on to his three sons. And the only stipulation in the will was that the three sons would take care of their aging mother. So the first son, with the intention of impressing his mother, bought her a huge mansion to live in. The second son, with the intention of impressing his mother, bought her a big, fancy luxury car. But the third son knew that his mother's simplest pleasure in life was just sitting and reading the Bible. But the problem was her eyesight had gotten so bad that she couldn't read the pages anymore. So he bought her a parrot that had been trained to recite the Bible from beginning to end. So after some time, the sons went to visit their mother, and the mother said to the first son, she said, you know, son, your intention was to impress me with this big house, but I'm a simple woman, and this is too much house for me. I would have been happy in a little apartment. To the second son, she said, son, your intention was to impress me. You bought me this big, fancy car, but it's too much car for me, and besides, I can't see to drive it anyway. But she said to the third son, she said, son, your gift to me was perfect, and that chicken tasted tremendous. So the moral of that story is understand people's intentions before they offer you something. So I thought I'd lay this out a little bit. My intention today, I don't know how that translated to Chinese. How'd I do? All right? Okay, good. So what I thought I'd do is cover a few things at a very high level, and then we would get a chance to see how they can affect NOx. But what I wanted to do is start with Wärtsilä's thinking about how to address these problems. I think how we think about things. You're kind of stuck with the fact I was trained as an engineer, but I went back to school and studied philosophy. So I like to understand how we think about things, and that leads into a lot about how we approach the problem. So a little bit of our philosophy, and then some technology for port vessel operations that I think may take us a little bit outside the box on what we've been talking so far, but I think it'll be very interesting to you, using technology for reduced fuel consumption, reduced fuel use, which reduces all of our pollutants at the same time, and then some other technologies that we have. And I want to leave a couple minutes in the short time we have together for a very dramatic video that we have that is a call to action for those of us in the maritime industry. So before I do that, I do want to introduce two of my colleagues, Dave Smith and Ari Suominen. Dave is the head of sales for our products here in the United States, or in the Americas, and Ari is our expert on NOx reduction technology. So we'll be here today and tomorrow if you have any questions to follow up. So one of the things about Wärtsilä when we talk about our philosophy is it is our vision, the very essence of Wärtsilä is creating sustainable societies using technology. We're not just an engine manufacturer anymore. We're one of the largest, most diverse technology providers in the maritime industry. If we were just a software company, we would be a mid-sized listed software company on the stock market. So we're a very diverse portfolio on how to approach these problems. And so what's been going on is all the technologies I'm going to talk about, and we've been talking about today, are not new. I mean, they're not new. They're things that have existed in various parts of other industries or in the maritime industry for some time. But what you're seeing is these technologies, there's a convergence that are coming together where we can try new business models and try new technologies in a way that works financially in the maritime industry. And so owners are saying, well, why should I do these things? Why should I take these risks? Well, these are the kinds of things that are going on. The technology is much more mature when it comes to things like sensors, when it comes to things like remote technology, satellite bandwidth. The capabilities have gone way up and the costs have come way down. So we're really at an inflection point in the maritime industry that we don't need to fear NOx reduction. I have a really good joke to go with this, but unfortunately no time. So you're going to have to ask me later on that one. So here's our approach as Wärtsilä. We don't think the answer is any one place. It's in the entire ecosystem of the entire marine supply chain. And so this is what we call our ecosystem thinking. And very often, to find the best solutions, we don't think the solutions are with us. It's with collaboration with governmental organizations, with ship owners, even with our competitors in areas, or with small startup companies. So we want to look at a whole bunch of different solutions in the entire ecosystem to find the answers to this. And of course, when we do this, we're going to do it efficiently. We're going to do it in a way that protects the environment and protects our people. So one of the things we want to look at is what is the waste and inefficiency in the industry. And so we had an outside company come in to take a look at various aspects of the maritime industry, containers, tankers, LNG, and we wanted a clean look. This was McKinsey that did the study for us, and we wanted someone outside the industry to look in, and just an amazing amount of inefficiency and waste that already exists. When you look at containers, ships particularly, in fuel inefficiency, these are all in the billions. I mean, these are huge numbers of inefficiency. And so when we talk about those new technologies, there's three main areas that we're talking about: big data analytics, smart ports, and intelligent vessels, and I'll touch on each one of those today. This was the results of some of their study. And so along the entire supply chain, a huge amount of inefficiency, particularly in the container world, and so if you can eliminate that inefficiency, particularly inside 200 miles, reduce fuel consumption, you're doing two things. You're increasing the profitability of the shipping companies, and you're reducing the pollution that you have to deal with. So it's really a win-win-win for everybody. And so what we're looking at is the concept of intelligent vessels, vessels that run much more smartly and intelligently on their entire operating cycle, so that you get that reduced energy consumption, which reduces the pollution at the same time. Smart ports, how do we make ports smarter to communicate with the vessels and use that technology? And big data analytics. Big data is driving a lot of this. We're at a point now where satellite bandwidth is so wide and so cheap that we can do really amazing things with real live data transmission. So this is kind of a typical picture of shipping today, where the ship leaves and there's relatively little amount of intelligence that's telling that vessel what to do from the port as it goes along its transit routes. And what we're looking at is a system of much, much smarter communication between the ports and the vessels, particularly as they come in to approach. And so these are the kinds of projects we're looking at, really doing a deep dive into port operations, every aspect. So that's the pilots, that's the tugs, that's the port availability, the berth availability, all of these data points that weigh in on how a ship approaches and operates. We want to done very deep dives into these for various ports. And so you end up with a model like this of heavy-duty port collaboration and a common platform of information that then is delivered to the ships. I know we haven't talked as much about tankers and bulkers today, and I realize they're a relatively smaller portion into the ports in Los Angeles. You know, many of them are operating on charter party agreements that says go this fast, no matter what. Okay, and the communication between ports and facilities and the vessel is terrible, and there's just this huge amount of waste because they always hurry up and wait. When you look at the real actual operation of these vessels, it's nothing like going at charter speed 90% of the time. It's a very small percentage of the time. And so you're looking at a much more intelligent ecosystem. So together with our companies Transis, a company we acquired about a year or so ago, and a company called NRAM, which we acquired 2 years ago, we're looking at much more smarter ports where we have advanced intelligent routing of vessels. And so all of the port facilities, from the wet, dry, and container ports, are automated with a data stream that the vessels can understand, and that information is transmitted to them. And via the Transis and NRAM systems, you get just-in-time delivery of the vessel. You get just-in-time delivery of the pilots, the tugs, and the terminals and piers. And part of this, when I talked about ecosystem thinking, is, you know, we didn't have all the solutions to this, so we invested in a company called portcall.com, and we're working on a project with the Port of Singapore called Portify to do just this, a full platform of consistent data that's available to vessels to reduce the inefficiencies in their operations along the route and as they approach inside the 200 miles. All of this is technology. All of this is software. All of this is easily installed. I heard some numbers today of millions of dollars in fuel pumps and fuel flow meters. These kinds of systems can be installed on a vessel, a simple system, what we call the NRM Skylight, for no capital cost at all. It's all software as a service. It can be installed in 15 minutes by the crew, and gives you a highly, highly granular look at a vessel where you're getting noon reports, phone calls, and emails, to now you're looking at that vessel every 5 minutes. It uses very advanced algorithms. It's really amazing stuff. It's inexpensive to install. It saves money for the ship owner across all their operations, and now provides a platform to communicate between port and vessel. This would be the NRM voyage optimization. Typical voyage, by the way, you're seeing here. You jet out of port to get ahead of schedule, all right? Then you slow down and then you loiter. You see this almost all the time. It's near the universal operation of a vessel, utterly wasteful. And if you can just transit at the optimal speed for just-in-time delivery to your ports and tugs and to your piers, huge savings for the vessel along the entire route and once they're inside the control zones and the environmental zones. The same with voyage route optimization. This is part of the NRAM system. Again, these are all technologies, all software as a service, all relatively inexpensive and done with port control systems by Transys, all available today. And these are very effective tools. So I put tugs up here because I wanted to illustrate something. I don't want to dwell too much on the tugs, but these technologies are applicable to all vessels. All right, just so think in terms of applications of technologies, not particularly, but hybrid vessels are alive and well. They're operating. Tugs are a really great example because you can see, you design a tug around a peak load that they use a very, very small amount of the time. Okay, and so it gives a really great illustration that I can now put much smaller engines on the tug, charge my batteries at a very efficient operating performance range, and then when I need that peak power, I shift into batteries to enhance my engine power. And so it's a very, very effective illustration of how this works. But there's no reason this can't work in merchant vessels. For example, using power takeoff generators on main engines, charging your batteries at sea. Very efficient electrical production, then you can use those batteries in port. And it's a kind of setup that can be done on a container vessel with a relatively limited footprint. And of course, when you're running on the battery packs, you have no NOx emissions at all. And so these are the kinds of results we see from hybrid tugs, for example. And you can do these same kind of investments on ocean-going vessels. And again, all these slides are available. I'm going to move smartly just to stay within our time, but all these slides will be available to you. So and these are the kinds of cost reductions. Again, all of these technologies achieve your goals in reducing pollution, but it achieves the goals of the owners in making more money. I mean, I think it's great that you have industry in here than ship owners, obviously an important component in this, but it's real easy to get buy-in when you're making people money and everybody's getting their goals achieved at the same time. Now, you can also add LNG. In the same token, you can add LNG into these systems with hybrid. You can add them into commercial vessels. You can add LNG systems. It is a rather expensive solution, but it's a very effective solution at reducing NOx. So this is completely something that's possible for vessels. So these are some of the conceptual ideas. I mean, you can go with two-stroke engines and 3 gens. That's kind of a typical setup on a large merchant vessel. But particularly as you get to the tanker bulker side, what you're seeing there is two very, very efficient 4-stroke engines geared into power takeoff generators. So the idea with this kind of retrofit, which we're doing one of these right now, is you retrofit so that you generate electricity at very, very highly efficient at sea speeds, and that charges your batteries that you use when you're in port. So you get that kind of advantage. And this setup is efficient from 0 to 100%. So you don't really have a, quote, eco speed where you lose a lot of efficiency. Even though you're going slower and save fuel, you're really not at the optimal efficiency of the vessel because the vessel is designed for charter speed. These types of setups are actually efficient at the entire operating range because of the technology of the engines. And again, this is another illustration of using power takeoffs to charge a hybrid vessel. And then we have actual just straight NOx reduction. I mean, we can retrofit NOx reduction onto engines. We're not particularly manufacturer discriminatory. We certainly can do our own engines, a Sulzer, what you would know as Sulzer engines, now WinGD engines, and our 4-stroke Wärtsilä engines. We can also do other manufacturers as collaborative projects with those manufacturers and the owners. And again, Ari will be here too afterwards to answer any questions once we're all done. So we have done these. This is not conceptual. This is things we've already done and already implemented. The great thing about this technology is it's very proven. We've used this in the power. Wärtsilä is also in the power plant business. Again, very smart power plants, solar, wind, hybrid, integrated power plants. But this SCR technology is very, very proven. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands, probably millions of operating hours. It's very good technology and very successful technology. And these are a couple of projects we're doing right now. As I mentioned, this was the lower vessel was a retrofit of our newest 4-stroke engines. Extremely, extremely efficient engines. Guinness Book of World Record, most efficient engine in the world. And at the same time, huge NOx reduction in this particular project. So how does this all come together? I mean, these are just some very high-level concepts, but how can this all come together on a vessel, both either in retrofit or later new builds? These are half a dozen new shuttle tankers built for TK operating. Now, these were incentivized by the NOx Fund out of Norway, but this ship has all of the technologies that I've talked about. It has hybrid, it has LNG, it has very complex smart propulsion systems, it has dynamic propulsion. They're very high-spec vessels, but this is what the last class of vessels look like as far as their emissions across the board. This is what the new ones are. absolutely amazing reductions in carbon, NOx, SOx, and particulate matter going to these technologies. And so all of this has been designed, it's being built, it's proven out, and so it can either go into new vessels or be retrofitted into older vessels. So there's a lot of options there, a lot of great technologies that are available to owners. I think particularly on the smart port, smart vessel side, these are things that are available today, and the return on investment is near immediate. And the reason I say that is we've actually put systems on vessels. These are our performance monitoring systems. It hasn't been turned on yet, but the crew thinks it is, and we see an improvement in performance of the vessel. They stopped because they know they're being watched. And it may sound a little big brotherish, but we have both an environmental responsibility and a corporate responsibility to have efficient operations. And so once you know you're being monitored, you operate, let's put a positive spin on it, you just operate in a much more efficient way. And then once those systems are on, you can learn and communicate. If you had the same system in San Diego, LA, Long Beach, Port Hueneme, San Francisco, Oakland, and Seattle, the same port control system like an air traffic control system, and vessels could put this kind of system on for literally hundreds of dollars a month, and the savings is easily 10 times that just as soon as you put the system on. It would create a huge reduction in inefficiency in your port operations with no new expensive technology. That's the thing. And so you get huge reductions, immediate results by doing what is essentially air traffic control for the West Coast. And so there's things available today that are very dynamic and very exciting in these types of reductions. So just some of the reduction numbers of these TK tankers. Very phenomenal environmental reductions and their impact. All right, so can we do the video? Okay, this is called Oceanic Awakening. This is Wärtsilä's call to the industry to think differently and what kind of future do we want. Very dramatic. Please take a watch.
The future's not what it used to be. The city was a place you could be sure of getting work. People flocked here by the millions. The promise of a better life. Fast forward to your parents' time. Building a home and raising a family. And as you grew, so did the city. With waves of change, our lifestyles evolved. The things that excited us, the way we consumed, faster and faster. But the city wasn't built to grow like this, and the cracks started to show. Resources stretched to breaking point. Weight buckling the foundation. Our imagined future, a fading mirage. A broken city. A broken dream. Change needs to come. The city's problems can be solved on the ocean. The environment depends on it. Infrastructure depends on it. Our children's quality of life depends on it. Our journey with the sea is just beginning. It's time for a worldwide awakening on an oceanic scale.
Great, thanks. And the real question is, what kind of future do we want for our planet, for our children, not just now, but in the future? And I think we're here because we are concerned about this. So if that interests you, how do the cities connect to the ocean, and you want to get more involved in Wärtsilä's initiative, we're looking for 20 cities to join in, c20.org. We already have Helsinki, Hamburg as partners, Seattle as a partner. we'd love to have more in this journey of connecting the oceans with sustainable societies. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Our next speaker has come to us all the way from China. And so we're very honored to have some visitors from a delegation from China at the forum today. So Dr. Peng is going to speak with us and share some of China's experience on vessel LNG retrofits and conversions.
Good afternoon. For easy going, I will deliver my presentation in Chinese.
And I think we're getting the interpreters set up right now, so.
So one
okay,
day ago.
they're good.
So,
Can you hear? Can you hear? Yes. Okay, good.
So one day ago, sorry， 是1天前我做了几个演讲，在长滩，是关于激励政策、安定和中国的排放控制区的总共3个演讲，里面提到了一些观点。今天上午到现在为止，我得到了一些信息，印证了我提出的一些建议。就是我在中国是负责。
So 我们没有做同传，所以您讲几句要停下来，谢谢。It's not simultaneous, so Dr. Peng needs to pause from time to time for the interpreter to convey his message. I have been in Long Beach for the last couple of days and delivered several speeches regarding the Chinese policies in terms of the green ports and green vessels, as well as the shore power. So this morning, I have heard a few speeches, and that got me thinking. Here, I'm sharing my part, my side. Insight.
特别是我们怎么运用这个激励政策，我一直建议，在中国我负责制定政策的时候，我一直建议政府，就是我们要用强制性的政策，配套激励性的措施，这样子使得减少整个行业和整个技术发展过程中未来的不确定性，使得政府的设定的目标能够得以实现。然后呢，激励措施是为了帮助企业在发展的初期减少它的成本支出。
So what I like to see is how to use the incentive plan coupled with the government mandate and regulations to ensure the proper use of our policy, as well as to achieve the goal, and at the same time reduce the initial cost to the industry so they would have the enthusiasm to join us, and that will reduce their uncertainty.
我这个下午的演讲是根据EPA 的要求准备的一个 PPT， 是关于中国的液化天然气为动力的船舶的一个发展的过程，其中也有我们在激励措施方面应用，是一个不成功的案例。
So this afternoon, I'm going to talk about the LNG usage. It's actually a homework I'm turning in on the request of the EPA. So we're trying to give some introduction of how the LNG policy were implemented, and also a success story of the application in China.
在2010年，我负责为交通运输部制定未来5年整个行业节能减排、环境保护的措施的时候，我就考虑到一个问题，就是未来随着我们的就是页岩气开发技术的成熟，市场上供应的液化天然气市场上供应的天然气将越来越多， 然后另一个方面，作为一个环保的能源，就是通常我们认为液化天然气是一个清洁的能源，在中国的应用将会越来越多。基于这样的两个目的，所以我提出要开发这个液化天然气动力的船舶，把它作为一个未来的一个发展的方向，在中国开展这样的工作。
So a few years ago, when I was involved in drafting the 12th fifth-year plan for the China economic development, I introduced the LNG because China has already developed quite a market for this, and it has been a mature product to be used. So that will not only be easy to get in the marketplace, it also can serve the purpose of the environmental protection, in this particular case, reduce emission. Out of those two goals, I start to look into and start to design the LNG program and application.
那么在我制定的这样的一个总的政策这个规划要求下，我们中国的交通运输部采取了相应的措施来推动液化天然气动力船的发展。
So with this policy, we made a recommendation to the MOT of China to develop the particular policy for the LNG to be used on our marine vessels.
那么在中国的管理体制下，政府通常可以用的手段，就是我这张 PPT 所表达的。那么这些红色的手段，通常是这些管理行业的部门经常用的一些手段。那交通部几乎用了所有的这些手段来推动液化天然气动力船在中国的发展。
Of course, in China, government is used to mandate all these regulations. On this slide, you can see the red part are all the mandates, and that's what the way the government usually used to implement their policies.
那么政府也是在2013年的时候就设定了目标，就是我们液化天然气动力船的发展目标，在2015年，在整个船舶消耗内河船舶消耗的能源中，液化天然气要占2%，到2020年的时候要占10%，而且到2020年开始，远洋的液化天然气动力船要开始应用。
So according to this plan, by the year 2013, for the all the ships, the goal is to use 2% of those 2% of those ships will use LNG energy, but by the 2020, 10% will use that. Also, by the same year, the ocean-going vessels will start to use LNG as energy.
那么当前的情况是什么样的呢？就是根据中国的这个发展，确实如我们当初预料的一样，我们液化天然气我们的天然气的应用越来越多，从2008年呢占总能源的3.4%，提高到2017年呢占7.2%。
So as you can see on the slide, in the production of the LNG in China really increased over the years. You can see from this number from 3.4 to 7.2 in the year 2017.
那么2017年中国消耗的总的天然气的量大约是2400亿立方米。
So in 2017, the total consumption in China is 200 billion square cubic meters.
那中国自己产了1500亿液化天然气，进口了900亿900亿天然气，900亿立方米的天然气。
So out of that consumption, we produced 150 billion, and 90 billion is imported.
其中900亿立方米天然气是以液化天然气的形式运输到中国的。
So this 19 billion that was exported into China, this natural gas came to China through the form of LNG.
另外500亿立方米天然气是以管道的形式被进口到中国的。
Part of that was through the pipeline.
那么未来中国会用更多的液化天然气，中国已经为此做好了准备。这是大家看到的中国液化天然气输送的管道的建设。右边那张小图是我们规划的到2030年我们整个液化天然气管道的布置情况。
So as you can see, in the future, we're getting ready to use more LNG. And from this map, you can see the preparation. We're doing the pipeline building and up to 2030.
那么这张图告诉大家的是，到2017年底，中国有17个码头是寄收液化天然气的，是进口液化天然气船，有17个码头可以靠泊液化天然气船。
And this chart shows you that by the end of the year 2017, there will be 17 ports in China that will have the capacity to receive LNG ships.
那么中国当年进口的液化天然气大约只用了这个总能力的60%。
So our current capacity is only 60% of our plant capacity.
那么根据中国未来的规划，大约有67个这样的码头，就是除了这17个之外，还有另外大约50个在未来的规划建设中。
And in our future plan, apart from the current 17 ports that can receive LNG ships, there will be another 50 ports added into this list.
所以中国使用液化天然气，正如我们预想的那样，是越来越多了。
So as you can see, China will have an increase of use in LNG.
那么我们的液化天然气动力船发展的怎么样呢？这是到目前为止中国的总的液化天然气船、液化天然气动力船是285艘。
So what about our LNG-fueled vessels? Currently, China has about 285 vessels that are LNG-fueled.
其中用液化天然气只能用液化天然气的是114艘，可以用液化天然气或者柴油的是175艘。
110 out of those 285 ships can be only fueled by LNG, but the other 175 ships can be fueled both by LNG and biofuel.
这里面有118艘是改造的，通过改造原有船舶实施的。这个改造分了2种情况，一种是把原来的使用柴油的发动机直接改用液化天然气，还有一种是整个发动机系统，就船舶的整个发动机系统都换成了用液化天然气的系统。
118 ships were LNG fueled right now through Retrofit. And there are 2 approaches we used for retrofit. One is we retrofitted the diesel engines directly into LNG engines. And the second type of retrofit, we just replaced the entire engine system with the LNG system.
另外有167艘是新造的。
And the new vessels that use LNG, there are 167 of them.
但是根据我们政府设定的目标，应该在2015年的时候就应该有3000艘船使用液化天然气的，在2020年要有15000艘，现在这个目标远远没有实现。
According to our previous government plan, we were supposed to have about 3,000 ships in 2015 that were LNG fueled, and 15,000 ships by 2020 to be LNG fueled, but we are far from that goal.
那么液化天然气加注站，就是为船舶加注的液化天然气加注站，中国各地方政府规划了很多，但是实际上到目前为止只建成了18座，而得到政府批准可以供应液化天然气的只有5座，只有6座。
In this plan, actually, a lot of filling stations of LNG were planned. And the local governments will also have multiple plans on building those filling stations. However, up until now, only 18 filling stations exist in China, and only 6 of them were approved by the government.
那么在这过程中发现了什么事情呢？就是我们面临着什么样的挑战呢？
So what kind of problems and challenges are ahead of us?
一个是就是我们由用柴油到用液化天然气，实际上是个能源转换的过程。那么在这个过程中，应该有几个问题需要解决，才能实行这个转换。但是目前这些问题并没有解决好。第一个问题就是我们的政策法规没有完全配套允许液化天然气动力船的使用。
So we discovered that from diesel engine to LNG engine, there should be an energy conversion process in there. In order to complete this energy conversion, we must solve a few issues first. But these problems were not well addressed. Number one, the regulation and laws in China are not compatible with the current usage of LNG.
因为在国际上 ，IMO 说船舶可以用液化天然气发动机，仅仅是把液化天然气看成是 fuel， 是燃料的一种，就在政策上解决了这个问题。但是在中国的国内，实际上是仅仅解决这个问题是不行的。那它的问题是说各种政策应该相互配套，那么当前实际上是不配套的，还有很多阻碍液化天然气使用的政策。
If we put this on an international level, for vessels to use LNG, you just need to consider LNG as type of fuel. You will address that problem. But the problem in China is more complicated than that. Just considering LNG as a fuel is far from enough. There should be compatible policies and regulations in place. However, right now we have a lot of regulatory and legal barriers in this regard.
那么我举了两个例子，第一个例子是说这个液化天然气加注站，中国交通运输部有相应的安全标准，进这样的加注站的标准，但是地方政府负责生产安全，他不认可这样的标准，所以目前我们拿到的许可证都是临时的许可证，没有就是政府没有给你永久的许可证，就是随时都是可以取缔你的使用的。
Let me give you two examples about those barriers. So number one, as for the filling stations of LNG, the Ministry of Transportation in China, we actually give them safety standards on how to construct those filling stations. But the local governments are supposed to be responsible for the manufacturing or the production safety. Therefore, a lot of local governments, they fail to recognize the government safety standard just to be safe. Therefore, a lot of those permits are temporary.
第二个例子是长江在中国是一个最大的内河运输的通道。大家都知道有三峡，船舶要经过三峡，在长江的中游和上游之间才能运行过去。但是到目前为止，我们三峡规定了，不允许船舶有任何的液化天然气装载。如果你有液化天然气装载，要通过三峡的话，必须把所有的液化天然气给放掉，才允许通过。
And the second barrier is regarding the transportation routes on the Yangtze River. We know the Yangtze River in China is the busiest inland transportation route. However, for all the ships to transport on the Yangtze River, they must pass the Three Gorges Dam in the middle. However, for the Three Gorges Dam, they have this kind of policy that for any ships with LNG to pass the dam, no ships is allowed to carry any LNG through the dam. In order to pass the dam, the vessels must release all the LNG first.
那么能源转换的第二个问题就是我们的发动机，就是我们用液化天然气代替了燃油之后，我们的液化天然气发动机技术能不能满足减少污染物排放的要求，或者能不能等同于柴油使用的污染物排放？那么当前在中国的这个液化天然气发动机是做不到这一点的，它是减少了硫氧化物和颗粒物的排放，但是实际上是增加了氮氧化物的排放。
And in terms of energy conversion, we need to talk about if those engine retrofit or engine replacement really fulfill our goals in terms of technology. Because we know that the Chinese LNG engines, they still fail to reach this goal. They help reduce the emission of SOx and PM. However, it actually increased the emissions of NOx.
那为什么是这样的一个情况？刚才曼和瓦西南都介绍了，实际上用这个液化天然气是可以减少氮氧化排放的。但是在中国的情况不一样的是这样的一个情况，这是我们实测的4种发动机，一种发动机是用油的，另外3种发动机是我们说的叫双燃料，叫混合的双燃料发动机，既可以用液化天然气，也可以用柴油的。那么测下来之后，它的氮氧化物，就是据用液化天然气的这些发动机，它的氮氧化物是比用柴油还要多排放。
Actually, from our previous speakers, we should know that the LNG engines actually will help us reduce the emission of NOx. But why this is different in China? We have actually 4 types of tests conducted to the engines in China for the vessels. And one type of engine is using diesel as the energy, and 3 other engines, they are hybrid. They're using dual fuels, so they can use either LNG and diesel. But based on our test results, the LNG engines failed to decrease or cut the emissions of NOx.
这个问题我后面再进一步的介绍。
I will talk about why that happens later.
那么再有一个就是中国用这样的发动机，如果我们要达到减少氮氧化物排放的目的，势必要加后处理系统。那么对于使用液化天然气的船舶来说，因为液化天然气的储藏已经占用了很多的装卸货物的空间，如果再加后处理，又要占用装卸货物的空间，那对传统来说是有比较大的损失。
So in order for China's LNG engine to fulfill its emission reduction goals, after-treatment device is very necessary. However, we know that the LNG storage on those vessels already occupy the cargo space a lot. If we add in after-treatment device, it will occupy even more cargo space. So this is not economically effective for those shipping companies.
那么第3个问题是我们的供应的基础设施，就是我们的加注站目前很不配套、不完善，这就导致这个船东很担心未来没有，就是他在使用液化天然气的过程中没有足够的加注。实际上情况就是这样，就是中国那么多船，它实际上并不用液化天然气了，因为没有地方加注液化天然气。
There's another concern for the ship owners in China that they cannot, because the supply of the LNG infrastructure is not really in place. So they are very concerned that if they use LNG, it will be hard for them to find a filling station when they're out of fuels. So a lot of those ships, they actually already changed their energy sources from LNG to diesel again.
这里面我举一个例子，就是法国大飞。现在正在中国招9艘22000标箱的集装箱船舶，是用液化天然气驱动的。我觉得大飞在这一方面是一个领导者，但是它是有损失的。它的损失体现在这样的一个船22000标箱的船，它现在储藏液化天然气的总的容积是18600立方米。那么如果这个船用燃油的话，实际上可能5000立方米就储藏油的空间就足够了。他是因为担心他没有加注，到了中国之后没有加注，所以他在欧洲必须装载液化天然气，足够他从欧洲到中国再回到欧洲，所以就必须要这么大的容积来装载液化天然气，损失了大约500个集装箱的空间。
We know this French company is an expert in producing LNG. Is an expert in this regard, and there's a program they have with China to build 9 22,000 TEU ships for LNG. However, there's some loss that they have to bear because they have to fill the LNG in Europe with a storage place of 18,600 cubic meters. If just use diesel as the fuel, only 5,000 cubic meter space is enough. But this company is very concerned that they cannot find a filling station in China. Therefore, they must fill this much of LNG when they're in Europe so that they can take a round trip. Based on my calculation, there's actually a loss of 500 cargo space, container space on the ship.
而且对将液化天然气来说，我们必须要很规则的空间来放这样的储藏器。那对于装油来说，可以放在一些不规则的空间中就可以了。它占用的空间的要求是不一样的。
And for space occupancy, also there's a difference. In order to put the LNG tank on a ship, this space must be standardized. But for fuel tanks, some unstandardized space is quite enough.
那么下一个挑战就是说价格，就是我们用液化天然气的传统用液化天然气的目的是为了减少成本。那现在在中国，这个液化天然气的价格是不稳定的，而且是积极性变化很大的。比如说当前全球的燃油价格在下降，但是在中国因为进入了取暖季，这个液化天然气的价格却在增加，却在提升。所以这对传统来说，它总是在担心，一个是没有足够的供应，第二个是有足够的供应，价格又很高。
And there's another challenge for the ship owners regarding the price of LNG. If we want to have those ship owners to transfer their fuel use to LNG, the price must be lower. However, the price of LNG in China is very volatile and is very unstable. Currently, we know the global oil price is actually declining, but the LNG price in China is on the rise because the heating season is right now and a lot of LNG is used for residential heating. So we can basically conclude that we have two main challenges in the use of LNG in China. One is on the supply side. It's very hard to find filling station. And the second challenge lies in the price side, the volatile pricing.
那么在过去的几年中，曾经采取的政策是对你使用液化天然气政府进行补贴，让你的价格显得比较低。但是这个政策显然是不可以持久的，因为能源是一个大量使用的一个过程。所以一旦船东因为这样的短期的政策而去使用了液化天然气，那未来将会遭受这个成本的损失。
In the past few years, there were a few policies in China to keep the LNG price down. One is from government subsidy. However, this is a very unsustainable way of keeping the price down because the volume of energy use is tremendous. When the subsidy is gone in the future, the ship owners will bear a lot of loss in the future.
这个挑战就是我们船员培训的挑战，就是当你使用了一种新的能源之后，对船员的技术要求是不一样的。我们在这一方面缺乏相应的培训，这就是大家担心使用安全的一个重要方面。
And when we are developing this kind of new energy use in the past, this challenge actually was there, but we failed to realize it.
那么我还要解释一下，为什么在中国的液化天然气的所谓双燃料的发动机，为什么它的氮氧化物会超过使用柴油？
Then now I'll provide some explanation why China's LNG use in those dual fuel or hybrid fuel engine actually increase the NOx emissions instead of cutting it.
因为传统总是担心液化天然气供应的价格和市场就是没有足够量的供应，所以总是要求发动机适应两种能源，一种是液化天然气，一种是柴油。 这样，传统在柴油价格高的时候，它可以用液化天然气；在液化天然气价格高的时候，它又要想用柴油。所以，这个发动机不是单纯意义上的一个双燃料发动机，而是说要在不断的改换它的能源的使用。
As I said, there's a supply issue in China for LNG and the volatile pricing issue. So the ship owners are always concerned about those problems. Therefore, they always require their engines to be compatible to both of those type of fuels. When diesel price is up, they will choose to use LNG, and when LNG price is up, they will convert to use diesel. So this type of engine is not really the hybrid engine that we were talking about.
但是如果我们不解决市场的供应问题，还有它的价格的问题，那么传统始终有这样的担心。那么只要传统用所谓的液化天然气发动机，一定会带来更多的氮氧化物的排放。
So if the supply and pricing issues are not well addressed, the ship owners will always have these concerns. And this type of LNG and diesel mixed engine will always increase the emission of NOx.
所以在中国，我作为一个政策制定者，经常会遇到政府和企业来质询关于液化天然气船的使用。我是这样的观点，就是对于传统来说，如果你不是行业的领导者的话，那么我的建议是你当前最好是选择是 LNG ready 的，就造新船的时候最好选择 LNG ready， 而不是选择直接使用液化天然气，像法国达菲这样，因为这样你是。如果你不是领导者，你是承受不起这个价格方面的要求，或者承受不起这个损失的。
So in this environment in China, I have a few suggestions for the ship owners. If they are not the industrial leaders, I suggest that when they make new vessels, when they make new ships, these ships are better to be LNG ready instead of just using LNG directly, because the loss in the future is hard for them to bear.
那么就是这个内河船和国内沿海船的船东，我觉得他们使不使用液化天然气作为动力，应该取决于他们能不能从中获得利益。如果没有利益可以获得，那他们当前不应该选用液化天然气的。
For the inland river boat as well as the coastal boat, we should give them the option that they can see there is a clear financial benefit to use LNG. Otherwise, we can't enforce them.
那么对政府来说，要解决政策的配套问题，还有这个液化天然气发动机的技术发展问题，还有液化天然气在内河的运输问题。
So for the government, they have to solve the issue of aligning all the policies together with the technology, as well as the security, safety concerns for those LNG ships along the inland rivers.
政府没有必要设定这个追求的液化天然气船舶的使用目标，你设定了也是不可能实行的，因为它取决于市场，不取决于政府的要求。
So it's probably impossible for the government to mandate a certain policies because they're not attainable. Even if they have the policy, the market will probably take control or take over.
好，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. So we have two more presentations before we were going to go to our panel discussion, but we're running a little late. So I think what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break at this point. So if you can be back here in about 3:12 by my clock up there, and then we can get started again and continue our discussion. Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to be gathering so we can reconvene and hear the rest of the discussions for today and get to some our panel discussion and then field some more questions from all of you guys. Okay, folks, I know that we're still assembling a bit, but perhaps if we can get started, because we have 2 more presentations before we get to our panel discussion and then field some questions. And we do want to try to make sure we get you guys out on time at 5 o'clock. So our next speaker is Philippe Renaud. He is a manager of efficiency and technology department for CMA CGM, so it'll be a good opportunity for us to hear a perspective from a shipping line.
Thank you, Sarah. We also would like to thank you all for welcoming us. It's a very interesting forum. Really appreciate the discussion we had this morning. Very constructive approach of the subject. So you start. It's the last slide. Okay. It's still the last slide. No, you're on the last slide. Can we start on the first slide? Yes. Here we go. So which one to go forward? Okay. There we go. So a few words about us, about CMA CGM. So we are still a family-owned company created by Mr. Saadeh 40 years ago. We just celebrated this year. The manager of CMA today is his son, Mr. Rodolphe Saadeh. And talking about the environment, I would say something simple. His office is on the 29 floors of our office. If you try to enter his office selling any project that is somehow detrimental for the environment, it's better to know how to fly. So there is really clear commitment from the families, and they are really pushing us in these directions. Some key figures about us. So it's 200 shipping lines, 34,000 employees worldwide. We are also terminals operators with 39 terminals. So yeah, we are worldwide. There's a lot of ships, a lot of people doing some good ships and good things, and a lot of good experts. Significant growth since the beginning of the company. And what are we doing? So I'm belonging to the business unit CMA ships. So CMA ships look like this. That's a mess. What we look like today, in fact, we're the ship manager for the company CMA CGM. So we take care of the owned and bareboat fleet. So that's about 200 ships. And I'm in charge of the efficiency and technology department. So what are we doing in this department? A lot of things. And these days we are quite busy. Let's say 2020 is on our desk. 2040, 2050 is also on our desk. Anything relative to the fuel efficiency for the vessels, improvement of our environmental footprint, everything relative to the retrofit of the vessel is on our desk. To give you figures, last year we spent €1 million in CFD to improve the efficiency of our vessels. So let's talk about ships. This is a chart of the fleet today, where we are. Yeah, that's a few ships. Where it's blue, to make it simple. So there was some question about tier 1, tier 2, tier 0 vessels and engines. So within the vessels we have in CMA ships, they are quite recent fleet, because the average age of the fleet is 8.7 years. So almost half of our fleet is tier 2 already, and we are on the way for tier 3. What was the target for the climate change? We are quite proud to have achieved the target of minus 50% of CO2 emissions per TU per kilometers in 2015 compared to 2005. But our owner don't want up to stand and relax. They fix a new target of adding again 30% reductions for the next 10 years. And it's not the next 10 years, no, it's still 7 years remaining, so we have to hurry. But addressing vessel emission is a double challenge, because we are not on a steady environment. Yesterday I downloaded the data from the World Trade Organizations, and you see that the global volumes of exportations is increasing by far faster than the lifetime of the ships. The lifetime of the ship is 25 years, and we see 47% increase in just 13 years. So we have here to address something bigger if we want to achieve real breakthrough in the atmospheric emission reduction for ships. So how to achieve this goal? So several things were exposed in this morning, and quite true, is that the first point is to control. And it works. It's true. As soon as you start to look, as soon as you give some pressure, then of course you get result. So how we do? We have 3 navigation centers, one in Marseille, of course, head office, another one in Singapore, and the last one in Miami, to ensure that we are coverage 24/7 of our fleet, and to monitor the consumption of our fleet, the speed of our vessels, the operation of the vessels, to ensure that nobody is doing again 200 tons a day. There's no way. This figure is over. That's definitely a no way to do that again. We have built in-house some mathematic modeling, because to monitor the consumption of the ships, you need to have reference. So we have collected data, and then we have created these mathematic models of the fleet consumptions. And we do some continuous improvement of that, of our weather routing system, which is a bit more complex When it comes to ships, a bit more complex than what is done with the airplane, because an airplane stays in the air for 14 hours. We stay at sea for 14 days. That's not exactly the same mathematical complexity. Step 2 is cutting the energy needs. It's good to control than release the needs. It's better when you don't need energy. So, as I said earlier, we have invested some money in computed fluid dynamics to improve the hull shape for this slow steaming operation. So we changed some bulbous bow, 64 vessels were retrofitted with new bulbous bow. Changed propeller, 77 vessels retrofitted these days. Still an ongoing program, and had some device also in front of the propeller, so it's different things. There is no one fit for all. There is no single solution, so you have to reconsider for each series and have a look on the vessel operations. So main target is to change again the vessel shape, vessel equipment to match with the new operations. When you have done that, you can downside the power productions. So there is things you can do in retrofit. It has been well explained by people from Amen. Of course, we have done things together on that in the past years. So it's competitors and GN pictures, but well, you get almost the same things. On the top pictures is a 14 RTFlex 96C engine. Is the most powerful engine ever built. That's 80 megawatts, that's massive. It was used until 2013 to propel vessel with 14,000 TEUs. And below, our last delivered vessel with 14,000 TEU, we have only 50 megawatts on board. So we get rid of 30 megawatts that were not used anymore. And by downsizing the engine, it's significant fuel economy, of course. That's one of the drivers, for sure. Weight economy, because of course the engine is lighter, so it does have an impact on the vessel weight and cargo intake. So it's completely different approach. Something similar as things that are done sometimes also in car industry on the downsizing of engine, at least in Europe, maybe not everywhere there. So what is the result of that? Two ships that were both quite significant in their time. Both vessels were built for the same line, for the line between Asia and Europe. One was in 2001, and the other one recently delivered in 2015. So you can see that for today, for 18,000 TEUs, we install on board less power than what was installed by the past on the 6,500 TEUs. So thanks to that, thanks to all this optimization, thanks to the increase of the size of the vessel, which was something which was well presented this morning on the effect of having bigger ships on the emissions, it's clearly have an effect. So it's a global 36% reductions of emissions per TEUs per nautical miles. So we talk about grams per TEUs per nautical mile when you talk about consumptions. Another track which was well presented by Kevin and giving you some real figures about that is what we can do in terms of port efficiency. We are involved with that because, of course, we are terminal operators, so we have our responsibility in that. How we can do, and this concept of having better communication between terminals worldwide to ensure that we maximize the time at sea, to be at the lowest speed possible at sea, and minimize the time in port. This has real strong effect on global emission of ships. Just giving you figures. Oops, sorry. Yep. So just giving you a figures that if we delay by 5 hours on the transit between Xermain and Los Angeles, we have to increase the speed to keep on schedule. The result of that on the global transit is 3% more emissions. If we are delayed by a day, a full day, then it's 13% more emission on the global transit. So ensuring a smart schedule, a smooth operation all the time is something we are really looking by the details. We try to improve as much as possible our communication with the ships to inform as early as possible of a new change in schedule to ensure that we reduce the speed and avoid idle time. Idle time is a complete loss of energy because it means that you have not reduced your speed earlier. So what about NOx, which was the main purpose, one of the discussions. Slightly different views from you guys about these different technologies, mainly because we have big engine, and it's an issue. When it comes to NOx, having such a big engine is an issue. Talking about SCR high pressure, so the high pressure system, it's worked quite okay until 2 turbochargers. When it's come to have 3 turbochargers on very big engine, then so far it's not ready. And this is our case with big engine with 3 turbochargers, so the high pressure is not okay. Going to the low pressure then, low pressure is quite big, you need some space in the engine room. As you can see, it's quite, we talk about something quite large. It's not that much effective in low load because the exhaust gas temperatures are not hot enough. So then you need to warm it again. So you need some energy to warm the gas. If you want to be very, very effective in very low load. EGR, yes, but so far with an EGR we need a scrubber. And with a scrubber there is some uncertainties about the scrubber operation in coastal trip. And this is where we need NOx reduction, and this is where we also have some doubt about the use of scrubbers. So this is why that we have been to choice of LNG for our new vessel, which has been well demonstrated by Mr. Stephenson. So we lost a bit less than 500 TUs for the ship because the ship is very, very large. So we have been able to increase the tank size on the playing with the width of the vessels and the height of the tanks. It's quite a long project. It's true, it's not straightforward technology. It's not something you jump in and say, hey, I will have LNG tomorrow. It's 7 years. 7 years of R&D to develop these ships. So it's yes, first time of history for such a big ships. It's joint project. Also, we have partners with our gas suppliers. When you order such large ships, you need gas. Of course, you need to think about the global business in one go. So, in the same time that the vessel are built, the barge is also built in the same shipyard. We consider that LNG is very interesting and promising technology for large vessels. We cut down completely sulfur particles, NOx emission are completely cut down thanks to that. About CO2, I don't give their figures because we are right now doing the waste-to-wheels complete study of the CO2. We expect at least a reduction of 5% of the CO2 for this first generation of vessels, but LNG is opening doors for new development. We are a major part of our business is reverse cargo. So we consider that something clever can be done when you have so large tank of LNG, and the temperature of the LNG is minus 158 degrees Celsius. So there is some cold energy somewhere, and we have a lot of reefers on board. So we are scratching our head, we think maybe there's something to do. Because we need to warm the gas before using it. So In terms of thermodynamic, when you warm gas, it's to do heats, then somewhere there is energy. Same thing, what looking to the exhaust gas, there is no sulfur in the gas. So today, a limitation we have for the waste heat recovery system is that we need to be over the dew point of the gas acid. But when there is no acid, okay, we're not going down again in temperatures, give you rooms for improvement there. So the global vessel, we are about to sink again these vessels to cut down again the energy consumption of such a vessel. So what for the futures? Some very interesting were presented, different things. Of course, we have evaluated batteries, cycle of batteries. So far for liners, we don't see that as the breakthrough technology for the big liners because our cycles of operation are very long. But fully agree that looking to feeders, looking to coastal trip, there is really promising technology to and things to do when it comes to coastal trip and really cut down in efficiency of ships with such a technology. We are looking also on different kind of biofuels, renewable energies. We're in a project with Yves Parlier, the navigators, to use kite. It's a very long way before having sails on a container ship, but we are there. We are learning on the process. And a lot of things. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Philippe, for that presentation. So we're moving on to our last but not least speaker, Chris Brown. He's the Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Chevron Shipping Company, and he will be talking to us about fleet modernization and next steps.
The good thing about being last is if you abbreviate your presentation a lot, everybody really appreciates it, right? So we get to move on to that questionnaire quickly. As I stand here, I'll talk a little bit about myself. Is anybody familiar with the band Talking Heads? Anybody hear them? They've got a song called Once in a Lifetime. And one of the first lines in it says something to the effect of, and you ask yourself, how did I get here? And I do that sometimes, especially when I'm speaking. And today's one of those days where I say, geez, what am I doing here? And it happens that I'm an engineer. I went to school to sail on ships, to fix ships, to build ships, and that's what I did for my career for a long time. So to find myself working in regulatory affairs and advocacy is certainly a bit of a change of pace, but there's a reason for it, and it wasn't my choice. I didn't sort of elect to make a shift in careers. Our company recognizes that some of the biggest risks for us and the biggest challenges and potentially the biggest rewards really revolve around some of the regulatory requirements and emissions kind of guidelines that we're going to have to follow moving forward. We're going to have to get progressive, and to work in this advocacy world that we're all working in right now, you really do need a little technical background. So that's sort of why I'm here with you today. I do want to take a few minutes to talk about Chevron Shipping Company. I'll try not to take too long because it's really a lot of background, but we've been talking a lot, and I think everybody has a good familiarization with container ships. We're not a container shipping company. We're far from it. Even though we're a pretty large energy company, we're not even a big shipping company, really. We're a bit different probably than a conventional tanker company in how we operate and how we make decisions because of that. That said, we compete in the same sector. Most of our customers end up being internal, so the oil we're carrying is generally all Chevron cargo. It's going to Chevron refineries or Chevron products being delivered out to the market. These are some of our numbers that we can throw up there, and we are an international company with a diverse working group. We're pretty proud of our safety record and our spill record. And what we're really looking to start telling a new story about is really our environmental performance, and there's a lot of room to grow there. So we're a global operation. This map kind of shows locations of some of our major marine operations worldwide. And that can range from, product tankers, crude tankers, gas tankers, but also in our offshore operations where we have FSOs, FPSOs, offshore supply boats, and the shipping company gets involved in all of those operations. The reason I really show this map is not to show off where we're doing work, but some of the people who know me in the room know I never miss a chance to sort of mention that in an ideal world for me, we're regulated globally. We're a global player, we're an international market, and dealing with regional and local regulations makes life a little more difficult for us. So that's also why we like to participate in days like today, because when there is good reason for local regulations, which I think air quality in this area is of concern and needs to be addressed, we want to participate in that as best we can as well. This is a sort of a tanker market slide. And really what it says is, we are a small operator. We operate around 30 ships on any given day. That number goes up and down depending on our business needs. We're also the 5th largest tanker charterer in the world. So while we might not operate a lot of ships from day to day, there's a lot of ships on the water that are carrying Chevron oil. And that's a place where we have to impact things as well. Because of that, we spend a lot of time working on tanker standards, working with groups like OCIMF and SIGTO. We do our advocacy work, and our lens is not all about our operated fleet necessarily. It's about all of those tankers that are operating, because any one of those tankers could be working for us tomorrow if we choose to hire them and put our oil on board. So we recognize that our sector needs to be safe, reliable, and responsible. We can drive that through our own fleet, through our own operations, through our chartered fleet with our marine assurance program and our vetting programs, and through the entire industry by being active in standard generation and setting best practices for the industry. So we break our operated fleet into 2 parts. We call them conventional and specialty. How we outfit these vessels is sort of impacted by their trade, especially since there's a lot of regional regulations to consider for our fleets. Our VLCCs trade internationally, typically delivering crude to our West Coast lightering operation, and those lightering ships are carrying our crude into our West Coast refineries. We have Aframaxes, which tend to move around a little bit, trading regionally in Australia, Asia, Europe, really depending on business needs, again, where we need smaller tonnage. We have specially designed lightering ships that are working off the west coast of California, carrying 70% of our crude oil in from those VLCCs that are calling to either El Segundo or Richmond Long Wharf up in San Francisco. We've got a U.S. flag fleet, which is a completely different animal. You can't really readily go out to an easy market to charter U.S. flag ships. We have a need for U.S. flag ships. They're not easy to build, so that's a challenging fleet in and of itself to keep relevant and also to meet new regulatory requirements. A portion of our fleet is what we call eco-locked. So basically they're working inside the eco all the time. Some of them, in fact, are inside 24 miles for the most part. So basically those ships are going to burn compliant fuel. It makes our decisions for how to outfit them pretty easy when we're trying to decide what to do. So we're working on a fleet modernization program. For tankers, ship life's about 15 years. And that 15 years isn't driven by really whether a ship is still in good shape to trade or not. It's driven by those marine assurance and vetting programs that the oil majors set. And basically, if you've got a tanker that's older than 15 years, it's not going to be trading with any one of the oil majors at this point, pretty much worldwide, with very few exceptions. So at 15 years, you're looking to upgrade your ship. We're actually modernizing the fleet a little bit ahead of that schedule, actually quite a few years, getting rid of a significant number of VLCCs and modernizing them. And the reason was we kind of came up against this sulfur 2020 cap and needed to think about what our sort of plans were moving ahead. Now, we certainly had the option to retrofit scrubbers. We elected not to do that and instead went with sort of a ship that was a lot more modern and had a lot more upgrades than just simply dealing with complying with a single regulation. And we did that just looking at the landscape going forward, that we're going to be running these ships for 15 years. And that's going to take us out till, you know, a time when we're going to see a lot more regulations come into place. So tanker put into service today, and we've got 2 of our new tankers coming to the West Coast here in the latter part of the year, can be in service to 2033. And as we talked about some of the impending regulations from IMO and locally from other regulators here in California, we know we're going to see more impact. So we have to sort of guess ahead with what we outfit our ships with in order to not only operate now, but be compliant out towards those dates. So the regulations move a little fast. There's no doubt about that. And I think that's part of the reason we ended up short-lived on the current fleet that we have. So 7 new VLCCs. They're called long-term bareboat charters. So we don't own those ships that we're bringing on board. We just operate them with our crews on board. The 7 ships that are going to be going out from the fleet will actually get retrofitted by the current owner and probably go back into service. For his business needs, it makes sense. So if you take a quick look at some of the numbers here, we'll see that our VLCCs are going to have SOx scrubbers. We're going to have an 85% reduction in SOx. Tier 3 engines with a 75% NOx reduction. Modern ballast water treatment system, of course, and a fuel-efficient design. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the details, how we cobbled that together for about a 20% increase in efficiency or reduction in fuel consumption. And we're doing the same through an Aframax program and Suezmax, some of the same numbers, even some better numbers on some of the Suezmaxes. So we're able to drive a lot of this new technology when we build ships through negotiating our long-term time charters and when we're actually building the ships. If you look at some of the upgrades that we're sort of accomplishing in this modernization, a lot of them would be not impossible, but rather difficult to do on a retrofit basis, or would take a significant more amount of time in a shipyard, more time out of service, and more capital investment than we would see on a new build. And that's part of what drives the decision to go ahead with a modernization program instead of a retrofit program. When a big date comes up, it can sometimes make a lot more sense just to build a ship that's going to be more useful for us for the long term. All of the improvements that we've got now are going to help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which is probably, I see, one of our next big steps. I know that SOx is sort of the thing in the room, or NOx in the room today, sorry, that we're talking about, but can't lose sight of the fact that greenhouse gas is going to be one of our major compliance issues coming towards us in the near future. There's some areas of caution. I know we talked today about reduction in power on vessels. You know, as IMO rolls out changes in the EEDI, one of the easy wins for the shipyards is to reduce power on these large vessels. VLCCs are already underpowered as they're built now, and it's a hostile environment that they operate in, and we have to be very careful that we don't regulate ourselves into putting ships into an unsafe condition out there because they don't have enough power to perform when the weather is extreme. And these ships see extreme weather on a regular basis. So these are the kind of areas that we like to advocate in. Is we want to find the areas where we can actually make good reductions, but on the other hand, we have to be a little bit careful that we don't regulate into a dangerous situation. I think the shipyards, they had a lot up their sleeves to begin with here as we kind of went into this efficiency mode. And they were able to provide some new ship hulls and, you know, some propeller boss cap fittings and things, and really get some quick wins that got us sort of into these initial 20% reductions. And, you know, it's all good. I think the challenge is going to be, how do we move past that into the new era where we're going to need a lot more. So we've got NOx reduction technology on the new ships. We're going to have exhaust gas recirculation, SCRs that we talked about. We actually have heat recovery now devices on our auxiliary engines, not something that we traditionally did on tankers in the past. So we're we're starting to get past some of the, I don't know, the low-hanging fruit and starting to get really into some of the more detailed sort of second-tier things, and like the use of variable frequency drives on pumps and things is certainly stuff that's been used on the shore, but maybe wasn't as traditional on ships until some of the more modern designs that are coming down now. Adding equipment to the ships is not always straightforward. We've got a lot of real estate issues now as all this equipment gets stuffed in there. So when we bring a ship from new, sometimes it's easier to design all this stuff in top to bottom and not have to try to move things around on an existing design. So I wanted to move into, I talked a little bit earlier about our commercial fleet or our chartered fleet. One of the challenges for us as a terminal operator here on the West Coast, or anywhere in the world for where our terminals are at, is our Chevron ships, our fleet, we're able to modernize that fairly easily. They're under our control, and we're willing to spend money and make a business case, whether it be one that is for a good sort of corporate image or one that's to make money. We can do that quite easily ourselves. It gets a little more challenging when we're chartering ships. Now, some of our long-term charters we're able to have some impact on, but the shorter-term charters, they're pretty tough to control. We've got to go out to the market, and we're sort of at the mercy of the market to a certain degree on what ships that we select. And we're talking a little bit about this earlier today. Not all of our ships are frequent callers. So we normally, right now, when we vet ships, or I would say normally now, in the past, it's all been about safe, reliable operations. When we go out and look at tankers, that was at the top of our list. Is it a safe operator? Is it a reliable operator? Are we happy that putting Chevron's oil on board is going to get carried safely to the destination and not end up front cover news somewhere when they have a problem? I think that that's changing, and we have to add something to that. And we're going to start looking at, are they sort of reliable and safe and effective environmental operators? We can start to put that into our contracts where we look for ships that have a more preferred efficiency, especially when we're paying for the fuel that's being burned on the ships. But just in general, I think we're going to see that. So as an example, we've worked on a 5-year charter agreement for a couple of gas carriers. As part of the deal, we identified the operators could provide vessels that mirrored the kind of environmental performance we'd expect from our own operated fleet. When we charter long-term like this, obviously it gives us a little more power to put things in the contract. So we ended up with, an impact on external operators that we haven't had in the past, and able to drive them towards the kind of environmental performance we would expect out of our own operated fleets. It's a little limited, and it's a beginning, but I think maybe, we'll see more of this become common in the industry. The question then becomes a little bit, when we do something like this and we settle on a charter agreement, is, are we still competitive globally? So if a regional regulation is driving us to do something like this, can we do this and still stay competitive? So what's next? I think we touched on a lot of the different places that we expect to go next. We're being asked to reduce or eliminate our emissions in port. This goal for tankers is not without its challenges. Doing it safely at a tanker terminal is definitely different than doing it alongside a container ship. California's leading the way, but the world's moving in that same direction. We're seeing legislation worked on at IMO that will work on cold ironing standards. We're seeing some suggestions from China that they'd like to see cold ironing moved on in the future. So all the players are starting to make moves, and we're hearing it and seeing that we need to react. I think the IMO is moving maybe faster than they have ever on this sort of issue, certainly on the environment, and that's encouraging to see. The greenhouse gas reduction strategy is already accelerating some of the short-term changes that the IMO is going to push out. We're going to see EEDI changes that are going to come out quicker than they had been intended. We've got next steps that'll have fairly significant impacts as early as 2023. coming out of the IMO. And I think that some of the leading regions, such as California in the past, that have not been satisfied with the pace of IMO, hopefully they'll see some good progress there. We need to collaborate. There's still some options for emissions reductions that aren't necessarily going to be had by installing new equipment. As an example, for not just the tanker companies in the San Francisco Bay Area, if we could increase dredging, we would significantly reduce the amount of port calls for our ships by carrying more cargo in and out. And less trips in and out is less emissions, plain and simple. But we need to move across regulators between the locals and the national and federal government that handles the dredging there to make sure that that kind of thing can happen. But there are solutions like that out there that I think we can't overlook just because maybe fancy technology seems like it's going to be our answer. There's still some basic operating issues that we can do. We got to look at out-of-the-box issues too. You know, I think, geez, you ask anybody, how long does a tanker spend in port? And they're going to say 24 hours is sort of like rule of thumb, you know, and like, well, why is that? You know, I mean, that's just been the standard forever. That's the way we do business. Well, what if we cut that down to 12 hours? You know, what if we change the piping? What if we change the pumps? What if we change the shoreside infrastructure? There's potential to reduce in other ways through our operations. I loved hearing about the on-time arrival. And, you know, I think it's not about, I don't know, these highways. We're talking about highway speeds at sea, or sea highways, I think that people have been talking about. And, you know, that the idea there is, you know, regulate speed, slow everybody down. Well, it's not so much about going slow. It's about being there on time, because we've all experienced that terrible feeling when we think we're steaming across at the right speed, and then we have to speed up at the end. And, you know, after a 15-day voyage, we burn all of our savings that we had up in the 3 days that we dropped the hammer to get into port on time to pick up a cargo. So I love hearing that. And those are the kind of things that I think are still there and still could have some major returns if we all work together. Longer term, I think we're going to see a lot of the technology have to come into effect. LNG is a start. I'm not so sure that LNG is going to get us where we need to be with greenhouse gas. I think that there's going to be some other alternative fuels that maybe need to be considered. LPG looks like a strong contender to me. There's biofuels, there's winds, there's batteries, there's ammonia, there's hydrogen, there's nuclear. I mean, I don't know what the answer is going to be. We're going to have to explore it, and we're going to have to explore it pretty quickly. Our tankers today, like we talked about, could potentially be operating in 2030, when we're already going to see some of the significant greenhouse gas reductions being required by the IMO. Operators will continue to face the question, do you upgrade or do you replace? A good example, I think, is scrubbers versus alternative fuels right now. There's a big discussion about should you move over to put LNG, gas as a fuel, on your ships, or put scrubbers on. And that decision is going to change as time moves on, probably, because of all the other regulatory requirements. When I look at it now, scrubbers make good sense. We're putting scrubbers on our ships, and, you know, it makes complete sense for us right now. But as we start getting a little further down the road, and we get closer to where we know we're going to have greenhouse gas reductions that are going to be required, well, why spend capital on a step change with a scrubber when I can put an alternative fuel on? And I don't know if I'll be future-proof, but I'll certainly be able to operate my ship a lot further out. And that's a business decision you're going to have to make. So, you know, when it comes time again for us to consider these ships that we have now, retrofitting them and doing something different, there would have to be significant incentives for us to consider not moving on to sort of the next generation of ships that can meet the next set of requirements. Our next generation of ships, past the ones that we're putting into the fleet now, will actually be looking at closer to the 2050 targets, which are pretty serious. We got to look at will the regulators in the industry explore different trading schemes, bunker levies, carbon taxing. These are things that have been introduced in the past at IMO and kind of been glossed over. But in the reality world that we're in right now, the kind of emissions that we're looking at, I think we have to discuss them again. So I've jotted down a few things on the slide here that I think, you know, might be the future, or might be the future discussion. There's plenty of experts that'll probably tell you what they think is next. But I kind of assure you that we don't have it here and we haven't talked about it. It'll probably be something that surprises us, like some of this other regulatory action and some of the technology that surprises us from day to day. So I think we need to be flexible. That term was used earlier, and that's fantastic. And it's required, and I think collaboration. Those are the two words I've taken away from today that'll help us be successful going forward. Thanks for your time.
As we move into our panel discussion, let's just give a round for all of our speakers this afternoon. And now for our panel discussion, Dr. Matt Miyasato, who is a Deputy Executive Officer here at the District for Technology Advancements, will be facilitating and asking us some awesome questions.
Thank you for the introduction, Sarah. Sarah mentioned that I'm the Deputy for Science and Technology Advancement. I think that's a fancy way of saying I'm the technology guy here at the district. I've been involved with commercializing, developing, demonstrating mostly on-road stationary technologies for almost 20 years. I know my youthful appearance belies my experience. But I'm struck by listening to all the manufacturers, the similarities that we see when we're trying to deploy a new technology in any sector. So there's a lot of talk about kind of how do you've developed a better mousetrap, but how do you make sure it gets implemented? Looking at different fueling options, is there a drop-in potential for a separate fuel? It was really interesting to hear about some of the companies that are just adopting fleet modernization, like Chevron. I applaud you and CMA for the things that you're doing. But how do you get the industry to move forward? So we're really, and I think it was mentioned before too, that it's not going to be technology alone that saves us. There's things that you would do as a first step to improve operational efficiency. That's kind of a no-brainer. So how do we do that? So I'd like to just pose some questions, and I invite the panelists to jump in the technology. And what we're really talking about here is, remember, it's retrofits and why that makes it so attractive. It sounds like, at least from the MAN and the Wärtsilä discussions, or presentations rather, that there's technologies that are available. I think MAN had mentioned that they've developed some technologies, but how do you implement it, and how do you get your customers to purchase it? So I'd love to hear from the manufacturers, then also from the fleets. What's your decision, and how do you implement those types of technologies? So why don't we start with MAN? You were first out of the gate, and you had mentioned that there was I think it was 80% or 70% reduction on just using EGR in Tier 2s, and a 7%, I think it was a 7% OpEx penalty, though. But what are the customers saying in terms of what's that balance?
Yeah, maybe if I can try to give you the answer. Well, as far as new technology is concerned, yes, we have the solutions available for various. It's not ending, it's continuous development, as we, of course, always use to continue with. Kjeld pointed to that point that we have the LNG engines, we have LPG right now, EGR technology, etc. If it comes to this retrofit point, there's always a challenge, and I didn't get into that detail due to a little bit too limited time, but we have to keep in mind we are talking here about a fleet which could be easily in more than 10 years in operation. So in-service vessels that had a certain history, and of course also technology by that point of time. Tier 1 technology, sometimes mechanical controlled engines, sometimes already electronic controlled, all those impacts without going into details here. And for those, we are working on solutions, but it is usually, and this is what I wanted to point it out, it is a close cooperation of the owner's need. We try to meet the owner's needs of, is it fuel economy, is it environmental improvement, is it fuel switch over? So if we understand that what is in focus, we can provide the solutions. But it's not like that we pull out of our catalog and point, okay, go to page 5 and that's it. It's a bit more complex, as it is case by case, quite substantial different. And that is what we try to address and be available for our customers.
So that's a great answer. The customer's always right. But, I guess part of, at least from the, the policymaking entities is how do you encourage that, right? So is there discussions with your customers on, is it an incentive? Is it, is the ROI have to be within a certain period? Because you do have, seems like you have solutions.
Yeah, definitely there are different solutions, as also mentioned by Michael. But the regulation is the driver here. It is correct. If there's a need for reduction of emission, the customer will ask how to do, what engine to choose, what equipment to choose. But if there's no incentive, they have so much else to look for, and we have to realize that this is not coming by itself just because somebody wants to be green. No, that's not the way how it works.
Yeah, did you want to, we need another mic down there.
If I can offer something that's a little counter to what you said, the customer isn't always right, and we don't always need regulations. And what I mean by that is I can incentivize owners by providing things that provide the mutual benefit of what our environmental goals are and their profit goals. There's nothing contradictory always in something that increases profitability. And fuel is the biggest cost center of a vessel next to crew. And so if we can provide ways that reduce fuel consumption on current vessels, we can achieve our environmental goals and achieve the financial goals of the company. And so I don't think regulations are always necessarily the driver. It certainly does drive things, but you can get the results you want without regulations because of better profitability. The second thing is the customer is not always right. And what I mean by that is this. Very often we see, and in 3 decades on and off in this industry, customers that try to solve some of these problems by themselves. I think there's a reason that pride is one of the 7 deadly sins, and we don't see any progress. And I've talked to umpty-ump customers and owners. They have failed at fuel management systems. They try efforts and it fails, and they try efforts and it fails. And just to be frank with you, we tried a fuel management and fleet optimization system as Wärtsilä, and we were simply too big and not focused on that area. That's why we acquired a company that had spent 15 years developing that technology. And so what I mean by the customer's not always right is very often shipping companies want to do their own thing. And that's where maybe regulation, but collaboration to say we need a standard, and then let the ecosystem and the startups and the small companies find solutions to this on a standardized basis. So now we're talking the same language technologically between ports and vessels. And again, they're achieving their goal of less fuel consumption. We're achieving our environmental goal of less emissions, all at the same time. And so, just for example, what we have is it's a sensor. It's this big. It's about 1/2 an inch thick and this big. I can send it to a ship in a FedEx box, okay? And that sensor out on the bridge ring rail will give you a highly accurate vessel performance system that, like I said, without turning it on and the crew being aware they're being monitored, generally gives about a 3% increase in performance or a decrease in fuel consumption. And so there's technologies out there that shipping companies would never, ever come up with. And frankly, maybe we would have never come up with, but companies like NRM did. And so I think sometimes we need to think of the answers are not always what we think. Sometimes the answer's out there in the ecosystem in a way that everybody can win at the same time. And this system, no capital cost, $500 a month. And you get that kind of improvement. We're talking about multiple returns on the investment for the ship owner and the environment.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Kevin. I'd like to hear from at least the fleets from Chevron and CMA, because one of the things that we don't have the luxury of is time, right? So if we set a standard and then I know that the challenge is there's multiple local, regional, and international potential standards, but we're pressed up against a 2023 deadline, I think, as Wayne and Phil had mentioned in the morning session. And so, absence that luxury of time, how do we really push for emissions reductions and fairly drastic ones? So would like to kind of throw it back to the fleets and get an idea of what's motivating you to change over your fleet and, is there something that can help accelerate the pace of that?
Yeah, I thank you for your compliment about the work that we're doing, and it's funny because I don't think that we feel like we're leading. I feel more like a duck most of the time. I'm paddling a lot under the water, and I think that we kind of recognize that we got behind on a few things. Ballast water treatment. Folks that are familiar with shipping, I think, will be familiar with that. We got it wrong. It's the way we regulated it and the way it got rolled out, and the way that we're, implementing it now is suffering a bit, and it'll get there, and it's going to have a good effect. But boy, did we struggle with it. And we were like just in time compliance with like every ship in the fleet, like it felt like, and our leadership is just not happy with that, like being just in time with compliance. I mean, it is about compliance, and regulating things will bring people around eventually, right? But we've got to be ahead of it a little bit more. We've got to be leading. We've got to be. We're going to be. A couple of my colleagues are here going to spend time with NASA tomorrow at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, because we've got to be forward-looking if we're going to try to get ahead of this. Because the dates, if you really look at them, are scary close. So to have an impact in time, we've got to start moving pretty quick, and maybe I need to be quicker than a duck.
Glad to see that I'm not the only one having this duck feeling. Yeah, that's exactly that. I mean, time is really running fast. When you see the next target for 2014 from the IMO, we have to realize that these ships that will be in operation in this time are already ordered. So we are already late for this date. So yes, definitely the duck feeling to try to recover the things. Coming back to investments and emissions, when it comes to CO2 emissions, there is straightforward business case. So by itself, we even don't need any regulation to work on it. It's a must-have. What's somewhere where we have failed on NOx emissions is because of this, let's say, lack of either clear visibility on what to do. It's a bit more complex to address. It's huge investments without any payback at all. And that's why we have gone to this decision to move to LNG, because then we were really able to do real breakthroughs to address the NOx emission, to the particles, to go forward and at least to try to swim a bit faster on ships that will be in services still quite for a long time, and at least to see somewhere with where the regulation will go, and if we can do that.
So, I wanted to ask you a question about the LNG ships. Are those those are being currently built? The LNG vessels that you mentioned, they're being built now?
22,000 deliveries, yes.
Oh, okay.
2020 the deliveries.
2020.
2020 the deliveries ships. Yes.
Where will they fuel?
Rotterdam.
Okay. And is those are dedicated or dual fuel?
Dual fuel, but we have not kept a lot of space for heavy fuels, so they are first of all gas ships. Yeah.
Okay.
So we just keep a small space for fuels, but it's first of all gas ships. They are really designed as gas ships, and when we look to further design of ships, we really of having real gas ships.
Because it just struck me that I'm assuming they optimize the engine for lower NOx emissions, because you were saying it was 85% or a fairly large reduction in NOx emissions, and yet our friends in China didn't see the same type of reduced NOx emissions. I think Professor Peng, you had said the NOx is actually higher because they didn't. purportedly didn't optimize for either diesel or NOx, and so just the emissions were.
I think it depends on the auto cycles. We are on auto cycles for this engine, so we have
I see.
NOx reduction. It's not we are not operated on diesel cycles. Yeah, it's a competitor's engine.
Yep. I appreciate that. So I know we did cut into the panel discussion a little bit, but I want to open it up to I also want to congratulate Chris for bringing a Talking Heads quote for the beginning of your presentation, but also the other panelists, so Thomas, Bonnie, and Penny, for sticking it out for the whole day and being available. And I would invite you to jump in at any point if you feel the need to comment. But you had mentioned that, Sarah had mentioned that we're starting these working groups, right? And trying to, the theme of the day is a collaboration, and how do we best do that to achieve these, they seem like they're the very similar goals. So I'd love to just get some initial thoughts from each of the panelists, and what's the best way to achieve kind of the end result, but how do we actually do that collaboration? In my experience, it's really a time commitment, a resource commitment, but someone's got to be appointed essentially to roll up their sleeves and really get in and work with it. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, and then how would we move those working groups forward? And I'm going to start with Thomas because he's the best dressed here with the bow tie.
Thank you, I think. How do we move forward? I think clearly the working group is the right step, and we need to identify what are the key items we need to achieve. Those, I think, I outlined some of those in the presentation. I think we need a clear goal as to what we're trying to incentivize. We need collaboration with other ports or jurisdictions, that they're in agreement with what we're trying to incentivize, because we're ESI, it's a great program, but ESI is different in every port, and so it's not actually directing the sort of change we want to see. And we see lots of different incentive programs that are moving in different directions. If our goal is NOx, then we need to see if we can convince other jurisdictions that their goal is also NOx. Because this is going to require retrofit, I assume that CARB, EPA would want, and AQMD would want to see verification of the emission reductions. How is that going to happen? How can that happen in a process where probably almost every retrofit, if we're talking about retrofits, is a unique design suited to that vessel? Because at least what I've been told by our members is, even when it comes to sister ships, every vessel is still a little different. And we can't have a verification process that takes 2 years per project. We need some sort of way to move this forward in an expeditious manner. And right now, I don't know a process through which we can do that would be acceptable to the agencies based on current practice. So those are the two things we need to answer in a working group, and we need to do that immediately. If we have any goal, I don't think we have a chance at 2023, frankly, but 2031, we do have a chance if we're focused, we outline those parameters, and then we start moving forward on them.
That's great. Thanks, Thomas. Because what I heard, though, is prioritization of specific actions, which I think is, whenever you have actionable items to at least get on your checklist, that's a great start. Would love to hear from others. Maybe we should hear from ARB about the verification process might be in the too hard pile.
I was just thinking about that as you were talking about that. ARB, has a number of programs: verification, certification, approval, a lot of different processes. I really see that there's a path forward, and for testing and verification and demonstration. I mean, it's true that it can be a lengthy process, and I think the first short or barge-based system took many years to verify, and then the next one took about a year to verify. And so I think we're really making pretty great strides in doing things more quickly. As test equipment has come a long way. When we first started, testing on an ocean-going vessel was very difficult because you couldn't really bring a truck outfitted with a full dilution system. And so now development has, with the test equipment, where there are many systems that can be brought on board, there are PEM systems. I think that we have a lot more resources in terms of testing. And so I think in terms of international standards, we have a good suite of international standards that we can rely on. So international standards, test equipment, I think if we can develop some robust but uniform methods, which, again, ours isn't the only one, but I think that if we had a working group that we could come up with a set of testing parameters that are pretty universal, and I really think we can, that I think this is a problem that could be solved. So I think we're pretty far down the road to being able to do that. So I think at least on that front, I know collaboration and trying to find a unique set of standards and all of that can be difficult, but I'm optimistic that we could do that.
Yeah. Thanks, Thomas, for your. I think the proposal for the working group is absolutely the right approach, specifically in terms of getting the right framework. Because here we need to be, in my view at least, very specific about the framework. If a baseline, coming back to the verification, what you just highlighted, if a baseline is for everybody involved and for everybody who would come up with solutions and proposals, is the tier 1 level, and the target is 40% reduction, when it's by some parametered method, as you just mentioned, quite not easy, but it's doable to find the necessary standards to prove that the 40% reduction in a certain regime of load has been achieved. So that it's not an EPA approval and not a class approval, but it could be similar processes as it would be, because the similar standards would be applied anyway, because the verification technology is more or less the same. For this working group, I think it's really essential to start, first of all, as I mentioned, the framework, and then to come to some commitment from the collaboration, what was pointed out earlier today, that what is expected by the owners of a vessel in question, calling here frequently, as you said, frequent callers in focus, what technology is in focus, what can be achieved, and also keep in mind if we want to achieve here, as pointed out, something in a large scale up to 2023, there's not much time to arrive there. I mean, this is a relatively short-term exercise in view of the proof of this concept. Yeah. Want to add something?
Chris? Or Philippe?
I guess my answer in one word is sort of this. We need to have, manufacturers here. We need to have academia here. We need to have operators here that represent, both the U.S. and international. We need trade organizations. And CARB, I think, has set some great examples for these workshops on some of the recent work they do, and they should be applauded for that. But what I really like seeing here is a couple of different regulators sitting here as well, because when we go to these sessions, we're talking about a lot of the same dates, right? 2023, 2025, 2030, 2031. Those are the same dates we're talking about at IMO. They're the same dates we're talking about at CARB, and the same dates we're talking about here. And if we start splitting our focus onto different targets, it's going to make it hard for us to meet any target, right? If we can get aligned, and say, hey, we're all trying to pull on NOx, let's work together on something that helps us reduce across the board, I think we got a much better chance of being successful.
Great comments. Philippe, did you have something that you want to add?
Coming back to the approval subject, we like to play Lego, and So as much as possible, if we go close to the type approval, that's really something which is comfortable to spread the technology on board. If when we go plug and play system, that we fit it, and as soon as it's working, then okay, we're sure we are compliant. That's really the kind of things we really love in our business. But something that is important to us is not because it's on board and working is have to be really work. We are not ready to invest in something that just you invest and you are compliant. Is that it have to work.
Both for Philippe and Chris, I fully agree. And talking about such a working group or team, the operators, for me, is actually the most important one to be there. Because they know how to operate the ships, they know the complications, they know also how long time can this equipment actually be on board, how much can we guarantee that this will be coming to California, this vessel, or to China or whatever. So that's really important that we have some very active operators part of this group.
I think we're going to open up for audience Q&A. So if you have a question, you're invited to come down to the microphone. But if not, I'm sure that we can keep them occupied with some of our questions. I don't know if Sarah or Penny wanted to add anything. One of the things that I was curious about is, well, maybe this is a question for Sarah. The working groups it's because there's been so much talk about policy, incentives, and then technology. The working groups should have some component of each, is what I would imagine, right? So it'd be good to have maybe you or Penny describe, what the vision is for how do you incorporate all those disparate pieces into a cohesive, kind of actionable, as we mentioned, group.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's a lot of components that we're working with, and because there's a lot of information we need to get at, right? I mean, we need to understand the business models and what goes into those decisions. We need to get a better handle on the technologies. It's one thing to have proven technologies out there, but then to actually, but they're not maybe proven for these marine applications or under the conditions that these ships experience when they're in transit. And so better understanding that, and understanding the costs of all of this. And then so it's and then you have the policy overlay of there's regulatory actions out there, there's actions that IMO's taking, there's goals on greenhouse gas emissions. How does this all fit together? So I think at first blush, just trying to make sure that we identify the right components, the right people that we can have to get input, and then figuring out, what questions we should be asking. And it's a little tricky because you just don't necessarily know, you don't know what you don't know. So I think sometimes we have to rely on, having frank conversations with folks in the industry, with shipping lines, with, kind of folks internationally who are going through the same thing to try to really ferret out, what it is we should be asking, what we should be doing, and how we pull all this information together to figure out where we go.
Yeah, I'll just add to, I agree with everything that, all the suggestions that have been made, and to establish a working group and continue the conversations. I think that's actually really critical. I know it's a time commitment for everybody to do that, but I think it's really important so that it stays on track. We have all the right parties identified and at the table, and this, I couldn't agree more that this right here is a great representation, I think, of a breadth of stakeholders, and then there are clearly some that are missing that need to be a part of that working group. And I think it sounds like there's a commitment here, at least that's what I'm hearing from folks, to at least continue the dialogue and the conversation amongst ourselves, and try to figure out what are those goals, common or not, and then how can we sort of navigate that. And what are the sort of, as you say, Sarah, those regulatory overlays? What are the various incentives that are available? What can we bring to the table to try to, push this forward in a collaborative way, and with other countries as well. Other countries as regulatory authorities, but they're port authorities, their own shipping lines, everything like that. So I think that's really, really critical. And I can't stress enough that the actual continued conversation is going to be really key, and a commitment to doing that is going to be really important. So I know we're committed to doing that, so I'll just end with that.
Well, I love how you tacitly said that they're all being committed to this working group, so I appreciate that.
Matt, if I may, one of the purposes of the C20.org, and then that was the video I showed, the Oceanic Awakening. I mean, we see great value. I mean, as a OEM into the industry, of collaborating with the owners, with the regulatory agencies, and with the ports particularly, and really good practices that are going on. I think you mentioned some European regulations that are sort of models here. That is a way to enhance that collaboration globally. And with other global ports, ahead of what IMO is doing as well. I mean, we can do things that are done in a way that can create successful business practices and successful environmental practices in collaboration with other ports. So again, I would really encourage you, if that interests you, SCA20.org.
Yeah, and coming from an agency that's produced our own short video, which is called The Right to Breathe, check it out on YouTube. Yours is really well done, so very, very well done. So kudos to you. So did we have any questions from the audience? Do we? Oh, great. If you could state your name and affiliation.
So I'm Hui on the China delegation. So thanks so much for the great presentations and discussion. I have two questions. The first one is, we've talked a lot about NOx reduction. So this question is with regard to the PM reduction. So after the fuel sulfur requirements, what's the best technical strategy to reduce particles from marine ships? So are there like after treatment technologies similar to DPF for on-road vehicles? And if such technologies do occur, how cost effective they are? So that's the first one. The second one is more general. So a key word I've been hearing repeatedly today is collaboration. And today, China hosts world's largest ports, several world's largest ports. So I want to hear, in your view, not just the regulators, but also technology suppliers, shipbuilders, and fleets, do you have any concrete ideas about how to collaborate with China? This is for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at this just because of the PM reduction question. It seems like it could be answered pretty readily by the manufacturers, and I think the ports may have some ideas too.
Unfortunately, PM measurement is quite complicated. It is something that authorities would like to regulate for many years. But the complexity, it is, as I see it, is a barrier actually for going further right now. There is, of course, different part of the industry who is looking at how to remove the particulates. But it's also a matter of maybe you can say regulating or reducing it on the cost of another type of emission which is coming up. You could, in principle, burn it all afterwards, be sure that, and whatever. But it is a complication. And again, this is one of the areas that if this should be regulated, or if it's going to be regulated, you will also see a need in the industry that we are doing more to go in that direction. That is the way it's as I see it. It all goes like that. Regulation, there is gold for limitations and so on, and it's stepwise goal to be, you could say, more and more imposing some kind of limits and regulation, and that means also it follows the industry have the time to be better and better and better. So the industry have to, to be quite honest, we are not looking that much into particulates because it's not demanded. That's the fact. Because what we are looking at is much other things. It's maybe optimizing the engine for fuel oil consumption, efficiency, and things like that, and also reaching the tier 3, for instance. So.
With regards to particulate, I mean, if you're running heavy fuel, which I know you can't do it on the West Coast, but we can scrub that out. I mean, that's part of the scrubbing process is you take a lot of those particulates out, and then that effluent can be treated. The particulates are spun out, dried, and offloaded as waste. The technology is similar to drilling mud treatment units on board oil rigs. That's how we do it, centrifuges and those treatment rates. So I imagine that kind of technology can be applied to any sort of exhaust particulate matter, that we can in essence scrub it out and then separate it and dry it. So it's something that there's technologies that can probably be adapted for any type of fuel to take out particulate matter. But there's a lot of cost and associated with those kinds of assemblies. Can't forget that.
We have also looked into scrubbers for many years, and maybe, Kevin, I'm thinking on something else, but see, if you scrub out and you have a scrubber in your exhaust gas system, and you can maybe take 79% out of the particulates, it's unfortunately not the right ones you're taking out, because the small one, which actually hurt your lungs, that's the 1 and 2 micron, and they are normally not taken out in the scrubber. So what I'm saying is here also that there are considerations, and if you really want to do something on the environment and what is harmful, that has to be taken into consideration.
That was a good point. I think the second part of the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was what are some concrete steps that can be taken to collaborate, especially with the ports in China? And I think Penny's making big eyes at me saying I can answer that one.
Well, I'm very biased here and have my strong opinions. I think again, I think this sort of forum, the collaboration that we have established and has been ongoing is quite effective. However, if we are going to, really focus in on the vessels and trying to collaborate on reducing emissions from vessels across the Pacific, in the Pacific Rim and beyond, we need to, I think, really sit down together in a committed way, and with schedule and time commitment from us here, from us all at the table, or at least representatives from these various stakeholder groups, and with the same in China. And have the engagement from our partners in China and commitment to do that, so that we can all figure these things out together in a way that's as consistent as possible and complementary as possible, in a way that we can all sort of benefit our air quality, reduce the emissions of NOx, PM, GHGs, whatever it may be, on both sides of the big Pacific pond.
I'd also like to maybe have a couple comments on this too. I think I've been very encouraged about the collaboration and the cooperation that we've had with China. I mean, I've seen so many discussions with China in the last few years. We've had staff that have gone to China. We see big contingents of folks coming over here, so that's very encouraging in terms of collaboration. We also, so in terms of concrete terms, how do we collaborate? I think the fact that China is investing in shore power, and so shore power that's used here, vessels can go there and use shore power, and they can leverage the cost effectiveness. And so I think that just those are concrete ways of collaborating. In terms of reducing diesel particulate matter, I think that that's one of the issues that we're looking at with the at-birth regulation, because we do get, at birth, we get reductions in diesel PM and NOx and greenhouse gases. So where we can find technologies that reduce a wide range of pollutants, I think that that's, it's helpful, because there are different needs in different areas. We've talked a lot about NOx today. When we talk to communities, we talk a lot about diesel PM to reduce toxic exposure. And so I think the broader range of pollutants that we can target would be helpful also. And so I also think, sort of what Keld was discussing about PM being not such the target in the international forum. I think that if we could have some sort of tier 3+ or tier 4 that we see that the NOx can be reduced by engine technology up to 85%. And we've seen in different sectors of the market that PM can be reduced up to, greater than 85% due to engine technology. So I think if we could bring those sort of enhanced tier levels to an international standard, those would be driven and they would be on the vessel, and then those vessels would have those technologies, whether they're here or in China or wherever they're at. So I'm really encouraged by just the concrete collaboration that we've seen in the last couple of years.
I just want to follow up on something Penny said regarding collaboration. We definitely we need to all commit together to work together on this, and I think having concrete goals of what we want to accomplish with a timeline will help us get there. We all have other jobs that we do, other work and other priorities that demand and compete for our time, but this is really important stuff, and we have the opportunity to make some very significant changes. I think in a very cost-effective manner. I think much faster and way more efficiently than we could do if we did it by traditional regulation. And I think our agency is definitely committed to working with folks. We're trying to outline a vision with those concrete steps, those goals that we want to reach. We're committed to putting the time into the relationship. We traveled to China this past August to meet with folks in different levels of the Chinese government, as well as with different port authorities and folks associated with the shipping industry to express our interests, let them know that, here are the problems that we're seeing. We see similar problems with you guys. Here are some things that I think we can work on together, and that we're willing to commit the time to develop the relationship and work together. So I think that's what we need to do.
Matt, from the standpoint of the OEMs, Sarah, I think your last slide in your presentation was Chinese dragon boat paddlers. Am I getting that right? Okay. I was on the U.S. national Chinese dragon boat team 3 times when I was 15 years younger and 15 pounds lighter. So I've raced in Asia many times. Great sport. So I enjoyed that slide. From the standpoint of a OEM technology provider, I mean, for example, we're investing $180 million in a new R&D and collaboration center north of Helsinki in Vaasa. And the very purpose of that is to collaborate on these kinds of projects on the technology side, including with our competitors. And our executive management has been very clear. This is about working together as an industry to create solutions to the various problems we have, wherever we can find those solutions. So I think on the technology side, you're going to see more and more collaboration to, test these technologies out. How do they work from kind of an R&D standpoint, and then deploying them in a collaborative way.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Is that the C20.org, or is this a different?
Well, the C20.org is the port effort among the ports, okay, to bring the parties together. The collaboration center is a physical center that we're building in Vaasa. Vaasa is currently the head of our R&D and is there. And this is a new R&D center, state-of-the-art, and collaboration center. That's the very purpose of it. So when these technologies come up, I mean, we've got to bring in competitors. This is a solution that we have the process side, MAN has the engine side. So we need to work together to find a solution. We really feel at the end of the day that will be the way forward for all of us in the industry. It's not detrimental to our business. It's positive for our business and positive for the environment.
Hi, I'm Renee Moylanen with the Port of Long Beach. I am impersonating Heather Tomley right now, who had to leave early. But I think I can speak for both ports when I say that we think that the collaboration on an international level is not a nice to have, it is a must have. This is a global industry, and the fleets are not interested in solutions for 2 ports when they're trying to operate on a worldwide scale. So we often speak to delegations from China. We share our experiences in terms of technology and policy. We participate in international incentive operations and incentive schemes. So for us, the collaboration is a minimum requirement of actually making sure that we as the two ports can achieve the aggressive emission reduction goals that we've set for ourselves in the Clean Air Action Plan, and in helping the South Coast Air Basin achieve its very aggressive emission reduction targets.
And I would just add that we recognize that a lot of the cargo, containerized cargo that comes to the Port of LA and the Port of Long Beach comes from China. And we, the Port of LA in particular, has built a relationship with the Port of Shanghai, where a lot of our containerized goods come from. And we do staff exchanges every couple of years. As a matter of fact, we're sending some of our staff over to China in the next few months. I think in May, we're going over there. But this has happened over the years, over the past decade, 3 and 4 times. And in doing so, some of the stuff that's come out of that, one thing in particular was an eco-partnership to kind of learn from each other, but really to show the Port of Shanghai how we plug in our ships here at the ports. And so that eco-partnership was very successful, and as a result, they are plugging in some of the ships that are going to the Port of Shanghai now. So that was successful. We also put on a conference every few years, the Pacific Ports Clean Air Collaborative, that I think a lot of us here have been to. But that brings in the Pacific ports from all around the Pacific Rim and up the coast here, and even down into South America. So we're very focused, as you said, on ensuring that we collaborate with all these ports.
Thanks for that. Good to hear from our local ports that there's a technology transfer across the Pacific. So I'm going to have a last call for questions, and if there aren't any other questions, I'm going to invite our Executive Officer, Wayne Nastry, to come up and give us some closing thoughts. Unless, Sarah, do you have anything you want to add? What I'd like to do is, can we thank our panelists again, especially those that have been sitting here for the whole morning, so I appreciate you being here.
Seems a bit odd having you all at my back, but I want to thank everybody for coming here today. It's been a tremendous discussion, and I know Matt just asked for a round of applause for everybody. I'd like to acknowledge a few people before I sort of give my closing remarks. One is I want to acknowledge the work of my staff for their work in inviting everybody, for hosting this, for putting this all together. And if we give them a round of applause for our appreciation to everything that they've done. I think I would have to say that, job well done. But it's certainly not finished. And from what I took away today, this is just the start. And, we talked about the various themes of this. And this morning we talked about collaboration, we talked about cooperation, we talked about partnership. And we talked about commitment, we talked about incentivization, we talked about financing, so many different subjects. But I think what we heard this morning was what's really driving this, and it's public health. And whether it's thousands of premature deaths here in the Southland, whether it's the health of those in China, whether it's the health of those in other ports around the world, we know that we're making an impact, and yet we know that there are things that we can do to lessen that impact. And we know that if we're going to do that, I like the comment that I heard earlier, it has to work. And that is the key, that is the challenge. How do we make it work such that we get the environmental benefits, that we get the economic contributions, the economic growth, that we get that cooperation? And when I think about the requirements of how we're going to move this, I think about the many challenges. And I think about the previous experience. And the panel behind me has tremendous experience in technology development, technology deployment, in manufacturing, in regulatory policy development. But how do we do that on an international level when some of our priorities may or may not be aligned? And I think that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to align those policies. The policy of protecting public health is a universal policy. The policy of trying to improve takes leadership, takes commitment. We've heard from the leadership of many of the organizations behind us, whether it's from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, whether it's from the California Air Resources Board, or whether it's from the South Coast Air Quality Management District as regulatory government agencies. I want to share with all of you, we are committed to doing whatever it takes to improve public health. And we know that this is one of the largest sectors that we have to address. And we need every single one of you as participants in how we move forward. Everybody behind me knows how to do working groups. Everyone behind me knows how to participate. The challenge is, how can we be open in that communication, and how can we work in a manner that is rapid, that accelerates the benefits? Because frankly, you heard that we were looking at 2023. I'm not yet resigned to give up on the benefits of 2023, recognizing that there's going to be tremendous challenges. But I also recognize that 2031 is something that we should definitely be focusing on. And how can we do that? We know that there are things that we can do. We know that we have to work together to do that. I think there's a lot of things that we heard today in terms of the technology certification and the testing processes, and how can we be more efficient? How can we take advantage of some of the lessons that we've learned? Can we look at OBD, onboard diagnostics, from heavy-duty truck applications into marine environment applications? How can we be sure that we're getting the emission reductions that are so important to all of us? And then importantly, how can we make sure that we have the financial incentives that make all of this possible? Because we all know from a regulatory perspective, regulatory agencies love to regulate, but we can't regulate our way out of what we're faced with in the time frames that we're faced with. We just can't do it. And so we have to look at those various opportunities. And I welcome each and every one of you and the panelists behind me to think about what are the different ways that we can make sure that we bring the resources that we need in order to solve these issues. You have the commitment from my governing board that sees this project as critically important for us to move forward in attainment. We're also working at the state level and at the federal level. China is such an important partner. China is the global leader when it comes to the manufacture and the shipment of these goods. And we know that if we work together with China and we work in the Pacific Ports, Pacific Rim region, that we are going to get the participation and the benefit accruing to many others. And that's how we intend to leverage what we each bring to the table so that, again, we're able to multiply the overall benefits. It's not going to be easy, and I know that my staff behind me is going to be cringing when I say we're committed to doing this. We're committed to working with each and every one of you. And I know that there'll be follow-up communication and discussions in terms of when is the next meeting, where is the next meeting, because we have to learn, and we have to take that knowledge and we have to apply it to develop those kind of solutions that we're looking forward to. So with all of your participation today, I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for coming today, for sharing your questions, for sharing your knowledge, for giving us ideas in terms of how we move forward. But we are definitely moving forward. And so with all of your help, I look forward to the next working group. I look forward to start seeing a very detailed plan in terms of how we can actually get to the emission reductions that are necessary. What are some of the actual demonstrations that are possible that we can actually start working on now? Timing is of the essence, and I urge each and every one of you to think about how can we accelerate the timing so that we can realize those benefits. Again, I want to thank you all for coming today. Appreciate all the hard work. I know that many of the people here are going to be here for a while, so if you have questions, please feel free to introduce yourself and to ask questions of each and any one of us. And again, safe travels. I wish you well on your journey home, and again, I look forward to seeing you. Thank you.